Normally he just comes out with a kill.
Bonus time. Still got that one Vandal with Aspas, the rest more towards Bulldogs, and the Outlaw there is going to be interesting, but not too mmany light shields to be able to try and pick towards. It'd be Boo who'd be the one suffering if he does get a fight towards it, but very fast mid-work. Look at King already. Straight up middle. Manages to get past the turret undetected. They have no idea about this. Benji none the wiser. Wu looks like a victim in the making. He takes a look to the left, looks to the right, and he waits. That's patience, that's discipline, and that's a good goddamn reward, King! Outstanding impact already. Right up middle, perfect planning, and the reward is there.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Team Heretics right now. They're in a 2 versus 4, and it looks like they're looking for an opportunity back in here. Spike hasn't been planted yet. Benji.
You're not going to isolate a fight on the high-low there.
Not happening. And Boo just needs to save that. That round was over, like as soon as that cascade blocked that turret line off. And sometimes we've seen Team Heretics start with a player on that boiler to stop that Killjoy Molly from taking out their turret. But the way that LEV play, because they have that second control in Harbor, they can send that cascade out towards that boiler, block off that vision, and sneak through that gap. So Team Heretics needs to figure out a way to stop this from happening. Alarm bot, maybe play that player in that position, but great bonus round strat from LEV.
And I'm glad you noticed that. The fact that it came out in round 3 here, in my mind, really sets the standard. And it's going to force Heretics to make an adjustment now.
They have to respect it.
Exactly. It sets the tone. So do you pull Benji now away from where he was? Focus him now towards Boiler. Clearly they have to make their minds up. And to go for a little bit of a high, I wouldn't even say high risk, but it was a slightly risky approach from King. Why not in your bonus? You have that extra round as a buffer. A lovely concept.
There's 2 things I've noticed now about what LEV has planned here on their attack side in these first few rounds. So the first one was punishing Boo on that jump spot in that Texas 1v1 lurk at B. The second thing was now this A split by denying middle. Right there, that tries to force more of Team Heretics over to defend B, to defend middle. That's going to be less players to defend A.
So let's actually look at the tangible impact of that already. The adjustment of the Killjoy utility is there, Benji far more present. Now, they've said that. They've conditioned them to respect this, but you're going to see the buy obviously suffering. Only Boo making it away with that Phantom in hand. Sheriff's outside of it, but we know the Heretics can hit with this. And they've gone for a bit of an aggressive lean as well.
โอ้โหนำไป 3-0 เลย
You've got Woot looking for a brawl here, but Aspas waiting. He's got a read on this one. Yeah, he absolutely does. Eyes on the prize for Aspas, but not perfect on the follow-up. Hold on. Heretics just found 2 King again, though. Anytime there might be a swing moment, he finds so much impact, even if just 1 kill. Mazzino, gotta be cautious to not get overwhelmed here. You can see Benji desperate to get him, and Benji's going for the ends on the follow-up as well.
They know where King is.
Spike, and they've got to know about King. He was the one who took down Boo. How do they position around this? Let's see. An upgrade for Benji, a stinger still, but it's perfect from Heretics. What an adjustment! A couple missed shots here and there from Aspas, but they planned that from the get-go, Josh.
That couldn't have been more perfect for Team Heretics. And I was looking at Boo's positioning, aggressive on B. He actually goes 1 for 1, but that first kill, it was unpunished. Aspas, I thought for sure, yeah, you're right. He's sitting under belt, he's waiting for it. He knows his pipe aggression's coming, but this convergence at Maze with that dizzy and swinging from 3 different angles to clean that up. Wow, that's a must-needed swing round for Team Heretics there as they lost that first gun round.
And a stark reminder that this was a very close series last time they met on this map as well. Heretics deserve and demand respect here. And aggression seems to be the name of the game. They're doubling down on this. Mini Boo! Too far, has to back away.
He goes
forward. That, Woot goes forward. He takes away Aspas, and now they once again try and do more damage. Re-ends from further afield, finding Mazzino. They've left LEV in tatters. Down to Tex, King, and Com. How the hell are you meant to make this one work now? So many bodies here. Lovely little off angle for Miniboo in case they try and push up. They can swing together, they can work together. And let's see, that's exactly the case. He gets a fair free fight near on King. And Tex and Com, what options do you have? A beautiful shot, no follow-up. Benji on the trade. Heretics starting to hit together as a team. Not impossible, but improbable, Josh.
I'm loving the repositionings together. They realized 3 versus 1. Let Tex get to the site, plant that spike, and block himself out.
I love this.
Fundamentals.
Showing that heads up, that calmness on stage. Just look at this little stack here. Knowing that Tex might want some security. He might want some safety. Oh my god, but he's got the thing to HP. What the hell, Tex? Surgical precision, and now he's got a real game. He's got a real chance in this. This was a 1v3, bear in mind. He's looking for another body to drop, but no one's given him that game because Miniboo's been left having to scour away. Now, Tex with just basically that gun in hand. For 2 targets, that's 1. Oh, Miniboo with 2 HP! More than enough for that man. Keeps this strong, but you saw the danger starting to creep in.
It's only been 2 rounds in a row that Lev has lost, but I would not be shocked to see if a coach calls a timeout right now with the way that they were moving up there. First round that Calm gets his ultimate, he doesn't get to use it.
เก็บไปดึกไงเจอฮันเตอร์เฟอร์รี่เก็บไปเรียบร้อยสวัสดีครับคุณสวเกอร์ครับเลวทานกับเฮเรติกใช่
That was insane. I mean, it was good.
It was insane.
That's true.
So
watch your back.
Yeah, Lev, they needed to tighten up a little bit more if they want to do this, and they win off the back of their individuality and finding these openings, especially on their lurks. But the way that Team Heretics right now, they just won at A, they're stacking B right now. I love this switch up, and it's only one initiator to deal with this. So this dart from Calm needs to secure the info back yellow. Otherwise, this setup from Team Heretics is going to crush Lev.
Feels like a trap, doesn't it? And now they look to get proactive.
โอ้ยมินิบูเล่นนีออนอีกแล้วของถนัดเขาเลยนะ
Even just a centimeter, even just a pixel out of place, they pounce. And now
ยังมินิบูจับนีออน
down 2 players at the very start.
These early fights for Team Heretics, it was working so well for them yesterday. They keep doing it, setting up that fight with Miniboo and that Gecko, the Dizzy Flash. But into A site, Team Lev go. They have that Viper's Pit. They might use it to secure this round. If they get a good spike plant, they get the good positioning on that Viper's Pit, they might be able to turn this 3v5 around. But that Thrash on the other side of things makes them second guess it. Tex holding his ground, so good in these positions.
รอบนี้น่าจะมี4แมปไม่เห็นนะ อ้าวเรียบร้อย
trying to secure his teammate at the least, but you can see the killer's on the way, and he is hungry for blood. Com can't defend them here. There's nothing more. How deep can Com go on this though? Not
ยากอยู่
Heretics
ตีเสมอแล้ว
control, Josh. The early aggression is gorgeous. They're taking the fights. They're playing together. They are putting ticks in every single box.
Not only that, but the way that Team Heretics defended A with aggression 1 round, and then instantly, as they crush Team Lev, they instantly decide to call B the next round and catch these guys. Pants down, in the back, Miniboo goes, Dizzy, everything, just perfectly timed.
This reminds me of early Heretics,
good.
when they felt like
nice
that unfathomable team where no one quite understood how they were so good. The synergies there, the little game plans were there, and we are seeing them look so good here. But it's only 3-3.
Early B split as well. Oh, Benji through the
was that
smoke.
just straight through? Yeah. Oh man, I don't know if there was a gap maybe or something, but he's got his man. You see King wanting to trade that, but there's no play allowed now. You got away with a little naughtiness in middle. They're not going to let it happen again. But for Lev, they're losing out on bodies so early here now, so consistently. This is the first time they've at least got towards yellow. They've got that, but they've still lost a man in middle. Benji brought back to attention, but already cleared a little by Miniboo. I like this. They're so proactive.
Com's had that ultimate for 3 or 4 rounds now. 4 versus 5 here. Aspas has the Blade Storm popped. We know how deadly he can be with this. Already, Team Heretics, they have that man advantage, so they're trying to value their lives a little bit more, play for that retake. They have that lockdown. Yes, Com can counter it.
And Boo was marvelous playing from here before just their earlier series.
Let Aspas get a little bit closer. Take the space. Deny the ability for Team Heretics to get close and get that lockdown.
30 seconds left. Plants in, post plant now. One of the previous strengths.
รอโพสแพนอย่างเดียวเลย
Heretics held with a retake prowess. However, Aspas with the knives out. You can never underestimate it. Hunter's Fury will be burnt to deal with the lockdown. I can see that come in, but it's King holding the line. Somehow he gets traded eventually, goes down, but it's all on Boo. Ain't gonna happen now. King, wonderful impact. He has been the saving grace in my mind for Leviathan.
Finally, Lev pick up another round. That was a 4 versus 5 conversion there too. The way that they played that was so well done with getting close to B, getting into the site basically before they take out that molly, knowing that they're going to save that Hunter's Fury for that lockdown. But I have to wonder about Team Heretics. When they get this man advantage, they give too much respect, and then LEV is able to exploit it there.
Little break in the trend. Just what the doctor ordered.
A little change in the approach from LEV as well. They're faking this B pressure, but they're grouped towards A. They want to contact in here. But Team Heretics, they're not advancing.
Yeah, Mini Boo and Wu waiting. And there's been aggression here, so they should be heads up to it. They should be aware.
Still.
They still have to deal with it, and it seems Tex was none the wiser. Wu can now evacuate as well. Again, early man advantage. How many times are Heretics going to get this?
อยู่แบ็กไซด์
Last time Heretics had that early man advantage, they backed all the way off here.
สวัสดีครับคุณสกจิเกมเมอร์ครับสวัสดีครับ
Don't want to back off all
ไม่มา
the
ดู
way. They wanna keep some pressure
คู่
on
นี้ฮะ
against
คู่เลวทาน
Suttering gets this info.
เลวทานกับเฮเรติก
And
มิ
this
นิบูเนี่ยจับนีออนอย่างเดียวเลย
pulls Benji and Mini Boo back
แต่ก็รู้นะว่าเจ็ตกับนีออนยังไง
Yeah, but again, we saw them stick the landing in the last one. Leviathan closing that gap. King giving them masses of safety, but Wu still wanting a little more. Looking above the wall, and he finds a player, and the follow-up for ends. Heretics finding the perfect balance. Aggression, discipline, back and forth, and Leviathan struggling to match this step by step.
And LEV.
30 seconds left.
All these rounds are developing so slowly, and they're getting picked off. Some of these players last round, it was through the smoke at middle. Here it's at lower A after they try to fake their B. A different approach every round from LEV, but right now Team Heretics is almost perfectly reading them, staying a step ahead. Calm, trying to save here.
10
Not much
seconds
else he can do, not when his teammates go down in that fashion. Team Heretics is going to pick up another round, and when I look at the first 3 maps, when talking eye test, this should be in Heretics' wheelhouse to close it out.
Very much so.
Having said that, we did say that about Sentinels yesterday, and you see how that turned out.
I feel at this point, all the teams we have here in these later parts of the tournament, even if you go back to yesterday as well, everyone can turn up. It feels like it doesn't even matter the veto.
จังหวะกระโดดพอดี
But everyone here's capability is so sky high. Now we're hitting round 9 and we do have that timeout. You theory crafted that could you're seeing frustration. I mean, not great deals of it, and obviously the tempo of this game has been very hard to pin down, it feels like, for LEV. It's a timeout called, but how do you get a grip on this? Because, again, we've had the early aggression from Heretics. They've been often going for that. Both sides, we've been seeing it work well, but then also they know exactly when to fall back, play patient, play passive, and make Leviathan take that space. So how do you deal with this?
One of the things that you have to look for is that on LEV, they only have that Soba as an initiator, so to actually find out where Team Heretics is playing, you have to face check them. You have to show your body, take that duel. So what they have, though, that they can rely on is that double controller, to use the cascades, use the walls, to be able to deny info and create more pressure. What we haven't seen is how Tex is dealing with the turret and the alarm bot from Benji. If you create a little bit of pressure through middle by maybe mullying the boiler turret or peeking it and destroying it, then it causes Team Heretics to complicate things. But also, you can definitely take control of the map with just a dart and just a cascade and save your drone. We've seen a couple times now, though, that someone from LEV has died early through spam, through smoke, or through aggression in a high-low setup, and we're not getting any value from anything going on right now. But what LEV is good at is inserting Aspas on A, moving together somewhere else, and then letting the round develop, seeing if Aspas can take any duels. I mean, he's rated as the best duelist in the world. You give him the duels, you set him up on A like they're doing right here, they move somewhere else, leave him alone to take a timing if he wants it, put pressure somewhere else, take out that turret, take out that alarm bot, pressure Boo back, cause a rotation, and then go for it. Still a minute 20 left, and it looks like Aspas actually doesn't want to stay inserted here. It's going to be King instead. He's had value before. He snuck into A, for example, on pistol round. Here come 4 towards B and Boo.
เห็นแล้วล่ะ
This is so dangerous.
This is so dangerous.
So much on his
ไม่แต่ก็ไม่แน่ด่าไนท์บล็อก
He's going to get contact and fall away. Tried to make a little bit of a stand, but he doesn't outstay his welcome, and it's the right choice. Leviathan taking all that B space. First time they haven't lost a player early. Ult comes in, quick rotations coming in. They were rewarded last time when they were... Oh!
Okay.
What a shot from Aspas. Mechanically, still one to always be feared, but Boo...
4 ต่อ 4 ฮะ
Aspas see the player. He absolutely did. But he's got one left, one right, one above. Boo going to take away Texas. Benji finding Aspas. And again, Heretics holding the line. But look at King.
Pistol round all over again.
Rinse, repeat. Do they expect it now? Do they read it now? The silence
ได้1 คะแนนแล้ว
ringing in their ears. The King gets active.
อื้อหือ
A big shot. He is the backbone right now. So much faith in that man.
นัดเดียวหงายเลยอะ
Just Mazzino. Oh,
แหมเจอนาโนสวอมดัก
there
อี
is
ก
nothing to be done here, Josh.
Just a save again. And after that first shot, Aspas got from top yellow and Rian snapping over there towards Snowman. You'd think Lev finally finding a rhythm back in. Nope, shutdown instantly responded to.
The lurks aren't working.
They're not. The thing is, they're setting up these lurks, but when they're going towards these other positions, they're fully committing and
too much
losing
loss
too
there.
many bodies. If you just want to force that reaction, show your bodies once you've shown enough people there, or if you tap the spike if you haven't shown enough bodies there, that's going to force that rotation. Now you just fall back. But right now, they're trying to push Snowman with that Viper lurk through A. They're trying to do this late round.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้ได้โดนอยู่ตรงหน้าคิทเช่นพอดี
Gotta say, what we're seeing here from Heretics is very, very beautiful Valorant. It's a perfectly balanced affair here, and it's putting Leviathan through their paces on a map that I'd say is probably one of their stronger points too. Love watching Leviathan here. They don't get clean victories. We've heard that from the desk. A lot of OTs, but still, a very strong map. Locked down.
Team Heretics knew about this. They had Sova Gecko in position to deal with this lockdown.
They
Harbor
are
wall's
so
already
in
up.
this. So locked in, reading everything, still struggling to break through towards the site. Leviathan making it up towards Maze. You're looking at the crossfire. Root on one side, Rien's on the other. One up towards the belt. The swing from Rienzi gets cleared. That's better. Mazzino gonna find the first. Untraded either. Now Benji gets involved though. Chaos on the site. They know there's 2 on the site from the Dizzy. Tex gonna do well. Oh, with back-to-back impact, but still, Lev this time have the player advantage, but they don't know about
โอ้โห
and didn't run. He's out of there.
อย่านะ 2-2 นะมินิบูนะอย่างพิ้วนะ มินิบูกับบู มีมินิบูแล้วก็มีบูด้วย2 คน ทีมไหนได้เข้ารอบ เดี๋ยวก็ดูฮะดูเอาฮะว่าใครจะเข้า โอ้โห เป็นไงล่ะ บอกแล้วว่าเก็บเขาไม่ได้ง่ายๆนะมินิบูอ่ะ
So often, Boo will rotate so late from that B site, afraid of a lurker, and wait until it's
ไม่ได้เก็บเขาง่ายๆนะ
this time he goes for the
เก็บ
flank.
2 แล้วเมื่อกี้
Because Lev hasn't planted, they haven't fallen back into Boo yet. Mini Boo knows. Okay, they're pushing through, they're looking for me. He holds that position. Beautiful work, but again, another great convergence here on Maze, getting back into that top site, that nest area. Team Heretics is
นี่เห็น
playing
นะ
so well
ช็อตสุด
together.
ท้าย
And usually we look at them for retakes. Here, they're fighting together. 4 people.
น่าจะว่าช็อตสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้ไอ้อยู่ที่ดิฟเฟนเตอร์สปอร์นะได้2 คะแนนพอดีฮะ เก็บไป2แล้วเมื่อกี้
This is what Lev needed to do. They broke that turret. This is the first time. We're at round 11 that they're actually dealing with this utility. Look at how Team Heretics has to move. Boo is alone at B. That alarm bot is the only thing spotting for his middle. Benji's spotting for that tube walk-in. And Boo has to give up all of B site here. King, Tex, walking up. They're going to take this contact. They're going to force a reaction. But instead, Lev, they're actually called back. They know that they have this site, but they don't have the lockdown this round to work with. They had it before. Team Heretics, what is this read? Look, they're already rotating. They're going to beat Lev here.
What are their tells? What have they got going on? They've got such a good read. Boo now absolutely knows it. Looking to invest the ult.
He has a molly to stop the plant as well.
You can see if that comes in. Aspas trying to hunt him down though. He's looking for that opportunity already. Gonna have the ult coming in. Miniboo's fallen. King holding the line. Mosh on top, but it's gonna be awkward from CT. It's King, desperate to do damage, but Heretics trading back. It's still a 3v3. Boo's ult in play. Rien still has his, and Benji is let loose, closing the gap. There's the ult from Rien's.
No.
Does connect. He's found him.
เรียบร้อย
Aspas. He's clearing. He's setting up Benji.
โดนตัดหลังด้วย
Reserved. So on point, but Com needs to clutch here, but he can't even see the spike. How much
โหเล่นยากแล้วเมื่อกี้
a tap's drawn his attention. He has to keep spamming.
โอ้โห จังหวะทามมิ่ง
Brings him to his knees. And Heretics
สวัสดีครับคุณไลฟ์บอสครับสวัสดีครับ
off here.
ไงมาดูเคนซันแล้วไม่ได้ไปยิง อ๋อ วันนี้มาดูบ้างครับวันนี้เขา
Pistol. They won
คู่เด็ด
that
คู่เดือด
round.
วันนี้
They converted
2
the
คู่
bonus. They were 3-0
ไม่2คู่ของ2ทีมครับมีเฮเรติกกับ
almost flawless
เลเวอร์
the
ทานครับ
last 8 rounds. Unstoppable. The reads have been perfect. The rotations have been timed perfectly. And when I looked at this map, I'm thinking win conditions for Lev, the lurks, the flanks, breaking that util, being a thorn in the side of Team Heretics. I see that on the bonus, that early flank on A, the split, perfect. Where has that been since?
It's been missing. MIA. Operator out for Rien's. They're going in. Hello. Go on, Aspas. Have a round. Give us something.
ในวันสุดท้ายเรียบร้อยเลยโอ้โห
Doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on aggression, and Miniboo almost rewarded. This man looks feral the way he's trying to just chomp away at them over towards A. But it's only him now. Big advantage for Lev, excluding the HP on Aspas. They have everything they would need. But Miniboo is unrelenting. He wants back in. Got faith in Benji towards B. He's got Boo over here as well.
A little bit of info for Miniboo. Maybe pauses him for just a brief moment here. Lev waiting for that slip up from Team Heretics. Team Heretics 3 versus 5, maybe looking to equalize it, going for an aggressive peek. Lev can punish that, clean up the round safe. But right now the full regroup and Benji. He's got the alarm about to cover his left. All he has to do is look right.
His timing was just... Okay, no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And a couple of knives come whizzing past, but it's Com to find him. Now, we look at Boo, we look at Miniboo on the way, but they're far. This is the first time Leviathan have, it feels like, found that pattern that... I guess the tempo to play this right, and they have a free plant.
And a Viper's pit to secure.
เฮ้ยไม่แน่เหมือนกัน
Com also
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้อย่าเพิ่งแบบแรก
difficult for Team Heretics to break through. That one-way orb to help get out, but Mazzino bottom of the site here. And the flank.
That's gonna be... Hold on, it's down to a 2v2. Aspas was already so low. The spam's so close.
โอ้โหเป็นไงล่ะ
Body dropped. They're cutting down.
ตรงว่าโดนตัดพอดีครับ
But can King clutch this up? Boo commanding him to turn around to pay him attention. But King waits with patience, head held high. He's gonna hear this. King now just has to play it to the clock.
โอ้โหสวนเลยสเน็กไบสวนเลย ยิงสเน็กไบสวนเลยอันนี้ยิงดักอันนี้ยิงใส่เลย
Everything here has been teams reading each other. Lev, not the start they wanted, but still in touching distance.
Once it got to those dangerous rounds, the real thick of it, it was a Heretics game. But Leviathan showing
มันเป็นจีฟิชชี่
giving us a close affair at 7-5. Don't go away from this. Oh, come on.
โอ้ตึงจัดครับ
Condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6 only on Verizon.
ตึงอ่ะแค่แบบแรกกันเดี๋ยวดูด้วยว่าแบบ2นี่มินิบูนี่เขาจะเอายังไงเนี่ยดูกองเชียร์เขาเนี่ย
A 7-5 half in, and scoreline-wise, it feels like a close affair. But let's discuss what that really means, Josh. How these rounds went down. Said it perfectly, of course. Leviathan started very well. They got the pistol. They did what they needed early doors. However, beyond that, you got to look at King for finding them impact. He got them. I'd say 2 rounds in this one, easily, if not more. but beyond that, it was a whitewash for Heretics.
When I see that game plan coming in for Lev to pick up those first few rounds, I think, okay, going into the second half, we're going to see something very similar. But what ended up happening in that first half after those first three rounds was Team Heretics getting in the faces of Lev and stopping anything from
Sweet.
developing. So here,
สวิตช์ฝั่งบ้างแล้ว
be able to get away with
เดี๋ยว
it.
ดูรอบบุกรอบนี้
Already
นีออนมินิบู
very
เนี่ย
aggressive contact play.
Taste of their own medicine, perhaps here. Heretics are going to have a horrible surprise. They've heard the jump spot, but look who's waiting. Boo, they're aware. And now they're very aware, and it's an effective trade for Heretics. Boo, breaking the backs of Leviathan with 2 quick kills, giving them the man advantage. Tex and Com have to respect this. You can't stick around. Com trying to make a quick escape here. And they've noted the follow-up player. They know where
They
both of
spotted
them
Texas
are.
like. They
Để
know
đua
what's
xí.
both here.
Tex now.
โอ้โห
Like an absolute
เรียบร้อย
Heretics starting with a bang in the second half.
That wasn't a book, that was a pamphlet. And right there, Team Heretics picking up that pistol round in that second half. Lev, they thought they had the read going in there for that aggressive push through lower A, but Team Heretics ready and waiting there. Maybe a little bit of a weapon switch at that moment, but the way that Miniboo was jump spotting from Bell to see if anyone was holding that deep line, no one was there, no one was pushed up on that higher angle. So it's either full passive on A or this aggression.
นำไป1แล้ว
Team Heretics
แมปแรกน่าจะ
punished it.
Heretic ป่ะ แต่ว่าดูก่อน
Considering they struggled
ยัง
with the gun round,
ยังพูดไม่ได้ว่ะ
hoping that they'd at least pick up the pistol to be able to close gap, but now, yeah, they're on the receiving end. You can see Miniboo once again ferocious in approach, but he's going to be quelled here for now. Doesn't want to overextend or give too much away. They can show patience here. You're looking at, on the other side, Tex has the Sheriff, Zeno as well, and Aspas, so there's always a little bit of danger, but a stack.
Stack is at the wrong site. Team Heretics is gonna probably walk into a B site. They're popping the drones, and as we see them play on every map, basically, they like to group in these 4 or 5 man plays. If there is one lurking around, they're just holding that space and going for a really late lurk. But to the detriment of Team Heretics, sometimes they play rounds too slow. In a situation like this, when you're going against that eco, you want to make sure that you don't go into a stack, you don't get surprised. But not having options to fall back if you need it is something that has been a struggle for them. But in a 5 versus 5 post plant against Sheriffs on 3, Classics on 2, this should be an easy cleanup for Team Heretics. Now it's just all about prioritizing who gets the ultimate orbs. Is it Rienz? Is it Woot? They're the closest right now. Miniboo.
I mean, he's a hungry boy. You can see it every time there's an opportunity. He's giving it a crack. Doesn't want to get traded too far away. They're just going to fall off towards the backside of yellow. Leviathan testing the waters, but so far it's Boo.
เก็บไป1ไง
Again, Leviathan probably opting now to go down.
แหมเล่นเวลาทันพอดีเรียบร้อย
And Heretics gonna
แก้ไม่ทัน
really the only one they didn't want to
นี่
lose
พยายามไล่เก็บอยู่
Woot, Boo potentially, maybe Miniboo keep that SMG in hand. That would be nice. Still very usable on the neon, but
เอาเรื่องครับ
go through the paces here. They are watching this game slowly be taken away from them.
When we look at the context of things, best of 5,
Yep.
lower finals, you go home if you can't collect these. A lot of teams will use that first map as a warm-up map, kind of feel out the temperature of the room, understand how you're feeling, is everyone on point. So if this was Lev thinking that they were going to take that first map, and this is the way it's going, maybe they should have thought going a different map, perhaps the side of Lotus, for example, instead of Icebox, the way that Team Heretics was looking yesterday. Because if Lev cannot convert this, again, I look at that Sunset map 2, that Abyss map 3, those are Team Heretics' best maps. They start 1-0 up here. Lev, big trouble for them.
Yeah, the red flags are starting to wave, but this is the big moment, though. Do we actually get a game here? Leviathan do need to convert this, otherwise it feels like it's so likely to work out for Heretics. But again, you've got quite a few rifles here. Boo's got one, Benji the other, Bulldog with Woot. Oh, big impact there. Taking away Rienz is huge.
สอยล่วงนะเมื่อกี้
Many high impact, high energy moments this game has had. There's also been all these pauses. Oh, that's 2 players spotted on this drone. Right now, Team Heretics, they're down a man. 4 versus 5. They've been spotted 2 other players towards B. Right now, they have the option to either continue going B, where they've been spotted, or they go back to A. Right now, Lev, though, they want to reclear middle. make sure there's no lurk. Make sure that that rotation between A and B, they can catch someone on that rotation, but they just miss the timing.
This timing could be outrageous. He's
นั่นแหละ
seen to
แอบหลบทันพอดีจังหวะพีค
Zeno as well. And while this happens, they press the issue towards A, speeding things up. Aspas waiting patiently. Could be death from above, but he decides to back away, play it patient. Tech shows none of that patience, none of that respect. He goes in head first, finds himself to a swing from the Zeno. Doesn't look good by the time. We're looking like this one is going to peter out here. This was the bonus for Heretics. And a big moment for Leviathan to try and stick, really, some sort of resistance starting. There we go, Leviathan 4 alive and very well handled in the end.
A bonus for Team Heretics not converted, looking at the end of the round there to deal as much damage as they could to Lev's economy just to set up those next rounds here, playing that long game. But again, so many pauses in the round. It's like there's so much tension in the air you can feel in these moments.
เก็บ2เก็บ3เลย
40 seconds go by and barely any progress in the round.
I need smiles.
It's like there's these big high impact moments and then people are suddenly get scared, nervous.
Yeah, the gravitas of the matchup itself certainly showing, as King has been solid as a rock, but he's being hunted down. Miniboo was thinking about it, but he wasn't alone. There was comm here on this site as well, so it's not like you get a fair fight on one. There is backup to this.
But it's pressure, it's map control, it's forced the reaction from Lev, but stealing the space, King getting behind yellow like this, yes, Team Heretics knows that this is in play, leaving Benji here to maybe take this duel. That re-clear on the drone.
I want to keep my eyes on how far forward he is here as well.
I also want to see how Team Heretics reacts off that drone.
At least going to invest the Dizzy.
Benji wants this fight.
I mean, he may want the fight, but the timing's going to be everything on this one. They're going to pause here probably, look and see if Benji gets rewarded. And now with the crowd, they're going to start turning around, checking behind them! And King commands the crowd and he gets his reward, takes away Benji. And now you can see the 3 players on A on red alert. Aspas maybe got a feeling on this one, and he is right. That is he dealt with, he can't get
เฮ้ยอย่าได้ประมาทเชียว
However, Mazzino
กันเหนียวเหมือนกันนะ
keeping the A site safe. Tex is starting to heat up now, showing some real heavy hits. As Rienz will have to watch that clock tick away. Timing not going to be on his side. And this looking like a rather lost round. Beautiful from Leviathan.
ตัวเต็มๆฮะ
Talking constantly about Team Heretics and some of their players specifically when we look at Rienz, when we look at Benji and some of the positions that they play as the Sova, as the Sentinel. We have to look at Tex and Aspas here as well. Like, we can't not talk about these guys when it comes to snapping and getting those one taps with the Vandals. These are 2 of the players on that team to do it. Yeah, there's other players that have different types of impact.
I can see the Reddit threads already.
Yeah.
I can see them.
Yeah.
I can't believe the crowd gave it away.
Yeah, welcome to Stage Games.
It's okay, we'll just start turning off the X-ray.
Now let it happen. I'm down for it. At this point, though, it is Sheriffs and it's Bulldogs. So this is enough to humble Heretics, right? This brings them back very much in the room. This stops being what could be a tear-away game. This is now game on.
Absolutely, it is game on. And again, these grouped hits right now, Lev having that read. 0 players to defend that B site.
Ooh, I think
They know the A is coming in.
Hold on. You may know about it, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to stop it. Miniboo already taking away Tex, who's been pretty much the rock of this A site. As, you know, Aspas has been doing okay on those entries, but he hasn't been the headline player here. But a readjustment.
Wait, what are they pinging? They're pinging like they want to split A through middle right now.
I mean, you took down Tex, why not try it? But the timing could be everything here. Com trying to make up for that. Maybe just take a glance. He takes more than a glance, but he loses his life. I don't think that was worth it at this point. They put question marks now all over the map.
And now with that kill, Benji retrieves that weapon. He's going to group. They're going to be as 4. They have that Thrash as well to invest. They have the numbers now on their eco. They're going to have A site for free, get that plant for free, and he's going to be able to recover his Thrash for the next line. But early pre-take maybe, perhaps.
I mean, they got
Wait, he took out
ติด Thresh อยู่แต่ว่าดิ้นหลุดทันพอดี แมปแรกน่าจะ Heretic แหละครับ อ้าวไม่แน่เหมือนกัน 2-3 เรียบร้อยครับ
So many angles to try and clear by himself and only 40 HP to do so. Benji got the rifle, Woots got himself the Bulldog. It's a disaster in motion for Leviathan. and Heretics will be happy with that impact.
I love how just as we start talking about how the scores are getting close, how Team Heretics is bleeding these rounds, they go on to an eco round. You'd think it's LEV crawling back round by round, but Heretics, with that first kickoff, with that Sheriff, transitioning, just getting these trades as well, just the positioning together to be able to get these trades is so good from Heretics right now. LEV trying to rely on their individuals to be able to close these rounds out, but it's not working for them at all, and it hasn't been all game.
Aspas one away from the ult here. Mazzino 2 off.
I think Benji just noted that cascade through the wall. He's alerted to this. He's going to sit in that spawn. He's going to wait for that push through and allow his teammates to go forward towards B. LEV, yes, they're transitioning over. Yes, they have weapons right now. But again, Heretics, they can just wait this out. 15 seconds, then they go again. Vapor Orb's going to come back up. That neon wall, they just cross, they disrespect it, they get in there. Benji still alert to that A push. Right now,
waiting.
4 versus 3 on this B site though. This is in favor of Team Heretics.
Yeah, Benji's starting to lean a little closer though, just in case. And Mini will wait on the drop for the wall. He's gonna get one, the trades are so good. Great spacing from Heretics here. High Dizzy off the back and Rien's want to try and make it uncomfortable on the side. Mazzino
หลบทันพอดี
and around as best he could. Supports on the way, but it's far
น่าจะแบบแรกเฮเรติกเลยครับ
taking the long rotation. You can already see Benji's utility will be in play for that.
สวัสดีครับคุณเดมอนสเตอร์ครับ
All the way around. We're gonna need an Aspas round here. Maybe Tex, maybe Mazzino. But they're gonna need someone to do some heavy hitting here. Tex gonna have to take the damage on this one, and Aspas already falling. It's Tex and Mazzino with the world against them. Heretics eyeing up that 11th. The composure is just perfect from them. Leaving Tex to try and walk this back. He's been noted. First one found. It'd be a 1v4 and nothing less. The clock is ticking. I'm already seeing Rien's sitting safe, sitting far away, making sure there's no naughtiness and there's not. It's 11 for Heretics. Josh, they are playing an exceptionally good game today.
They are showing that same form that we saw from them yesterday, carried over to this next day. Best of 5, lower finals. When we see them getting to these stage of tournaments, this is where they start to crumble, where, you know, at least 3 different regional matchups, they've crumbled. Vitality, Fnatic, and KC were some of the few that have taken them out in these types of stages. But here, looking very confident to keep steamrolling through LEV right now. They look happy, they look confident, and it doesn't look like they're expending all their energy just to pick up this first map. It's a best of 5, it's a marathon.
It is. And have we even had a single Heretics timeout?
We haven't.
Yeah.
We haven't.
I mean, I think from what we've been seeing, they have the read. They found the perfect tempo to play at. For Leviathan, they are behind that. They are behind the curve. They've got a couple of ults here, though, and if you're Leviathan, you kind of need it to work out. As we highlighted, as we said, this is a marathon.
Yes.
But a map like this, losing it this way, it's not a good feeling. Even if you know it's a best of 5, even if you know
ตามหลังอยู่4 แต้มอะ
what's being brought towards you. These are high-level plays out of Heretics, and that sounds silly almost at this point. Of course, we expect that, but they are playing really goddamn well. I mean, they've got the perfect read. So, LEV, let's see what you got. This is the difference maker here, because this half is already tipping quite heavily towards Heretics now.
Time to dig deep. Yes, it's a best of 5. Yes, team needs to get to 3 map wins, but to give up your map pick in that first round.
แล้วส่งสัญญาณความพร้อมเหมือนจะรัส โอ้วิ่งมิดเลย
that you want. Team Heretics off the back of that time, the triple peak on middle.
They're just flexing a little. They are making this so hard to deal with. If it was a Leviathan timeout, obviously Heretics can check in as well, and they use that time perfectly.
The crazy thing about that is, so many times I've seen Team Heretics play on this map and wish that they would do a play like that, and I never see it. But they pull it out, and it works.
And Aspas already checked on. He's had to fall away initially, still wants to stick by yellow, but he's the only one on this side of the map. And it looks like a double pump. They're going all the way back around towards that A site.
2 things I look for here on that LEV defense, that lockdown, that Hunter's Fury. It's going to force Team Heretics all the way back. But can they capitalize off of it? I'm not sure about that. Yes, the spike's going to get planted. Yes, Team Heretics is going to back off, but right now, the rotation's in, and they might use that Hunter's Fury early to take them off the spike.
I mean, Boo clears side out for them already. Hunter's Fury, normally Com is good for this. He's not getting his usual reward. And Aspas doesn't get his connection. It's Mini Boo showing control. Keeping the site safe. Lockdown is in. Plant is there, however. Rien's looking for his man, looking for a body to drop. He finds it. Lets him loose.
เรียบร้อย
Life up and he's done his damage. He'll accept his fate. He's basically
ถือว่า
As now
ถือว่ายอมฉลาดให้คุ้มอ่ะ
the music.
เก็บไป2อ่ะ
Go and fight. Otherwise he has to watch this round tick away in front of his eyes. And now
เล่นยาก
1v4. Look at the angles, look at the positions.
น่าจะแบบแรกอะของ Heretic นะครับ
So he's gonna get half. A great attempt, but not enough. Heretics up to 12. Beautifully played. And they have
สวัสดีครับคุยอะไรครับสวัสดีครับไม่แน่โอ้โหมันไม่แน่แล้วมันแน่แล้วครับแบบแรกนี่น่าจะเป็นของ Heretic แหละ
Team right now as well. The way that they're introducing new elements to the gameplay that I haven't seen all year from them. The way that they go for that triple peek on middle, destroy a turret on that boiler angle. They find a pick instead. The way that Rien sits in this lockdown, waiting. for
Boo,
that-
just
he's
tell
gonna
me.
go
Tem-temอะ
and
Push.
tank it.
I push,
And if
bro.
anyone comes in a second or two before it pops, he's gonna get the rewards for it, and it pays dividends.
And now look at them suffering. Mazzino can't even afford armor. They're just trying to make something happen, and Aspas just sent into the blender, sent probably into an early body bag. King affected by the dizzy as well, and now they want to turn the screws, apply the pressure harder. But Heretic showing some cool composure here, and just pumping the brakes. A big test, and then just slowing it down.
Benji looking for that A push. He's got that higher belt line. Alarmbot to watch lower, turret to watch middle. Heretics pumping the brakes, waiting for this wall to come down. They still have that neon wall. They're still going to go here with that dizzy. Combo it. 3 players are left to defend, though. It's going to be a big brawl here in the next 10 seconds or so. As soon as this orb goes down, that's the cue. That is the time to go. And Benji creeping up A right now, looking for that fight on Com.
Gonna get it. Contact's there. He's confident. He wants him dead. Com has to try and fall away from this. And they brought the player over. You can see Mazzino now worried about middle. They're causing all these doubts. And Heretics holds.
Not going yet.
And now we go. Do they clear back yellow diligently? Yes, they do. That's gonna be one man found. That's King down on his knees.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยช็อตนี้
Gets down Aspas as well.
สวัสดีครับคุณทศเกมครับสวัสดีครับ
Waving the banner of Heretics as
น่าจะ
Heretics far
ของ Heretic แหละแบบแรกครับ
The ult on top for Boo, smothering and shrouding the plant here, leaving Tex and Com praying on miracles.
This last round of the map, seemingly LEV just going out with a whimper here, needing to crawl back and go the distance.
Last time they met, it was 15-13. A Leviathan win on this map, and the difference a couple days can make here. Heretics looking so goddamn lethal. Tex gives it a go, but that's all he can do. Has gone now in a 1v4, the time is up. This one's done. This has been a display of power. Message sent. Heretics are here today, and they mean business.
If LEV want a chance to climb back and get back into the grand finals, get another trophy on a couple of their players, they need to dig deep on this next map. Sunset is coming up. Heretics, it's been their strongest map all year. What does LEV have in store?
에, รอบนี้เป็น lower final ครับเป็น lower final แล้วก็พรุ่งนี้เป็น grand final รอบสุดท้ายวันที่ 25 เอ้ยไม่ได้เหมือนกันอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้นี่เพิ่งจะแบบแรกเองทุกคนมัน best of 5นะมัน best of 5นะไม่ใช่ best of 3นะดูกันก่อนบางทีเขาอาจจะมีวิธีเกณฑ์การเกณฑ์เกมก็ได้ต้องดูกันก่อนนะฝั่งเลวทาน
I'm here right now with Neil Zinio of Team Heretics, who have just taken Icebox from Leviathan. Congratulations on that, very good start. Now, of course, this is a high-pressure best-of-5 scenario, but the boys have been here before, most notably Master Shanghai. So as you reflect, as you look back on those games, what mistakes from the past are you ensuring do not happen on this stage this weekend?
I think for me, like when in Shanghai, like we had a good run against, I can't remember, I think it was G2, we 3-0'd them, so we have good experience from Shanghai. We played that game how we should have played the other day, so for us it's just to focus on ourselves and keep our fundamentals clean, and we should be fine, but we played well in Shanghai in the lower bracket, so nothing new for us really.
And of course, coming up next is Sunset, your stomping grounds, feeling confident, right? Surely.
Yeah, of course, Sunset's a map that we're really confident in, but again, they're a really good team, so we can't just expect it to the win just to appear. Like we need to play our best if we want to win. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time and best of luck.
You gotta be very confident if you're Coach Neil Zinio right now. And the boys on Team Heretics, they looked great on map 1. I've got Paperthin and Mimi here with me, and a very special guest. It is the IGL of Fnatic Boaster. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, as always. I made it to the stage. Woohoo!
That's all that matters. You made it. You made it. Now, what did you make of that first match? Did you expect Heretics to come out on top?
Yeah, I believe Heretics are going to win this series, and I think they played exactly how I thought they were going to play. Rian's popping off. Miniboo with a little cheeky surprise there. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good out of them. I think that Miniboo in particular having such a big improvement from some of the games we've seen from him on this stage. A lot of the re-clear ideas they had set up with that Neon were on point throughout this one. And I mean, overall, just a pretty surprisingly, I think, dominant win here. Lev has yet to drop this map at this tournament, but here they get completely locked out, especially in that second half.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to talk about these 2 rounds and on
yes.
Lev.
Yeah, I just feel like in terms of Lev's comp, we used to run it, but it just doesn't have enough utility to do any brute forcing through the back of sight. And you can see here as well, like they used the Killjoy ulti, but that's quickly countered by Wu and Rian's there with the utility. And then it's just about this timing. When you're executing on A, you have to wait for the wall to drop. And it's just the wall's up by the time they've gone back in, you know? And they're just not using that timing that they're getting from the wall dropping. And then when it comes to fighting on site, Heretics just have extra utility. They got the Neon stuns, they got the Gecko flash, Gecko molly. It's just like, what can you do? You got a harbor wall. We're suffering here.
Yeah, and you can see the change-ups that they made since they played them the last time on Icebox. Like, they were giving up all that space to the side of Leviathan, and now Heretics is disrespecting it. They're getting ahead of it. They're finding those timings to push forward, to pressure those post plants that Leviathan was trying to set up.
Yeah, it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment as well. This one is from Miniboo in round 6, and a Miniboo Mimi that's looking on form.
Yeah, he absolutely is. This is one of those set plays that Team Heretics have kind of become known for, especially earlier on in this year. They've moved away from the Neon on a lot of maps, but have stuck to it and look good here. And I think Miniboo playing well is so critical for Team Heretics to go from a team that is good to a team that can be great and can compete for trophies. He's putting himself in a lot of positions where he's set up to get these opening kills, where he's ahead of the team, taking some of these risks. And when he's in his best individual form, I think you really see that carry them through. Leviathan on their attack side could not find those opportunities to get that pick, get themselves in a man advantage. And you contrast that to a Team Heretics that was doing such a good job setting Miniboo up for these opening opportunities and then converting those rounds in the post plant.
And I think when it comes to Miniboo, Neon is an agent that he's really super comfortable on. This whole year, he's showed how dominant he is on that agent. The other agents, not so much, but Neon, I always have a bit of faith in Miniboo, and he loves to dash and slide, and he doesn't whiff, so yeah, it's good to watch.
He was not whiffing. I mean, his improvement versus the last time they played, he was even in his kill to deaths, he was even in his first kills the last time they played. This time around, positive score line. I think he's like 6-2 in his first kills versus his first deaths. You can see that not only was he more confident, but the game plan was also built to accelerate him as well.
Yeah, I want to talk about Itopata real quick as well. Of course, the coach of Leviathan. You know him.
Yeah,
You're familiar with him.
Yeah, that was back in the beta. I ended up joining one of his squads, and I was the IGL. I was a little bit whiny, and I wanted to play Viper on Bind when Viper on Bind wasn't a thing, so I got kicked for it. So, so there we go. That's a good story. But yeah, he's a nice guy, really nice guy. I met him in the lift, and yeah, he seems to be doing pretty well, taking over the reins of Go Kid, was it?
Yes, it was. Before he was the assistant coach on this team, then after I think stage 1 took over full-time as the coach for this roster, and I think you did see a lot of that turnaround. I think the fundamentals in particular is what really improved for Leviathan. The players talked about how he's a coach that is pretty focused on a lot of those kind of micro things, really helping players improve individually, but they're gonna have to lock in after losing Icebox here.
Yeah, let's send it down to Mika Fabs, who's with Coach Itapata ahead of map 2.
I've got now Itapata from Leviathan with me here on stage. Now, Itapata, I guess, of course, that didn't go exactly the way that the team planned. So what surprised you the most about how Team Heretics handled that map, especially considering Icebox is your stomping grounds?
ดีครับคุณสวิตกรีมใช่ครับดีครับ
How they're playing, they played how we would expect them, and I'm pretty sure we played the way that they expected us. It's just that they played better than us, and us on the micro level, we didn't play that well. We didn't play that well together. So I think that was our biggest issue the first game.
And how are you feeling about Sunset, knowing that it's Team Heretics map pick and a map that they're all too familiar with?
I mean, Sunset is also a really good map for us, so we were pretty happy with how the veto went for us, and we're confident in our Sunset. Just like every other map, we're really confident in our Sunset, and yeah, hopefully we can close it out.
Well, that's right. It's not over yet, so let's get back to the game. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
This is a marathon, not a sprint, a best of 5. And this man on your screen, he is looking relaxed, calm and chill, but he is the first player ever to reach more than 1,000 kills at Champions.
You're joking.
1,000 คิวไปแล้วเรียบร้อย
Right behind him as well. If I was still in this tournament, I would have beaten him to it.
Yeah, and I think Paperthin was close third if you were close second.
I'm right in there. I'm right in the running. No problem. Yeah.
But yeah, Aspas, I mean, Icebox, it didn't really go his way, but Sunset, what can we expect?
Yeah, it speaks volume to this guy's experience, and on Sunset, well, we can expect maybe a bit of a turn of page. You were talking about how good Miniboo's Neon has been all year. It's what defined Team Heretics' turnaround in EMEA, but they moved away from it, flying back onto the Raze comp after this, and Aspas is actually playing the Neon. They play the Breach instead of the KO. Most of the Americas teams make that choice, but what do you make, Boaster, of Miniboo switching off that agent that I feel like has been so good for him all year?
Yeah, I think I remember speaking to Neil in the lift, and he said the boys, they got a bit stale on it. It's what happens when you get too comfortable on a map. You kind of forget the fundamentals, forget why you're winning it, and it all gets washed into one big kind of pot.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what's going on?
Is it a readable map now? If you were Leviathan, do you think that you could maybe get on that map and actually beat them?
To be fair, we've played the map 5 times, and I feel like we were quite good at it, all things considered. So I think the map itself is quite easy to play. Whether you can read Heretics is another thing, though. Who knows what they're going to be switching up with the Cypher and all the other U2 as well.
Well, I'm kind of curious if maybe Leviathan switches it up now. They've played Neon the last 6 maps in a row that they've played Sunset. Maybe now's the time to go back to that Raze to see if maybe they can also find that change up. It seems like a lot of teams are starting to kind of be wishy-washy about which way they prefer, because you know, Neon, yes, really good if you have a tremendous Neon who can really dash in, get those kills, but it is going to be the same for the side of Leviathan. They are going to stick with that Neon with Aspas, so they're going to try to go high tempo, see if they can...
เอาแล้ว
Yeah, on this defensive side, watch out for
แอดปาร์ตนีออนบ้างแล้วมินิบูเอ็นเรสว่ะเอาละ
Aspas following it up. They have a lot of trap ID as well, but I think Team Heretics play a good slower mid round on this attacking side and know
โซวาคูมีไซเฟอร์เหมือนกันทั้งรับทั้งลุก
likely to be investing in.
I think the big thing about
แต่ว่าดูเทเรติกน่าจะโอเคกว่า แต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันแต่ก็ดูด่าอะไรอ่ะโอ้ซันเซ็ตด้วย
situation. Are they playing on-site post? Are they playing off-site post? Are going to be the teams that are going to favor the defense and win it.
Team Heretics have only managed to win best of 5s, 3-0 thus far this year. This is their home map. This is a great chance for them to go up 2-0.
Yeah, we do this in EMEA a lot, so I'm going to get you to do it here, Boaster. Do you want to toss to Pansy and Steel?
Oh, you know what? Pansy and Steel, I'm tossing to you.
Yeah, nice one. That was pretty good. You know what? That was solid. Well done. But yeah, let's talk about this map, because Sunset is actually pretty strong for both sides. Obviously, we've had more experience watching, I could say, Heretics play this. It was one of their strongholds during the regular season. However, they've lent a little away from it here. Not the highest priority in their vetoes. However, on the other side, of course, Leviathan, another good map for them now. But depending, I guess, on who you watch more, maybe who you have more eye test with, you could imagine this being a 2-0 potentially to Heretics if you're more familiar with them. But Josh, where do you see this being defined then? We have two very solid teams going head-to-head in a map like this?
Right now, I'm looking to the form and I'm looking to the little micro adjustments, especially when we're at this stage of a tournament, how the little subtle things get changed up a little bit. Team Heretics obviously
เฮเรติกบุกก่อนด้วย
their strongest map. We haven't seen them picking at this event so far. Maybe hiding it, maybe they wanted to play to other strengths. They've been picking Icebox and, you know, the last years against Sentinels, for example. But here, I mean, the pistol round's not even going to tell us anything. It's going to be those 4 to 9, rounds 4 to 9 that we're going to see.
And as much as it may be a natural inclination for someone like Heretics to lean back towards this, it will be highly read, right? This is something that people will know about, they will look towards, and there'll be tape on it, plenty of tape. So for Leviathan, this is probably the best chance for them to have a very good read against the likes of Heretics. Let's see how they handle it though. Again, we saw them starting to warm into the game, but Icebox was just I mean, it was a marvel to watch.
Check slip back in. He's going to take the fight. Miniboo.
That's a bold look, considering Miniboo is already somewhat expecting it, or at least being heads up enough about it. Quick little flash to control the back of the pillar. And Com tries to play forward, almost careless in approach. They're going in bit by bit, and bit by bit they're falling.
Ooh.
Follow-up. Leviathan.
เก็บไป2ในวูด
They wanted to go for that, almost
โอ้โหบุกก่อนทำไมมัน
to try. It fell to pieces so quickly.
เรียบร้อยเลย เล่นยากอ่ะ
Still, Team Heretics
4-1
in the sight, waiting. That firing squad. Miniboo got them in the back. But here, clearing out that spawn, trying to find out where King is. King actually might be able to isolate them.
Maybe he's got smoke, paranoia. 2 to the right, 1 to the left, and 1 further on pillar.
เป็นจังหวะพลิก
The swing off this contact is going to be horrific, yeah.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
That is a trap set in motion.
เบนจี้ฟิชชี่ฮะ
I didn't like them funneling back in through CT there.
I did not like that either. That is reminiscent of the last map. It's kind of the same way that they fell to EDG. LEV has such strong players. They have such strong mechanics, and they're able to win some of these fights.
It's not
right
about
now,
them, bro.
They're not.
It's not about them.
Only
We
is
play
Team
so
Heretics
good that
shooting
they have
back
no chance,
really
okay?
well,
Yeah,
but their spacing has been so hard to deal with that even if you do get one, you're instantly getting traded.
Yeah.
So the trickle out, falling like lemmings, LEV, it's not really working for them. They need to be able to play more fundamentally sound right now instead of trying to lean too heavily. I mean, he got the orb. He's happy with that.
That's all you're going to get. So no worries. Heretics can just go through their paces. If you're looking for a danger man, you're eyeing up Aspas or Mazzino. The only ones to rock a Sheriff. Quickly going a little bit of a flank here is Boo to be holding the back line. Could set up Tex maybe here on the swing, but they still have to break the utility to get that close. Now a little more aware of what's coming their way. And really, the only ones you don't want to see falling is Boo and Woot. If you're looking for the economy to stay strong, have maybe a dangerous bonus here. And obviously for LEV, they'd love to keep them locked in. Cost them all those goodies. Rienzo can be one of those to go forward. Same with Benji. There's 2 players here.
เฮ้ยโอ้โห
Not bad. Any more would be marvelous. Hold on, that's actually pretty big. That could be a rifle lost here. They're trying to keep him secure. Nice attempt. They've opened up the pathing.
Wait, no time. Okay, so when I look at this, we're going
ไม่
to
ทัน
the
นะ
first round. Team Heretics, they kept
นักบีรอไว้แล้ว
rifles alive. This is okay for these guys. Right now, LEV need to stand their ground. What I need to see different from them that we haven't seen on maps, like last map like Icebox, is some sort of cohesion together where they're moving together. This right here, as they're trying to lock down this exit from B main, if they're able to do that on other parts of the map where they fight together, they use their teamwork, they use ability to set each other up, and then they swing together to ensure that they win with the trades. That is the side of LEV we need to see, but we're not seeing at the moment. Team Heretics, they group in this death ball, and they do it because it works.
We're starting to see the best of Heretics early on. Now, whether or not that carries through is yet to be seen. Can Leviathan stop the roll here? If this goes all so one-sided, it's going to be terrifying. The momentum building behind Heretics will be so hard to stop. However, this round, if anything, Leviathan have the better weaponry. They have everything they need to go forward here. Yeah, a couple of light shields, 1 on Tex and 1 on Mazzino, but that's fine, that's manageable. On the other side, 3 rifles and that Bulldog just to round it out with the SMG with Miniboo. And they've opted for mid-control.
Heretics, though, they're going to get caught here in the open.
The triple
อ้าวโดนปาดเรียบร้อยปาดกลางโดนบีชไล่อีกทีนี้
Awesome again for a flick, but Woot with a great shot towards Aspas. Hold on, it's not secure by any means. It's still very much game on. And a recheck
โอ้โห
and a
โอ้โห
refight.
เอ้ย
Trade again.
3-3อะแต่ว่าเจ็บอยู่บู
Going this close, and now they might get that 3v2 on the B side. Benji taking the space, but there's 2 on back pillar. Got to know that he's close here. Hearing that go up, text divides, and now the counter swing. Benji taking great
แหม
fights
ส
here.
ลับกันปาดเลยเว้ย
Bear in mind, King is a mile away.
เรียบร้อยวางสบาย
What is happening to Lev here? King saved them from probably a worse scoreline on Icebox, and he might have to save them again. A 1v2, he's creeping closer, he's speeding up, he wants to fight and he's gonna get it. Takes away Benji, but now Wu on the other side.
หลบแฟตได้อยู่เนี่ยโอเมน
King tempers the pace a touch.
โอเมน KO ฮะ
Slowly looking for his man.
เลือดพอกันเลย
On the other side.
8-7 เท่ากัน
The angle, but how long does he wait?
อยู่ที่จังหวะใครเล่นแล้ว
He can
จังหวะ
take
แล้วนี่ว่าทานเก็บได้
competitive in this. How many times can we ask him to step up to the plate?
And you highlighted it last map as well. He was the one to keep them in it. Lev, I thought, finally, we get to see them move together. That drone repair on mid, they're fighting together with their abilities, they're fighting together with their bodies, and they're catching right now Heretics out in the open.
This is a bonus, Josh.
That's the bonus. It needs to be cleaner than that. What happens when all of them have a clean set of shields?
Yep.
All of them are on rifles, and they actually keep their guns out.
I mean, look at the economy damage going forward. Lev won the last round, and they're coming back in with SMGs, light shields, guardians, and bulldogs. It was
สกิลใหม่ครบเกินตัวใหม่อ๋อ
that is how this came down.
รวมกันหลายเอเจนต์เหลือเกินครับตัวใหม่อะ
Rifles come into play. It's got ult as well. This is where it can go from bad to potentially worse. Knife does not connect. But Mazzino on a platter here. They've already managed to navigate past most of the Cypher trips by going towards that elbow side. They've got control of CT. Benji put to task, controlling that short play back in.
As soon as this KO ultimate stops, though, what is the reaction, the response? Boo. That's a good start.
And that's a heavy hitter gone. That's a man that's been keeping Lev looking competitive.
Look at Boo. He has that paranoia. He's ready for this.
And I'm waiting to see if Benji's got his head tucked down by the stairs. It's such a key place for him, but he's going to just play it forward. They're getting confident.
บุกกระจายเอ้า
Until they are absolutely decimating Leviathan in this round. Mazzino
โอ้ยเก็บสบายรอบนี้
commanded of, and you're not gonna
สไตล์นี้เผลอๆมี 3-0นะเนี่ยถ้าเล่นอย่างเงี้ย
Matt was their bread and
Oh.
butter.
คือโอ้โห
I'm getting excited about seeing that
แต่ก็ไม่แน่
paranoia set up.
มาดูแมปนี้ก่อน
Is traditionally a team that falls back once they have that space and they try to play these crossfires. But here, pressing the issue forward,
ดูดิ
keeping the other team from
Timing.
being close to starting a retake. This is just such a nice evolution to see of these guys, because that was the #1 thing that I think they needed to work on, and they're showing it here when it matters most. And Lev, I don't even know if they're used to this. They're not prepared for it. If you look at all the tape of Team Heretics on Sunset, you're not seeing this.
You're not seeing that at all.
ทัมมิ่ง
You can
ฮะ
tell
ทัม
the
มิ่ง
difference, the tangibles from map 1, the scoreline of when they met earlier on Icebox, how close it was, and it was an eventual Leviathan win. Now today at 13-7. And here on Sunset, probably something that has some of the most tape of Heretics available. They look different, they look in different form. I like this though, proactive from Leviathan, and a good shot connected. Hold on, ult from Asp. Oh. Well, the ult from Aspas was there for about a second. And the stack, not really working out as they'd like so far. Frenzy in play as Sheriff. Surely they check on Tex. Or maybe unaware that he could have slipped through. Maybe a chance.
จะโอ้โหนี่โอ้โหแล้วเก็บ2เรียบร้อยพีคเลยทีนี้
They're striding through it now. We are
โอ้เข้ามารีเทคยากแล้วล่ะ
just a ghost, I think that might be a little unfair to even ask for such a task.
ถ้าบุกแบบนี้นะฝั่ง
Highlight there,
เฮ
though.
เรติกนะเล่นยากอะบริประธานนะ
This is how locked in Team Heretics is. They send one player ahead. I think it's Woot. He's trying to spam that
เรียบร้อย
wall, break that camera. Ciphers normally place the camera inside B main. They might not
เก็บสบายเลย
all the time, but they are so
อ๋อตัววิสเหรอ
that
อืม
because there's a
ใช่ครับ
breach on the other
ตัวละคร
side,
ใหม่ที่จะมา
that B main
ตัวละครใหม่ที่จะมาใน
that's the case.
ปลายเดือนนี้เดือนสิงหาคมแหมจังหวะพีคเข้ามาเปิด
He's alone doing it. He backs off.
เอสติเมตมาเลยนีออน
The swing comes from Lev and Team Heretics. None of them are effective. They get
ใส่โอเวอร์ไดฟ์มาเลย
and just instantly deal with that. They are so aware of everything that can come. They're locked in. They're not tunnel visioned on anything. They're aware of all the possibilities LEV can throw at them, and they're handling it so well right now.
Pause for Leviathan. And at this point, after I think we have to talk bigger picture. As much as a best of 5 is a marathon, if you fall down in the first 2 maps, you're looking at it being cut pretty much in half. You don't get to play it out. And the first 2 maps look pretty solid here for Heretics. Already at a 4-1. The form they're approaching with as well is good. It's passing the eye test here. On Leviathan, I'm watching the chances of that final start to dim away a touch. It's not impossible. It's not completely out of the realms yet. You're only into the second map, first 6 rounds. It's fine. But there is that reality check, and it's starting to feel a bit realistic here. They better turn the tides now, or soon. They might have just watched their chances fall away from them. Now, we come back through. Heretics, let's look financially at their situation. Very solid, very robust. Going to have those ults hitting soon as well. Mini Boo not far off. TP for Boo. And a couple there. On the other side, very big ults coming into effect here. Very close for Mazzino as well. We could be seeing them having a big round to bank on. Quick little flash and a push up. Heretics taking early control of elbow. And posting Mini Boo towards middle. Looking like maybe a crunch could be in play, but 3 players from Leviathan.
ต้องมาดูอะ
Back towards the A site now.
I looked at Mini Boo's positioning towards that
มาคู่เลยตามเทรดด้วยฮะปั๊บโดนสอยเก็บไปคนละ1ตัวเตอร์เฟรรี่ไล่ด้วยโอ้โหเรียบร้อยเจอเปิดฮันติเฟรรี่ไล่เก็บไปอีก1คอม
Benji's in danger. He's on a platter, and he's beheaded. King holds the ground, holds the space. Mini Boo and Boo dealt with
เรียบร้อยเลยโหแล้วเก็บ3
Stand strong.
At least when they go to re-clear that elbow, yes, it's dry, but they do it together. They get the trades, they move together. They clear the area. That backup from Calm as well, that Hunter's Fury. But I look to Team Heretics. They're 4-2 up.
Don't give them
their defense side is as strong as their attack side. And their attack side's good. Like, when we look at this map, oh yeah, they're cheering them on.
Look at that.
They're watching us right now.
I mean, to be fair, they know what it's like on these sort of stages, right? They've been on the winning end of things. But now, though, Aspas looking to try and at least give them a chance further forward now. Work off that momentum, build back into this series, keep Heretics humbled.
คมจังหวะเมื่อกี้สุดท้าย
A glimpse of Boo, but they've lost out on that B main space.
How does Heretics react to this? They see that Cypher camera towards A. They know it's probably just Tex playing that retake by himself, or, I mean, he hasn't even been playing retake, he's been fighting, and it looks like he's going to push up and fight again.
The timing is everything, and it's atrocious for Tex. Couldn't have timed it worse, but King now trying to make up for the mistake. You don't go individually, no. Bloody hell. Slowly clearing through. Don't actually get a glimpse. Mini Boo going to take towards the site, and they've got what they need. A fight on the cross, Mazzino wins, denies a fair fight for a trade. Good follow-up from Mini Boo, and a quick push back out from Mini Boo.
4-3 แล้วอันติเมทแล้วจะได้เก็บด้วยว่าโชว์สต็อปเปอร์กระบอกนี้ไม่ได้หมดก่อนครับ
Kept them secure. And a 4v3 King Com and Aspas.
เปิดเชลสต็อปเปอร์นี่กะเก็บฟรี1ตัว
inside of it, but still the crossfire once he exits the other side of it. Calm already
so far away.
So far.
He's so far from this. You'd need like back-to-back kills almost instantly. And Heretics aren't going to give you that. You've got to make that space yourself. How do you do it? That's how you do it with a shot like that from Aspas. More? Absolutely not. Boo, the backbone of the Heretic side, not going to let it slip. Now down to just Rien's in a 1v1. King
เล่นกับทัมมิ่งอะไรเงี้ย
running low on time. I think he's going to be out of it. Rien's can just play this to the clock, play it to the time, and he does. Heretics, it may be close, but the round's still
เรียนเก็บได้ด้วย
Another round in the bag for Team Heretics, and I have to start questioning Lev right now. Tex, 2 huge rounds, pistol round, round 7, given up by trying to re-aggress by himself into a position where
โอ้โหสไลด์มาเลย
you just have to play for the retake. You have to wait for the reinforcement.
แอดปาร์เนี่ย
Not do this on your own. It hasn't been working.
สไลด์มาเลย
Right now on the scoreboard, you cannot keep going for these. It's costing your team the championship at this point.
It is. And there is always that desperation to try and make the big play, but Miniboo's not allowing it. Aspas again sent back to the spawn. No hope of impact this time. Their money's starting to dwindle, suffering under the control of Heretics. Zeno on the back of the site, just don't look like they're hitting as hard today, and Heretics have all the answers. Zeno has to respect that now. Forced off.
That's info, that's Breach, that's Sova. At least 2 players here, at most 2 players on the other side of the map. And right now, again, Tex in a very precarious position, pushed all the way up, waiting for that comeback from A. Boo does have his ultimate that he could use to get in the back lines here.
But Tex, we've been questioning his composure. Now he needs to keep it focused. He's going to hear the steps. 2 kills is all that he's got to his name so far, and he's got to bail him out. That's big. Looking for a follow-up, can't do it. 1-for-1 trade. King now gets brought into play, and the shot was messy. Rien's not going to let that slip. The only unpredictable factor is gone. That's all they've got.
The only saving grace right now is that Benji's dead, the trips are down, and Calm goes for the flank, but Rien's on the read.
So heads up, Rien's going to catch that flank, and this is the round.
บุกกระจายเลยฝั่ง Heretic รอบนี้
Can't do anything. Heretics are playing like they're already eyeing up that final. Josh, we have to kind of call it how it is. That now it's going to be a 6-2, and seeing how these rounds have gone.
At this stage,
what are you meant to do if you're Lev?
It's Team Heretics' series to lose at this point.
Yes.
They're in full control. The reads are just so... I don't know how they're able to pull it out, staying 1 step ahead. They know exactly what's coming. They are dodging every sort of aggressive push that Lev's throwing at them. But then on top of that, Lev is also doing these questionable plays, trying to, on the back of solo efforts, try to swing these rounds around. And I could understand if it's been working here or there, but...
Yeah, and if you're hitting, if you're able to punish it, okay, but
it needs to be the right player at the right place. Like, King has been doing it for them, but it's been in very specific scenarios. It hasn't been working for other players, and Tex, again, he's putting himself in positions where 1 kill isn't good enough. You need to get 2 at least, maybe even 3 for that play to work out. And it's been multiple times that he's caught and punished for doing these sorts of plays. Right now, Team Heretics building on that lead. Yes, we're seeing ultimates come online right now for Lev, and yes, we've seen them try to get some different sorts of looks, different traps.
เราดูตัวละครใหม่ออกมาทรงไหนเดี๋ยวต้องดูครับแต่ว่าผมคิดว่าตัวละครนี้มันเป็นตัวละครเซนติเนลนี่เป็นตัวละครอยู่แบ็คนี่ครับอยู่แบ็คแต่ทำไมสกิลมันสกิลเขาวางแท็บมาวางแฟลชแล้วก็วางแท็บหมดเลยทั้งแท็บทั้งวอลทั้งเขาเรียกว่าอะไรกัดเลือดอ่ะคือครบเลยแล้วก็อัลติเมทนี่คือปลดอาวุธนี่คือเหลือตัวสุดท้ายนี่คือยังเล่นได้อ่ะตัววิส
This should be the trap bomb. What reads that? Now they know everything. Now they should have the full picture. Benji trying to work back in, but it's traded out. Boost still alive until then. Aspas. There's the impact. There's the man you need to wake up here. As Rien's in a 1v2.
That reposition.
แต่ว่าต้องมาดูเลยครับ
Down. 40 seconds to work with Rien's.
He's still the man. We saw what he could do just yesterday. And another chance to remind us of his own brilliance.But a 1v1 against Aspas.
โอ้ถ้าเล่นอย่างนี้เล่นอย่างนี้มีไม่3-1ก็3-0ได้อย่างเงี้ยถ้าเล่นถ้ามารูปแบบนี้นะไม่3-1ก็3-0นะ
13 seconds. There's nowhere else to run. He has to keep going on this pathing, and he has to go fast. 8 seconds now. Can he find his man? Aspas slowly creeping away.
ดึงเวลาด้วย
played this like an absolute genius. He has done so goddamn.
โอ้แล้วทัมมิ่ง
Aspas is the man they needed for the job, and he was absolutely there when they needed him most.
ได้วางอยู่แล้วเก็บไปเลย วางเงินนี่ครับถึงเวลาหมดแต่วางเอาเงินก่อนวางเอาเครดิตเพิ่มไปซื้อต่อรอบหน้า
in order to get ahead of Team Heretics right now
turning point. And Aspas wants to keep up what he started. Oh, God. It's just brutality. King at least going to try and avenge his fallen teammate. There are bodies here now, but the support's arriving. Benji's coming over. Are they just going to brawl this out? That would be madness, surely. One way going to be reinvested, and you can imagine this side of the map gets closed.
If you note that the smokes are down for the attacking side, the positioning right now of LEV with common market, because that crossfire cannot be dealt with at B. There's no smokes to block off that market line right now. The lean is on mid and on A right now, but King trying to hold this one-way smoke. But the pop flash.
It's going to be hard work for King. He's forced away and he's dead. The reaggress is divine from Heretics. Know exactly what they wanted to do. Tex trying to retake.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเรียบร้อยแต่ยังบล็อกได้อยู่โหเก็บ2เลยเล่นยากนะแบบจังหวะพยายามโรลลิ่งทันเดอร์มาไล่แต่ว่าโดนสวนกลับเก็บไป2เลยเอาละทรงนี้เฮเลติกนะน่าจะได้เปรียบสุดๆแล้วแมป2นี่ที่ยังเก็บได้นี่โหชิวๆเลยนะเราเรียกว่าทาเล่นยากเดี๋ยวจังหวะ
Heretics, they look unstoppable.
Okay, that's...
Okay, I say that.
I mean, that's pretty nice. But again, we've never really questioned the mechanical capabilities of LEV. We know that they can hit, but they're just not hitting as hard as Heretics overall. I think that's just been the main story here.
And when they have been hitting, they've been being traded instantly because of the positioning of Team Heretics, how they go shoulder to shoulder with each other. But again, another bait setup, I like this. Yeah. First time that Tex is going to have support here. But King to take first contact.
The spacing, not there, not there.
It was a timing. Tex popped his camera, so he got off the angle. Normally he should take that first contact.
แปลกไปเลยครับเฮดเชลไล่ด้วยโอ้โหแล้วเจ็บพยายามพลิกแต่ว่าโดนเฮดเชลไล่เอาไว้ก่อน
Finding nothing for it, at least going to deny the first attempt to the pawn. This could open up the chance for a pre-take. Boots down low, and now back on the side. Aspas has to be the one to lead the pawn.
โดน แอดปาร์ตมาซีโน่ปาดเก็บ3เลยเอ้าเรียบร้อยแอดปาร์ต เดี๋ยวต้องดูครับเนี่ยจังหวะเข้าพอดีเลย
Not gonna happen. But then so many of these players are so low HP. And even in the end there, Aspas is down to 20 HP. One bullet changes everything. But that pre-aim.
Real nice.
Real nice. To get back in the game.
And Aspas, if he has to do it himself, he will. But we've seen they've been able to best those odds before. You could say Zekken tried it. You could say Tens tried it. Say a couple teams tried it, but you can see what that happens. Heretics still one standing. As 5, they can still come together. They've taken the site here. And plants in. Ults on both sides pretty much. Miniboo trying to at least secure some space, but it's Com to connect. We know that he does this. We know he's always so good on that Hunter's Fury. This time they get the plant down, 4v4 here. Benji in his position, in the spot that he's renowned for, waiting. See if Miniboo can maybe draw their attention and bait him into play. But if you've seen their VOD, you know where he is. And away we go, dart to the brain, King's gonna fall. Benji still waiting, still looking to strike. 2 more players, the time's gonna be ticking here, Josh. They gotta get a move on. Okay, that's how you do it. You create a new avenue of approach. Oh, Tex, back to back, big damage. Good counter work from Rienz, but Miniboo deals with the player from CT. Now we look towards the site. Miniboo overwhelmed, and it's all on Rienz in a 1v2. Time, oh, Rienz!
Oh.
The time's gone. That is clutch
ทันปะ
as hell from Rienz.
ไม่ทัน นับวิรอไปเลยครับ
Shock doesn't go off. We can see both teams are starting to hit their strides. Both teams are hitting They're heating up.
Yeah,
we're starting to get a game now.
Yeah, this game is really warming up here. We're seeing Aspas having to really up his levels as well. He's starting to hit hard. You saw Mazzino right there, King clutching up, but the answer back. Maybe there's still more to be seen. Maybe that next half is going to be up to par. 4-8. It is not over yet. We've seen Lev pick up the pace here. But we've got a treat for you coming up in a couple of seconds. And you want to stick around for this one. You want to hear this halftime break. So sit down in your seats. You want to hear from Buzz, waiting by Jen.
Hello everybody, standing right here with Buzz, of course. 버즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. I see. Everyone loves you. You're so popular over here. Now, Buzz, just really quickly, how are you enjoying Inspire and how are you enjoying the match today? 오늘 이렇게 경기장 와서 팬분들도 만나고 경기도 보고 있는데 어떤 시간 보내고 계신가요?
일단 경기장이 너무 멋진 것 같고요. 사실 여기서 게임을 했어야 되는데 그러지 못해서 굉장히 슬프지만 또 이렇게 보러 옴으로써 또 동기부여를 얻는 것 같습니다.
Man, Inspire Arena looks amazing, and I feel like that could have been our stage as well. So it definitely stings a little bit, but I'm super happy, and it's just a source of motivation for me to do very well next year as well. Now, I saw you guys sitting with T1 boys, back with Stacks, of course. Who are you guys rooting for today? 오늘 누구 응원하러 오신 거예요? 좀 T1 선수들이랑 같이 경기를 보면서 응원하더라고요.
저 뭐 누구 응원하러 온 건 아니긴 한데 막상 와서 보니까 또 레비아탄 콤 선수가 보이더라고요. 그래서 개인적으로 좀 친분이 있는 선수여서 개인적으로 레비아탄이 이겼으면 좋겠어요.
I just coming in here. I just came here to watch a great game, but you know, during today's game, Calm really stood out, and him and I are good friends. So I would like Lev to win today. So, Buzz, with that in mind, I would like to ask for your predictions for today and tomorrow as well. 오늘과 내일 승부 예측 부탁드려도 될까요?
마음은 레비아탄이 이겼으면 좋겠지만 팀 헤릭스틱스가 3대1로 이기고 이제 내일 결승은 EDG가 3대2로 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
I want Lev to win, but I think Heretics are going to take this one 3-1, and tomorrow EDG is going to win the whole thing 3-2. Well, thank you very much, Buzz, and enjoy the game.
Okay. Do you agree with Buzz's assessment?
That is a bold prediction there. That is bold and brave and brazen. I respect it, though.
Oh, yeah. So we did just start seeing Leviathan show a little bit more strength, right? I think a lot of us kind of expected Heretics to look good on this map. It has been one of their better maps throughout regular season. Lev, similar seems,
yes,
but we didn't see them hit quite as hard. I think that's a fair assessment of what they've looked like. Maybe it's time to warm up here. Maybe start seeing them look like they're fighting together. And we do see them, well, all standing together currently. Oh.
But where's the trade?
The spacing again. Fundamentally, we are asking questions of Lev here that they are not answering.
But again, Aspa slows down to wait for the team. There's no team, but the push through. Lev
with the flash. It was so good, and Tex's shot is better with the follow-up as well. Tex trying to do what he can. That's 3 kills, but still, it is a 2v2.
2-2 2-2ได้เจ็บคู่นะเรียนบูเนี่ย
He's got shocks for Mazzino back here.
See what Rienz goes for as well, yeah. Lots of util still to play with. Boo still got what he needs as well. Spotting out Mazzino. That's shock dart towards him. Forcing him out of the angle. A little bit of a shot towards it. Rienz, if anything, just tunnel visioning towards what he knows, which is Mazzino. But there is still the unknown element of King, who's been pretty much the one to full stop these rounds. Leviathan give themselves the gateway back into this game.
The gap is closing, and as we saw in some of these rounds here, what was the real difference maker? Team Heretics, they were opening the rounds really well. They were closing the rounds really well. And Lev had them kind of in the middle rounds, some situations on some of those reslayers at middle. But right now, Lev trying to open really quickly. Spacing's bad, but again, the convergence in that.
Bombs! I knew that was insane!
Lev, we see the flashes of brilliance on their individuals, on some of their mechanical prowess.
เอาละ
It just needs to come together as a team.
ไม่แน่เหมือนกันเนี่ยรอบบุกเลยว่าทานในแบบนี้ซันเซ็ตเนี่ย
Boo on the chopping block. Leviathan coming his way. Mini Boo by his side, but Lev being held back by the smoke for now. Haven't seen them really flex throughout the map. This is very much all in towards A. Plenty of sheriffs against them too, so could have their work cut out here. Decide to temper their own pace.
Another gamble read from Team Heretics. Right now, stacked to the right site. But the utility from Lev, there's too much of it. I think this drone's also going to spot out Miniboo in the back here, and Lev might pump the brakes.
Yeah, did he walk away from this? He's already looking at Tex. Yeah, and his
ต้องดูครับ
the timing on this.
เนี่ยเก็บ1แล้วเรียบร้อยอัดกามาโยน เซเวอร์เคดปิดเลย
Here at the rotation, he knows he's being crunched right now. Now is go time for his team.
Oh, what a hero. What a hero play from him. He's got 3 players focused towards him in middle. He's opened up the A site, rolled out the red carpet, and Aspas going to take steps.
30 seconds left.
Taking a few more to clear out towards CT. But they've snuck back through towards the site. King with a quick turn of attention. They can all see what's going on here. There's no gaps to be found. Leviathan strong together. Credit to Tex there.
เอาแล้วตามมา2คะแนนแล้วครับเนวทาน ไม่แต่ผมชอบตุ๊กตาตรงข้างหน้าหน้าคอมเขาบ้างเลยนะแต่ละคน
as he's coming in on that retake, the positioning, the timing, the pace he takes, understanding that it's not his job to press forward.
Nice comp, guys. Let's go.
Shooting everyone down. Then he goes into pistol and gets a 3K to convert, and then here, keeping everyone occupied. Big work.
Again, so singular in focus. Miniboo already sent away, but Boo stuck around. Punished King, and now, no way! Miniboo double back! He went back to check. Doesn't leave Boo to fight alone, and look at the absolute mess of bodies left over towards elbow. It's on Aspas and Com to try and find some threat here, try and close the gap, and Miniboo, oh my god, so evasive! Miniboo, you are absolutely brilliant at this!
Oh my!
Okay, okay. Heretics aren't out of it yet. I thought this could be the turn point here. If Lev could maybe bully them away from that bonus as well, who knows? But that was a real moment there. Miniboo never falling too far away.
Little bro had big bros back there as they're peeling off, and we've seen them hold down sites. We saw them against Sentinels on Haven as well, about how they locked down that A site together. Here again, backing each other up, making sure, hey, you fall back, I got you. Hey, you fall back now, I got you next. And Lev, just as we talk about how they're getting the stride, they get slowed down. Benji, don't get caught by that neon slide.
No matter the instance, you gotta respect Aspas. Getting a little closer towards the ult here. And not getting the full look towards the site. But the knife gonna find a fair few connections, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's this comp in general.
แต่ต้องดูแหละว่าไม่แต่ผมดูแล้วว่าถ้ายังทรงนี้นะอ่ะ 3-2 ไปไม่ 3-2 ก็ 3-1 แต่ถ้าแมปเนี้ยต้องดูรอบสุดท้ายดูแมปบุกรอบสุดท้ายแมปสุดท้ายว่าเฮเรติกเขาจะเอายังไงถ้าเฮเรติกเขาบุกยังเป็นแบบเหมือน 1-2 นี่นะโอ้โหโอกาสที่จะตาม1ยากนะแต่ก็ต้องดูกันแหละครับไม่แน่อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้แมป2นี่ก็ห่างกันแค่3คะแนนเองนะแล้วเป็นฝ่ายบุกด้วยทางเรวทานเนี่ย
Oh my god, this is perfect from Heretics. They knifed A, they got the scan, they keep that stack towards B, and right now Lev wants to do the market split.
In they go. Benji was affected by the stun. He's still the only one revealed so far. Rienz couldn't close down on the kill, but Benji comes away from the stun, looks towards main and takes away King. They may have marked it, but it's going to be Tex's position. That could be everything. He's carved them up some space, and now it's on Boo.
That's my down.
Oh, has he done enough? He might have
โดน
slowed
ปาดพอดีนะอาวุธยังไง
enough to deny them. I think
อยู่ B แล้ววาง A แล้วเรียบร้อยทางเรวทานครับ
Heretics just stay alive.
Team Heretics, another brilliant play. That knife scanning A. Lev knows they've been spotted there. Expect that rotation with the time left that Heretics is going to over-rotate to A. But Heretics was 4 on B the entire time. Right into that trap at market and no time to get back to that A site.
They gave so little away as well. All the contact that they kept having was basically on Benji. They got no further reads. They didn't find too much.
Good job.
And again, just Boo catching that one player on the cross. Spike dropped, done. That was it. That was the round wrapped. So we go again here. Double digits achieved for Heretics. Lev, they're they're getting close, but you're seeing them start to have to really dig deep on this one.
Showstopper found for Miniboo. That A orb was free, but it looks like Lev still split in that 3-1-1 right now. It doesn't indicate that they want to end on this B site just yet. Just pressure, look for that pick off. Find an opening. Resuppress it again. Maybe baiting a reaction, a push from Boo to get into a precarious position over at A that Tex could punish. Here comes the reposition from the attackers here. They want to come over towards this A site. And I look towards Miniboo with that showstopper. And how is he going to react once that drone gets popped by Calm for this reclear?
It's on Miniboo, really.
Paranoia plus showstopper.
The timing could be everything.
Right there.
When do they find out? When do they know? Yeah, contact piece does kind of remove some of the set in motion play that could have come through. They actually managed to do some serious damage on that. Taking away Miniboo takes away the biggest danger, the biggest threat. But Boo's still alive. Can he get away? No.
จะ
Catches him before he
จะ
can
ได้สเต็ป
escape.
หลบซะหน่อยไม่ได้ไม่ทันแล้วพวกเข้า A มาหมดแล้วลัด A ซะด้วย
They got past that by doing that contact piece. They managed to evade the threat of the paranoia, the showstopper combo. That was so diligent. But now, looking for the way back in. It's going to be King played back through. Do they check? Benji, notorious for this position. And he swings and he strikes. He only gets one. He sets up the trade. And Leviathan do very well here.
I love that contact play from Lev. That's something that Team Heretics doesn't really have in their repertoire. We don't see them do those contact plays.
สามแนนตีตื้นจะตามทันหรือเปล่าต้องมาดูแหละเดี๋ยวทานฮะ
Usually miss timings because of it. But Lev being able to just walk in here as 4. The reason why it worked so well as well was that Boo, he was so afraid of that flank up from middle. There was nobody to stop that from Team Heretics. No trip, no camera, no player. And because of that, he doesn't have the paranoia ready. Boo isn't in a position to spot them early enough.
They've broken the money. They are taking these steps back. It is a mountain to climb here, even though the scoreline feels so close. But they've got some really good ults. They can bank those, maybe bring it out if they need. We've seen rounds like this go wrong in the past. Now they've got to be on the money. The danger man is Benji.
It's going to be mid-convergence here. Team Heretics, they're all moving over to mid to reclear.
Yes! Great shot there from him. Trying to bring back that weapon. Don't allow it to be an easy pickup.
And remember, they still have that showstopper on Miniboo. He's towards A. If they go back to A, that could be disastrous. Still, another 2 flashes for Woot here.
Re-smoke towards middle, but that Owl drone is going to clear. Sees nothing so far. They've got to have an idea. They're now heading towards the site. Which one?
Which one?
Take your pick here. TP,
from Boo.
Sees all of them. Great knife as well. Do they speed up? Do they slow down? 50 seconds. They can adjust. Slow and steadily, they walk towards 8, but they look to be backing.
Deep trip as well from Benji.
Benji's got the rifle. Benji has the gun. He is the man who can stop this. Does he hear it in time? He's certainly going to hear it now. He's got his trap in play. He's got everything he needs. Support's coming through. Aspas, first man in, does get caught and takes away Benji. That's the dream start for the double pump. They're going back towards 8. They don't know. They don't know everything.
ปาดรอบนี้เล่นนีออนนี่เหมือนมาเอาคืนแบบที่แล้วครับ
Already drifted off from this. Brilliant work from King again, giving them so much space.
Pop the showstopper already. Can he stop this plan?
Wait. Oh, he did go around the corner. So all of that chance is lost here.
เฮ้ยแต่เจ็บแต่เลือดเหลือครึ่งอ่ะเก็บ1ก็สวนไปโอ้โหแล้ว Hunter Fury เก็บเรียนเรียบร้อยเลย 3-1 เอ้าบูยังไง
left in pieces. This is Lev's stand. Lev's chance to bring the game back here. And Boo knows his odds are looking pretty rotten. Leviathan, here we go. We're seeing the resilience. We're seeing the resurgence. We're seeing them back in this game.
I see a way back in for Lev. Yes, they're showing it a couple times here or there, but the reason why is because how they're leaving these players. They're going back and forth. They do this pendulum swing. They're waiting for the overreaction from the defenders, and Team Heretics is going right into it. They're following through. They're over-rotating.
I left a stinger for them.
They're getting caught, and they're not winning their duels anymore. Lev is starting to fight back. Team Heretics use their first timeout of the series to talk about what's going on. The gap is closing, and they're starting to feel it a little bit. Not only is Lev catching a stride, but now they have the reads and they're toying with how Heretics is moving around the map right now. This is so nice to see.
ไม่แน่เหมือนกันนี่เห็นไหมห่างแค่2คะแนนนึงนะ
Two ultimates in that round. showstopper, 100 Shear. I think also Boo used his ultimate to get that information over towards that A main before that clear came in from Lev. So 3 ultimates on an eco round like that when you're already in the lead. Imagine you had that for this round here.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. Coaches need to call that timeout, pump the brakes. Guys, we're in the lead. Let's keep this lead. Let's not overreact. Let's tone it down a little bit. Let's breathe. Think about what to do. Let's close it out. A few more rounds, that's all we need. Let's get there first.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with King during this game though. Again, it's easy to be blinded by the lights of Aspas sometimes. The guy is truly a superstar, but King, the way he gets them space, he gives them options, his timings are just perfect in this. He's been a wonder to watch. Now, with 4 rounds on this half, they've closed the gap. It's game back on. Heretics with their first time out of the entire series now look to find some impact. And they only catch 1, I believe, on that knife. So maybe a little bit of a misinformation here. See how they read this. They look to go back towards B.
Going thunder.
Here comes the ult. Doesn't affect the players, however, and this dart could be huge. Benji can't close in though. The follow-up stun has caught him. That's
บอลไลน์มาเก็บได้เปล่าโอ้ยแล้วสแปมยิง
brawl now. How do they get out of this one? Mazzino
แล้ว
controlling
โดน
the
บุกกระ
site.
จายรอบนี้
Security for that plant. Secure safety. But Wood,
อ้าว
they drop the bodies. They drop it to the ground.
เอายังไงล่ะ3-2
A little adrift. But he
มี
finds
ปาด
a way
ข้าง
fighting through market, looking for a fall torch.
อุ๊ยโอ้โห
Tex with impact. Now Boo in a 1v2.
โรเทตแล้วไป A แล้วครับรอบนี้
Hell away from that B site.
เจ็บ1เหลือบูคนเดียวโอเมน
Boo 1v2, we've seen it before, but this is still so difficult. Tex, he's been looking so just different.
แต่เมื่อกี้
than last
โอ้โห
half. Cypher camera up, trip to watch the flanks. Yes, Omen is able to get past that potentially, but this plant position is the only thing that scares me. If Mazzino goes down, Tex might not be able to defend that. Luckily, Boo doesn't have any teleports, just to smoke, to isolate angles and move in. Yes, he can smoke off elbow and move in, but so many angles he has to clear on the way.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Camera down.
First puzzle passed, I guess. And Tex slips a little bit deeper. So there is a 1v1 on the site here for a couple of seconds. Obviously, Boo doesn't know it. Checks to the left, dips to the right. He wants in. Tap on the spike, should draw a player forward, but he's missed him. He didn't catch the timing, and Tex catches his man. Tex in that round was instrumental at saving Leviathan.
อ้าวเอาแล้ว
Hard to predict because you see kind of
ในจังหวะนี้
what's happening. You think
เก็บ
it's
ไป
Lev,
3นี่นะ
it's Heretics, then you think it's Lev.
แต่ว่าโดน
But then
ข้าง
it's
เมื่อกี้
Heretics, but then
ข้าง
it's
มาจาก
Lev
มา
again
เก็ต
at
จาก
the
มิด
end.
อะ
The way that these rounds are going back and forth with just the lurk timing from Tex here, for example, crucial.
It's
to be able to
close.
Pick up that second kill, but that pre-take coming in from Heretics to start it all off. It's anyone's game still. Who wants it more?
Step by step, Leviathan are getting closer. They've broken the bank again. Boo this time. You don't want to see. You don't want to see it.
4 แมปละยังไงอะเบสออฟไฟเนี่ยไม่3ก็4แมปเนี่ยเห็นแน่ๆนะวันเนี้ย
Now again, they don't have much to play with here for Heretics.
lower final ด้วย lower bracket final best of 5
At this point, Leviathan, there's no world where you see them just cower away from a game, just fizzle out. Trying to heat up, trying to show how they got to this point. Nice little shot on us.
สวัสดีครับคุณฮินเบเพลสครับตัดหลังกระจายเลยเมื่อกี้ตัดมาจากมิดเนี่ยเข้ามาเก็ตเต็มๆเลยครับ
Hand on Heretics.
เก็บไป1โดนปาดเก็บไป2เลย
They're gonna swing on the timing.
Timing. Oh, but King and Mazzino, absolute hero, saving com there. And Rien's nice try, but not nice enough.
เอาละเสมอตีตื้นแล้วครับเสมอแน่ๆรอบนี้รอบต่อไป3คะแนนใครจะได้
It was an arduous affair, but they are now within touching distance. They are at the door. They are knocking to come on in. It's 10-10. Game on now.
All tied up. Yeah, get the crowd involved. Get them on your side right now. Second timeout in 2 rounds. The last one they used 2 rounds ago, but they saved them both. They didn't need to use them before. And now, what do we look at the difference between how Icebox was going on defense and how this map is starting to shape up? On Icebox, so many good reads from Team Heretics, staying a step ahead of Lev. We shut you down at A, we stack towards B. You come towards B, we shut you down, we move to this other spot. And Lev never found the answer of how to get into the game. Right now, though, the pace changes from Lev. The inserting of players, King, text, the lurks, the audibles, the back and forth. It's been working so well for
โอ้ยโดนนำไปแต่ว่ายังตามกลับมาได้10อะตอนนี้ฮะต้องดูรอบนี้
Icebox felt a little uncharacteristic. The first half didn't look good. Heretics had turned up to play fair. But where was the opponents? It took this half and suddenly we see Leviathan showing their diligence, showing how they got here. This is the team we wanted to see, and at 10 apiece, now we get to see who really has this map in the bag.
I also look at the scoreboard here. This is a good game. Not only are we tied up at 10-10 right now, but 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 are the kills on the Leviathan side. And on Heretics, not a big disparity either. 16, 15, 13, 13, 11.
Everyone's firing.
Contributing. It's back and forth. It comes down to these clutch moments where some of these rounds are in 2v2s, 1v1s. It's anyone's game.
Oh,
Lev
certainly is.
Lev has been doing better more recently on this attack.
ชัดไหมชัดอยู่นะผมว่า
Lev, do they speed up off this?
I don't. Maybe adjusting their plans a touch, but eyeing up middle still.
Want to split through market right now, potentially, and crunch on this B guy. They do have that stun ready for Boo in main.
Hold on, Mini Boo. Did he spot Aspas then?
This defense is going to be too hard to break through anyways with Rian's Mini Boo.
Mini Boo can swing left, spots a player. Careful now. This is so cautious between both sides. So careful.
I like how they back out together. They're ready to deal with this CT push. They don't know. They left that gap open. But Boo, you need to be able to play your life here. He's also retreating. Market's compromised at this moment. He backs off as well. They're re-clearing together, moving around together. They don't want to get caught and split. But they're going to give up that B site as a result. Nothing they can do about that. Boo needs to go big though.
Yeah,
Committed.
Boo's sticking around. He's staying on this. Maybe the unexpected.
Wait, the neon wall protects him from the drone.
They have no idea. Oh my god, wait. Boo could do something serious here. Rienz gets denied through market.
อ้าว
With the ult. I mean, they know where
งาน
it is
นี้
now. All that surprise is gone and look
โอ้
at
พลาดยาเปิดมา มาซิโน่เก็บ2เลยทีนี้
in control now. Heretics, whatever the adjustment was, maybe a couple players changing place, it is not enough. Leviathan are in the lead now, taking finally the series back into their hands.
When Buzz was up here making his prediction 3-1 for Lev, it was bold looking at how the game was going, the 8-4. But right now, again, only two real solutions for Team Heretics if they want to be able to fight back against how Lev is playing with them. One, go back to your old style, full retake, let them have the map, and deal with it once they're committed. Or two, I don't actually, there's only that one, that's it, that's the only option. Because right now, Lev, the way they're depositing everyone, playing with these rotations, getting the opening kills, and pumping the brakes when they realize they don't have that opening.
คุ้มเลยอะไรคุ้มครับคุณ CKG Gamer ครับ
Something else, it's working so well for them. And the reason why it's working so well against Heretics is because Heretics themselves don't know how to do that on their attack sides.
You can see them floundering here a little bit, held on 10. It feels like a drought of rounds. It's been 5 in a row for Leviathan. Knife early, but it doesn't seem to dissuade Leviathan. They continue forward. Aspas on a heater. Oh my god! This guy is from another world when he plays like this. Woot, what are you trying to do here now? Has to
เอาตัวช็อกไล่อีกทีนี้
The site is theirs. Huang can be in next. Nice try from Rienz, but there's safety to be found. Spike planted.
Rolling Thunder.
แบบนี้น่าจะเร็วกว่าฐานครับ
Position safely behind that box. Just needs that info, that cue from his teammates to be able to fight back. Woot. Don't know when that knife's coming back off cooldown. Should be soon. I don't know if he invests this ult. Not yet. Not without a kill.
Waiting. Patiently. Flash. Push. They already know where they are. Leviathan holding them at the door. There's no way in. There's no access. It's going to be surely 12. Rienz can do nothing about this.
ซันเซ็ตน่าจะของเร็วกว่าฐานในรอบนี้
He's not going to let this one
ต้องดู
falls away from the side. Let's Rienz try.
เรียบร้อย
Rienz, you still got to find another player, and you ain't got the
ไม่
time
ทัน
to
แล้ว
do it. Com just needs to survive, and he does. It's 12 for Leviathan. Finally stepping up. Finally showing us a final.
Lev has won 8 of the last 10 rounds.
แหมปาจังหวะพีคสไลด์เข้ามาเก็บ2ใน A ไซด์เลย
When Aspas was moving forward and he didn't get the opening, there was no trade here. But when he's able to get that, and the rest of his team's able to come in and support from the backlines as well, take that space he gets, they're looking unbeatable right now. Completely flip the script from that first half, from that first map.
And Heretics look too stunned to even respond. They have no idea how to handle this.
Did you see how Lev's paused at the start of the round? They've played all the way back. They want to dodge whatever dart, whatever knife comes their way to shroud their actual intentions here. They see Rians has that Hunter's Fury. Woot has that KO ultimate as well. These are really good tools for a retake or for a team fight. Mizzino on that Rolling Thunder. Last time they used it was for some sort of B hit. They used it on market, but right now, eyeing up that A site, potentially setting up Aspas for that mid flank on this pressure. But right now, a little bit of indecision talking about how they want to approach this. Just looking at the positioning of all the players with the key ultimates. That's the stun line. 5 players towards this A site and that Rolling Thunder. It's so hard to play in the site. Boo can get out with his teleport.
I mean, that's 5. 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
Do you commit to it? You can see the hesitation. Yeah, Benji has just taken space.
Look at Rians with his line for the Hunter's Fury. He knows he can beam this line in the back.
This could be everything. He needs to find value. He needs to find a couple players here, and he's doing
โอ้โหฮันเตอร์ฟิลลี่เก็บ1เรียน
Leviathan now gonna try and make it work with 4 in towards the site they go.
ได้ไหมในนี้ก็ยังโอ้โหแต่ว่าเจ็บอยู่นะฝั่งเลวทานนี่เจ็บ3โอ้โหเจ็บเยอะเลยตอนนี้ยังฝั่งนี้ยังอยู่5อยู่เลยทางฝั่งเฮลิติกแต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันจังหวะพลิกเรียบร้อยจะโอเวอร์ไทม์ไหมเนี่ยสลับกันบุกเลยใช่ฮะรอบนี้ป้าเอาคืนสลับกันเล่นนีออนเมื่อกี้รอบเมื่อกี้เป็นมินิบูเล่นใช่ไหมนีออนแมปแรกเป็นไอซ์บ็อกไง
Showstopper. Woot saves his ultimate as well, and the timing on this night, that value that it got, puts them
โอ้โหจังหวะปาดเข้ามาปาดมาเอลิงนี่เก็บไป3เลยเฮ้ยแต่ว่าโอ้โหฝั่งนู้นมีโอเวอร์ไดฟ์มีพอเดอะชาโดว์แต่ว่าฝั่งนี้นี่อันเตอร์เมท3เลยนะโจสต็อปเปอร์ต้องดูก่อนว่าเขาจะได้เก็บเปล่ามินิบูอะ
Benji, the value of the cam, outrageously good. So down a man to begin with, and King as a loss is a big one. It's been so impactful.
Heretics is fine to play the retake. Again, let Lev commit. Let them be where they cannot move anywhere else. Hat for the info to confirm. Maybe use a little bit too early. Wait for that spike plant, pop that, see if Calm's on that flank or not.
4-5 เลยเทรด A ป่ะ
Don't overstay your welcome.
Is this where you stayed around too far?
Tex lurking through mid. I like this from Lev. They're moving around. They're causing the rotations. But Team Heretics, they're fine to play that.
โดนปาดกลางมั้ยเนี่ยมันจะไป B แล้วรอบนี้30วินาทีครับอ้าวเรียบร้อยเข้า B แทนแล้วครับ
It's OT or it's GG at least on this map. Com trying to fall away. Leave this into the hands of Aspas. But you can see the KO ult text. Value. Leviathan with a fire lit under.
เอาละ 2-2 อ้าวยังไงทันไหมทันหรือเปล่าโอ้ยโอเวอร์ไทม์ว่ะโอเวอร์ไทม์นะครับคะแนนนี้ไม่มีใครยอมเพราะว่าจะเป็นแมปที่แบบเนี่ยจังหวะเข้ามานี่เก็บ2จังหวะปาดนี่ไงเรียนเอาไป1
Benji, they're so good at this.
Hey, on their rolls, you know what they can do. You give them the Sova, you give them the Cypher. They'll give you a couple rounds, and in a moment like that, 12 apiece. In the final hour, they get bailed out. Because look at that run around. It was 6 back-to-back, and Lev looked solid as a rock. We digress. It's OT now. It's anyone's game. Heretics on the attack, Lev on the defending side. Miniboo, initial space taken. They can fight back now. The Ops just put the boombot into work. That's going to find connection. We've got a lot of players here, Josh.
Lev's got the read. They have the trips, they have the camera. They have the players.
Ooh, big info.
โอ้ยแล้วทีเฮติกบุกก่อนด้วย
They do not know about Mazzino.
โอ้ยเป๊ป2
But Mazzino has to show his hand. And he
เฮ้ย
does
แต่
well with it, does damage with it. Rienzo trades it back even better.
ไม่แน่เหมือนกันโอ้ยเหลือ1เรียบร้อยวาง
Rienz takes the crown in this round.
เฮ้ยอย่าบอกนะ
So far away.
เฮ้ย
It's gonna be a
โอ้ตีป่ะใช่แต่
for Lev. They have to go for this. It's
แบบนี้
every
หื
round
ม
matters.
Ooh, you know it's been a good round when Rienz is already popping that ult.
Oh, he's gonna get a tag too. This is so tough. Dart's still available. As soon as they get on that spike, but the crossfire also in the sight, the trip.
Oh, this is brutal to witness. You can feel how arduous it is. And look who's creeping. Boo. If they even make it through on the side, they still got Boo to handle.
Securing the round.
This is it. Around the world, putting Aspas to bed and Com.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
That's 13 to
เอาละ
6.
แมป2ใครจะได้มาดูกันเลยครับ
Back the lead after what was a long time.
เฮริติกกับ
Light and shadow.
เลวทาน
Difficult to deal with those situations. Team Heretics.
ใครจะได้เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลต่อไปในจังหวะเรียนครับ
Play like Lev does. Where you have 2 players on the other side of the map, they cannot connect. It's a 5v3 on the site. Now Lev back on that attacking side. This is where they were putting up
สวิตฝั่งแล้วรอบนี้กันว่า
they try to punish Benji quickly here. Rien's already
Heretic
backing him up if Aspas slides
ดิเฟนเดอร์บ้างรอบนี้
Here it comes.
ฝั่งกันเอ้า
Fast opening Aspas.
แล้วเหมือนจะ
Aspas
Rush B ป่ะ
was drawn to the back of the site. Selfless play by Rienz.
ปล่อยห้อยไซเฟอร์ไว้ A ด้วย
To break that trip, see if they could catch anyone. The position from Tex
ดูกันเลยครับ
and King. They want to play this round out. They want to play with those rotations from Team Heretics again. It's been working so well for them.
It was a real strong suit, wasn't it, during regulation? Something that worked very well for Lev.
Both trips broken now. And Aspas,
ไม่แต่
they bring out the drone as well.
อ๋อแต่ว่าสไปค์อยู่ A นะ
As well, though, spotting out where Lev were deciding to eventually head towards.
This is a very
50 วินาที
because that drone reclear on A from Lev at the
อื
same
ม
time.
ปิดมืดไปก่อนเลยพนันเอาย่าออกมาก่อนเลย
Split across the map. There's no real threat.
พยายามซื้อเวลาทาง
20 seconds or so.
เฮริติกแล้วห้อยเหลือ
Contact. That's going to mean everything.
มินิบูไว้คนเดียว
Dart to reclear
แล้วเหมือนจะโรเทตเข้า A แล้วด้วย
now. And Woot, when does that
ตัดได้หรือเปล่าเนี่ยต้องดูก่อนนะครับ
Right there, right again. He's
แล้วดูเหมือนว่าจะเข้า A สักโอ้โหแล้วมาแบบ5 คนกะแบบ
commit back to B if they do. They need to go through market through Benji. And
อ๋ออินน่ะตรงนี้โอ้โหสโมกปิดวันเวไว้ก่อน
gets the paint shells. Lev, Aspas, you need this.
เอาละเป็นเชลไล่ครับ15 วินาทีวางทันไหมค่อนข้างกดดันนะรอบนี้วันไล่ไล่ออกไปก่อนแล้วเหมือนจะหาจังหวะแพนได้ครับ ได้เปล่าผมจะแบบ3 ต่อ 5เล่นยากรอบนี้แต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกัน ทันไหมโหแล้วตัดกลางเรียบร้อยโอเวอร์ไทม์สุดๆจริงๆแหมแล้วยืนเลยฮะกองเชียร์
The reason why Lev was able to swing it around, that stun line coming in, Boo took his crosshair away from that one-way smoke. I believe it was Com's dart that might have scanned him. Com, he's locked out by this one-way smoke, but once that dart comes in and scans Boo from the back, that opens up the floodgates for everyone to come out. Beautiful work, and again, Lev on their attack side, showing why they're so good in these mid-rounds. Team Heretics, now they're on their attack side. Death ball versus slow, methodical manipulation plays.
เอาละแหมกองเชียร์เขาครับ
Might have turned that around a little bit. Let him have his moment.
It happens.
do love the reaction there of seeing the old EG team, obviously. Potter and Jorgamo in the crowd, watching Com playing here in this situation. A little bit of pride between the two of them, but yeah, I think it's probably just going to wait for his headset to hopefully get fixed. I mean, maybe I'm making assumptions, but he hasn't bought and he was pointing to his headset. So you know what?
แม้แต่ว่าไอช็อตสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้โดนตัดหลังเต็มๆเลย2 คน
I have no idea when he launched that dart or where it landed and why Boo wasn't able to take care of it, but that opening kill that Boo got, I mean, you have to think about it. There was like 13 seconds left on that clock. If that kill doesn't come in on that timing,
yeah,
Team Heretics probably closes out that round as well.
Looks like we're good.
They pushed it to OT. I mean, they got OT earlier.
ไม่แต่ถึงโอเวอร์ไทม์แล้วเขาก็ไม่มีใครยอมอยู่แล้วรอบนี้
Instead, we go again. Now everything slowed down. A different approach. Lev contacting through middle on their defense side. Again, the mind games come into play once you hit that overtime.
Oh, it turns into a totally different game, doesn't it? It can kind of shed the realities that you've learned through regulation.
Aspas noted.
Hello.
Death ball ready. Sight is clear on that knife, but the pre-tick is ready.
Yeah, looking to see them work off this, but I don't think it's as effective as they'd hope here. But it's the pressure from CT that could be the surprise. But it's Minipoo and Wood looking blind. Hitting. How the hell did Wood get that kill on Com?
แต่คือบุกแบบ
But it works well. And look at the advantage so early on. I like that tempo change. I
โอ้โห
like
2-5
CT, but somehow Heretics was so ready.
ถ้ายังเป็นแบบนี้อยู่มีโอกาสที่เฮเรติกจะได้อยู่นะครับต้องมาดูแหละมุมนี้เฮ้ยละโห
Trying so desperately. It's so pretty. I know you think you know that the round isn't going your way. Texan giving it a good old try, but I think they've done more than enough here. Heretics. Vizino desperate to try and take a stand, but at this point,
เหลือ4เรียบร้อย
Heretics lovely form in that. Again, I quite liked what Lev tried to do, but
พยายามซื้อเวลาเต็มที่ครับ
I don't know, catching off Heretics. They seem so aware.
It was almost like they were getting PTSD from that moment against EDG when.
That's how they got it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how they got it. See, when I'm saying I don't understand how they won that.
Through his smoke.
Two of them.
เนี่ยกองเชียร์เข้ามาด้วย
This is how some of these rounds Lev lost yesterday against EDG, for example. EDG is so good at those smoke spams, and whoever makes it through this round here is going to have to face that again in the grand finals. But Team Heretics again in the lead. They win that round. They use their OT pause right now. They want to close it out. They have that defense. The defense hasn't been great for them. They've been winning in the last 2 rounds of relegation, but the overall entire defense half and in OT, they haven't been picking up these rounds. They haven't been converting. So right now, coach input comes in. What do they have planned?
ไม่แต่ถ้าเป็นแบบนี้เฮเรติกค่อนข้างได้เปรียบแต่คือโอ้โหด้วยจังหวะบุกเขาเนี่ย แต่ว่าจังหวะรับเนี่ยเดี๋ยวต้องดูโอ้โหสลับกันแต่ว่าดูที่ว่าทางเรียวทางเขาจะกันยังไงรอบนี้
has gotten you into that winning position. Do you have it in you to do it again? 13-14. What do you guys got?
That's the question. The answer awaits.
Pre-aimed at that knife.
Wood's been good with these. It's that second one that he gets that he's just been able to somehow find them time and time again.
This is a change-up of the defensive setup. Benji over towards A. Hasn't been here before. Dodging that knife. It's been done before by Lev. And instantly on this A contact. Smoke.
ต้องดูรอบนี้
Will they expect that Benji trip? Aspas on that slide.
Well, because it's been Boo. It's
ห้อยไซเฟอร์ไว้คนเดียวด้วยแบบเพียบเลยแล้วเหมือนจะดันอีกรอบนึงนะ
They
have to expect this trip. There's no defense here. If Aspas swings into this, Benji gets that first kill. That cage gives it away.
This should be everything they need to know here. Smoke just went up towards short.
เซเวอร์เคทเบรกไว้ก่อนแหละ
The options that Wood has. Does he play forward? No, he's going to pop a flash towards it, but that's about it. They haven't stepped towards the side just yet until now. Benji's in a lot of danger here. Currently corralled into the corner, and they're very cautiously taking the space on the side.
As I watch this main action on A, I think about this Boo versus Tex mini game that's going to play out over the next 20 or 30 seconds or so. Knife misses, gets one, but Benji has to be forced out of this position.
Benji is in so much danger. Nearly isolating him a couple of times here, but this pause on the site, it's given pause for thought. Getting paranoid about middle, about a flank. Now they go for the plant here. Leviathan toying with time.
Speaking of paranoid, there is no paranoia in play. Boo across the map. He needs to group with his team. He needs to get the
แผนเรียบร้อย
paranoia.
So very late. Mini Boo, the one to be affected by the paranoia coming out from Lev. And Lev have 5 players on the side.
ยังไงแมป2ไม่มีใครยอมอยู่แล้วครับเพราะว่า
Waiting with the darts.
คะแนนนี้นี่คือค่อนข้างมีผลกระทบเยอะเลยแหละ
King, Com, waiting on the side. The paranoia is good. And Mini Boo flies in, but it's Boo to find Tex. And suddenly they're falling like flies. King can
และโอ้โหเรียบร้อย กลายเป็นเฮเลติกครับ ได้แมป2ใบ
and they go 2-0 up.
Lev made it so close, making me
เอาละงานนี้ครับ
we're gonna take this map, but in the final
โอ้จังหวะสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้
Heretics are able to bring it back.
ได้พอดีเลยครับ
It's unreal. We're gonna see them take that sunset map and take it into map 3 Abyss with that 2-0 lead in the series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
โอ้โหมีผลน่ะรอบนี้มีผลเยอะเลยแหละแมปที่2เนี่ยคือที่โอเวอร์ไทม์นี่มันคือเหมือนกับเรวทานพยายามแบบยังไงก็ต้องเอาให้ได้สัก1คะแนนก่อน1แมปก่อนน่ะแล้วค่อยไปวัดในแมปที่3นะเดี๋ยวเจอ2แมปอย่างนี้เนี่ยยาวเลยครับวันนี้
Anyone who knows me knows my favorite animal is a raccoon, and I've never met one, and we're about to right now. My birthday's tomorrow. This is the best birthday gift ever. What's up? We're in Noryeongjin Fish Market, and we're gonna go get something to eat, and I'm starving. We have 3 types of fish: a flatfish, rockfish, and pollock. Now that we've picked out all our fish, we're gonna go upstairs where we can get it cooked and eat it. You make your lettuce wrap, you wrap it up, and you eat the whole thing one. Photo booths are huge in Seoul. You can find like 10 for every block. So we're gonna go in one right now and take a bunch of pictures. And it's my birthday tomorrow, so we're gonna do some happy birthday themed ones. Some fans might recognize the arcade behind me as the location that FPX shot their features in for this tournament. I'm gonna go play some games and hopefully I'll have better luck than they did. As a musician, I feel like no trip to Seoul would be complete without hitting up the K-pop tour of Gangnam. And most notably, of course, the statue of Gangnam Style. Alright, last stop of the night, get your free barbecue. I've never been in this spot before, so let's get some meat. That's it for our day in Seoul. Thank you so much for joining me. Do not forget to tune in for the Valorant Champions Final this weekend. And I'll be hosting the vertical stream along with Victoria. You can check us out on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts. We'll be there all weekend long with a bunch of really amazing guests. Can't wait to see you there.
Valorant. I'm playing for Team Heretics. Yeah, we just finished our game against Sentinels and I'm feeling normal, like usual. I try to not get over emotional because job is not done. There is a lot to do still, like 2 best of 5s potentially.
Find a body and he does! Takes away Benji, backline open, Paranoia sent, Woot denies Sasi. Good trade for second. Trying to step down towards middle tonight! Huge from Riens!
I think Leviathan is a strong team because they have a good balance of players. Like they have passive players and they have aggressive players. Like the way their team works role-wise is a little bit different than other teams. The way Aspas plays Duelist is like a little bit different, but what he misses, like his teammates compensate. So that's why it works. That's why, you know, like he has insane performances and stuff, and as a team they perform really well. Like it's just the chemistry between them, like in-game wise. I feel good facing them again. Like once we got to top 4, we knew that if you want to win, we need to beat all 3 teams, no matter the sequence which team we play after the other. So we were ready to play against Leviathan, we were ready to play ADG after.
Team Heretics, they are 2-0 up in this lower bracket
นี่
final.
เขามีมัดคอร์ดด้วย
And everybody's excited.
เขามีเขาเรียกคอสเพย์ครับ
The vibes are good. Who's having a good time?
I'm having a great time.
I mean, that match was insane. The overtime there, I don't know how Team Heretics pulled that off. After the amount of rounds they lost in a row in that second half, it's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm shocked. I mean, it just keeps happening with these teams. Like, they keep going to these overtimes. They're crazy back and forths. And this time around, though, Heretics is able to get it on their map pick. Just a really tremendous turnaround that they had. They made some good adjustments at the very end when they needed it in the heat of the moment, but it looked shaky there for a while.
No, it did, but I'm glad that we got that overtime. We missed it in that first map of Icebox. I was like, oh boy, it's going to be a very different story, but this one, it went the distance. It delivered on all fronts.
It really did, and I think that
ดูดิ
Leviathan, even recovering into this a bit, was so impressive because this first half, I think they looked pretty weak. They were going for a lot of these early set ideas,
โอ้โห
sending Aspas in off a breach.
สไลด์ยิงโดด
So often, Team Heretics was waiting it out, baiting out these set
Aspas
plays, getting the early advantage,
Aspas
and closing out in these late rounds. Sure, we had some moments like this with
เอสปาร์ตนี่รอบนี้เล่นมินิบู
but by and large,
มินิบูเล่นเรส
it's a map about Minibu dominating the first kills and shutting down those set plays.
Yeah, and he's been looking so good. We were scratching our heads when they went up against DRX and we saw the pivot away from that Neon. I mean, you think about Minimu, you think about that Neon, you're like, okay, they're going into Sunset, their map, and they're making a change. Why? And then he absolutely cooked DRX. I think he dropped like 20 and 9 or something in that set. His ACS was through the roof, as you saw there. And that continues here. Showstoppers, maybe a little bit of work on those. But overall, the Raze performance and pivot, I like this from Heretics.
Yeah, that brings us to our HyperX reflex.
เฮ้ยไม่แน่เหมือนกัน
This is from Riens. We had quite a few moments, I felt like, in that map, Clint, that could have been a HyperX.
No, there were crazy
ต้องดูแมป3นี่แหละแมป3นี่ผมว่าเรวทานนี่ใส่สุดนะครับมีเท่าไหร่ใส่หมดแน่ๆรอบนี้เพราะว่าถ้าไม่ใส่สุดเนี่ยปัญหาใหญ่เกิดละต้องดูแมป3ครับแมป3ยังไงผมคิดว่ายังไงก็เรวทานน่ะยังไงก็มีเท่าไหร่ใส่หมดเพื่อเอาคะแนนแรกมาได้ก่อนยืนพื้นได้1คะแนน1แมปได้ก็ถือว่าโอเคครับ
critical clutches to keep them in close games, having consistently excellent utility and delivering in individual moments more than almost any other initiator player at this event right now.
I mean, we talked about it maybe somewhat jokingly at the pre-show, but this guy has been statistically the best performing player on this team throughout their run here at Champions, and that is continuing here on this Sunset and maybe into this next map here of Abyss as well, because he's going to be just as important on this one.
He is going to be indeed. And let's talk about this a bit, because this was Lev's choice. They had a couple of choices. They could have gone a few other places. What did you make of this decision?
I mean, I think for sure in their minds, they have to be feeling like we can definitely do this. Like the mistakes we made against EDG yesterday, very, very fixable. Like Mimi was talking about early, the macros there. It's just some of those micro decisions, how they can clear some of those angles. Like EDG was giving them that space in mid and then holding like B-Link and other angles outside of mid and then setting up crossfires there to try to deal with Leviathan's pushes through there. And so I think if you just find ways to either save a little bit extra util to clear those some flashes, some things like that, you have the opportunities to take advantage of that space and make those execs a little bit easier on yourself.
These two teams couldn't have more of a contrast in their year thus far. Leviathan, they were expected to be in these positions to come out here and win at events like Champions. They haven't achieved that.
Oh, Abyss,
who's now 2-0
เอาละ ABS นี่วัดเจ็ตแล้วโอ้แล้วแมปวินนี่ 66.7% คู่เลยแต่ว่าคอมนี่ต้องดูคอมฝั่งโอ้โหมี2 Irritator ด้วย Heretic มี2 Smoke ฝั่งนู้นโยธานเอาละเดี๋ยวดูนี่เก็กโกะหัวเขียวมาเลย
Certainly could be. There's every opportunity, but again, those grand finals of champions are truly reserved for greatness. And now Heretics are one away. They've done everything they needed. A reverse sweep is required, Josh. I mean, Lev were heating up. They were getting back in that second half there on Sunset. Signs of life. Have you got faith?
Lev, they were hitting their stride, but we saw from Heretics what they were doing. They were delivering to us this new kind of new look, this aggressive, confident style. But when Lev started toying with them, that's when we saw Team Heretics. They got to revert back to
โอ้ได้2 คะแนนเต็มๆรอบนี้ Heretic
what got them this far in the first place, and they were able to pull that out in a time of need, and it shows the depth that they
ต้องดู
Lev, yes, their attack side was
เพราะว่า
on that second map of
ค่อนข้างที่จะดีเลยทีเดียวครับ
it out in that second half once they go defense. The double controller is going to help them with setting up these plays that was working so well for them on Sunset, depositing players, causing misdirection, setting up these lurks that Tex is able to capitalize on. Aspas getting that front lines. A little bit of
bravado.
Yeah.
Just showing off the attention and again,
scary.
This is just one of those reminders, and it's a rare occurrence. That it's not about the journey, it is about the destination. And this time, one more map and it's the grand finals. As said, a rare occurrence. So you're going to see this hesitance, this caution, this slow, steady, meticulous approach. And Aspas, he's creeping closer. These two are the heavy hitters.
These
the 1-2 punch. Who's on the other side? It's Boo, the backbone. The one who's been keeping this safe at times, the one who's been securing Heretics these rounds. Pixel shown, and the trap is sprung. Tex with a great shot, opening up the map, smoke up towards heaven, spikes on the way.
Here. Difficult retake for Team Heretics without the smokes on Boo. Sheriff's in play. And a stranglehold on these choke points. It's going to be so difficult to break through. Many Boo Rans have sheriffs of their own. They need these fights. They need them win.
Okay, but Aspas still drops a body. Mazino doubling down on it.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหนี่รอบนี้เหมือนจะเอาจริงแล้วรอบนี้ฮะเร็วทานครับยังไงเห็นแน่ๆแหละ
A glimpse of what they have in store for us. The split pressure. King moving up at A.
ใครบอกนะเมื่อกี้3 แมป 4 แมปนะผมคิดว่าน่าจะ4 แมป 4 แมปแน่ๆเลยวันนี้ว่ายังไงเขาไม่ยอมอยู่แล้วเวลาประธานโอ้โหจะแบบ 3-0 เลยไม่น่าใช่มั้งครับแต่ต้องดูต่อไปครับ
on them to show that they are worthy to defend against Lev's attack side right now.
And it is a totally different, a real stark contrast in their current situation. As said, for Lev, it's do or die time. There is no other way out here, really. You win it or you die. That's the simplicity of champions now. And on the other side for Heretics, they've got safety of 2 maps. They can, you don't want to say sit back, but they're not fighting for their life right now. So there is that fire still smoldering underneath Lev. Aspas looking for a target but doesn't find one.
Super deep with this outlaw, knows that just one bullet needs to connect to take them out. Right now, Lev has that map split. Into that A site they go. The spike is planted, but the kills, they want to rack him up. Mazino wants to get to his own
ทะลุกล่องไปเลย
get all 3 right now.
โอ้โหแล้วพีคมา3 คนนี่โดนเก็บหมดเลย
We asked a before, and he started to warm up. Now we're starting to really see him hit that stride. Double swing, and they hit. Aspas prowling.
โอ้โหเอาหล่อเรียบร้อย
You can't run away from him. That's 2 now for Lev.
This is when the game gets on. Team Heretics needs to start picking up the rounds right now because yes, this needs to be a reverse sweep for Lev to be able to come back and win this entire thing. And already 2 maps down, that means that they've expended energy to get here, but so has Heretics. And not only that, now Lev is warmed up. Maybe it's one of those things where it takes a map and a half to get warmed up enough, but they're looking on fire, on point right now. It's a matter of can they continue this? Same opening as pistol round here.
King. Normally that odd timing. For now though, going to be thwarted away, and actually they look ravenous for this kill. Look how far Miniboo was willing to chase this.
But still, that's deep info right now for Team Heretics. They're playing aggressive and confident. This is how they open up the last 2 maps.
But I like what Manzino's doing. If you're going to take over that A space, we can then try and pressure you to pull you back. We could split on you. We could crunch over towards A main. I like what he's doing. They've not followed that pathing, but it's pulled these players back.
This is going to make this entire half interesting.
So brave to stick around on this.
Switch off the line. The defaulting. Both teams just pushing each other back ever so slightly, gently, some resistance. But look at how soft this defense is for Team Heretics. Yeah. It's going to make this half so interesting with the fact that they're so afraid to play their 5-man retakes because there's always the threat of a lurk. Look how split they are. I've never seen
เดี๋ยวถ้าไม่ยอมคืนอยู่แล้วแมปนี้ไม่ยอมหรอกมันแน่อยู่แล้วครับโหโดนนำไป2แมปขนาดนี้แมปนี้เขาต้องใส่สุดอยู่แล้วแหละ
Keeping them with a good chance towards the site to at least get the plant. Now Benji's on an island overwhelmed, and the bonus looking deadly for Lev. That's a plant, and that's safety. Miniboo, Rienz, and Woot, they're not here in time.
This is tough. Again, Boo down, no smokes in play. Rienz is alive, Dizzy, Dark. This is their opening here with that cove.
They gotta go now. They gotta try and close down on these kills. And Woot's done so damn well. He's got wingman ready. Tex is there though, and Tex has been sharp.
They're going for the spam on the wingman.
It's not working.
เฮ้ยเราอย่าบอกนะเอาแล้วโหแล้วดิฟิวได้ด้วยโหดิฟิวทันพอดีสแปมสวนทะลุ
It was good from Lev. It actually was pretty good. That wall coming up, if it's normally a player defusing, it's easy to spam.
พอดีเลย
That wingman being on that awkward angle, allowing Woot to be able to counter spam through with his Phantom. That's what caught Lev there. But still, it got really close. That was a bonus. That defense was spread apart. The defenders at B got melted without enough kills. And it still came down to the wire. Team Heretics needs to be cleaner.
Bloody hell, Tex. He's a scary player, isn't he? The second he sees him, just swats him like flies. But does Boo manage to keep his life? He does. Big from Boo, but he could be traded.
Spot the arm.
อย่าบอกนะ3-0ไม่น่าใช่ครับ
Won't expect a third player here, though. There's no way they expect Woot. But they're going to drone anyway. They were thinking about it.
Went for the arm instead. Fair play. Woot's in a real spot of bother here. Like, what are you meant to do in this?
He can sit back here. It's so hard to flush him out.
ไม่น่าใช่ยังไงเขาไม่ยอมอยู่แล้วเลวทานแต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันนะต้องดูกกันอยู่เหมือนกันก็เหมือนจะรู้ด้วยนะเหมือนจะโรเทตไป A แล้ว
He needs to make sure he doesn't go too far, though. On Icebox, he did overextend. Once got one tap snapped by Rienz, that snowman. He can't let
มันจะโรเทตไป A ด้วยครับ
Held his space, but the hat from Benji confirms that information, and now King needs the group. But still, 3-on-2. If they play this properly, Lev should have this round. The double... The double flank coming into play here, and Lev, they secure. Wait, they're splitting up. Why are they splitting up?
Whoa,
Why have they done this? Okay, just jiggling for info.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That made me nervous. But Benji is creeping closer. It's Aspas. He's got his fight with Com up against Rienz. Benji up against Aspas. Aspas wins his fight, leaving Rienz in a 1v3. Caution on the corner. Ducks away from the dart. He knows he's got to fight around this, and he doesn't fancy it. dipping away, shifting away. He has to give this up. And again, we talk about the impact of King here, and I have to reiterate it because in this it's not reflected in the scoreboard. So people may look back, may look at the stats and not see the impact he's had. But in this round, he got far too close on that B side. All the meanwhile, he was pushing through A. His timing great. Yes, the hat tempered him, but he still got them a free side.
That's the strengths of Lev's attack side right now. It's yes, King has been doing it this series, but they have so many players that are capable of it. Sometimes they leave
แอบ3ยังไงก็สู้สุดอยู่แล้วฝั่งเลวทานแต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันเฮเรติกเขาต้องดูเกมบุกเขาอีกอะเพราะว่ารอบนี้เลวทานบุกก่อนไงไหนดูเฮเรติกรอบบุกอะแมปเนี้ย
What else does Team Heretics have in store? Lev, their attack sides.
2เซนติเนลกับ2คอนโทรลเลอร์เดี๋ยวก็ดูฮะแต่ว่าเกมรับ2คอนโทรลเลอร์นี่ไซเฟอร์เหมือนกันด้วย
And again, Team Heretics, they didn't have the economy for heavy shields all game. Hasbas could rack them up.
And I do like the gun buddy on it as well.
ไม่ใช่2เซนติเนล2อินดิเคเตอร์กับ2คอนโทรลเลอร์
Slow opening from Lev. We've come to expect this.
ไซเฟอร์เหมือนกัน
In that secret room, just tapped on a timing from Benji to keep an eye on that. Here comes the info from Miniboo, but still just
เหนื่อยรอบนี้ยังไงเลวทานเหนื่อยอยู่แล้ว
Here comes that split.
เลวทานเหนื่อยแต่ว่าคือเขากินไป2แมปเต็มอยู่แล้วเฮ้ยโอ้โหจังหวะ
That's Omen, that's Sova spotted over at A. Do they budge? No. Rian's 4 players for the defense. Stay here. Tex, Asbes.
This read could be everything. The spike slowly coming over there.
Hey,
no idea what was around the corner. Now with that surprise, do they back down? Do they surrender? No, they go forward. Audacious. But time, you're right. 18 seconds.
แล้วโดดหลบกระสุนทันด้วยนะ
10 seconds. They send Asbas in. Give us options. Give us something. Help me out. Ult being poured on Benji.
มีแบดมีตัวล่อกระโดดมาให้ยิง
King and Mazzino gotta dig deep on this. Mazzino, where do you go? He evades it perfectly. Defuse has started though. They gotta get him off this. They gotta stop it. And they can't stop the roll. They can't stop the defuse.
Wow. That is a master card.
โอ้คะแนนตื้นมา 2-3 แล้ว
Right there from Team Heretics. We've seen them try to pull out rounds like this where Boo is on an island trying to make enough presence for them to go to the other side. Lev, they overcooked it. They were doing the same thing that's been working for them right now.
A 0-5 mini Boo sent them running. A 0-5 mini Boo with a classic sent them all the way around.
Team Heretics is so good right now at not budging. And Lev, if they accelerated everything a little bit earlier, they would have had time to go all the way back to A.
100%.
They didn't have the time.
Okay, Benji made himself a little corner to play out. They had no idea that he could be there. Benji put it on a show, put it on a class. And Mazzino and Tex, the back line of comm there. Having to now work uphill, but they don't have any access. They don't have any layers. They don't have that look. So few options. Really difficult round. And off the back of Benji in that cage. An evolution of what we expected from Heretics.
And Lev, it almost feels like a tilt call. They played the round so slow. They played themselves. That this round, let's go fast. They go fast, but they go into a trap. Mini Boo there. Benji there. Trips are there. And now, 3-on-5.
Oh, Mini Boo, did you see the cape?
Don't know if you saw the cape.
That might be an opportunity at the time. It looks like Heretics are getting a little restless. They want this round wrapped. Mazzino goes down. That could be it.
Unless the cape is Superman, there's nothing that Calm can do in this position. That spike is, it's gone.
Okay, this would be the most heroic play of his life.
There's no way.
That's one. 14 seconds. They need the spike and they needed it now. The hat on the body, this has pulled enough of the interest here. They now know 8 seconds. I think this one is done. Benji near on securing it.
เฮ้ยอย่าลืม
I don't know if he's gonna be able to find Com at this
โห
point.
แล้วแบบ
Ace is not gonna be
3-3 เท่าแล้วอะ
again. Benji in that
อย่าบอกนะว่า 3-0 เนี่ยฮะ
Josh, it feels like
ถ้า 3-0 นี่ Heretic ดิโหเล่นแบบคือ2แมปแรกนี่คือเขาเล่นดีอ่ะคือบุกกระจุยกระจายเลย Heretic โอ้อันนี้กินก่อนเลยหิวครับ
They played themselves. Second one, they went way too fast. If they find that sweet spot in the middle, take that map control, sow in some doubt in the minds of Team Heretics, and then play that round with enough time that they could bail if they need to. That's where they need to find themselves. But a switch up, Team Heretics at mid with that off on Minibu.
Oh my god.
Lev walking into the Lions Den again. There's no way. Okay, the drone spots them out. Cancel the strat.
Good protocols. I mean, he still fancies a go, and they're not backing down either. Finally, it looks like they've accepted their fate and fallen away from middle, but you can see Aspas is still sticking around with Tex. Not completely relinquishing the chance of it, and Miniboo, the readjust perfect, denies Com an opportunity into this round.
I look at the setup, I'm looking at Sunset right now. This is exactly how Team Heretics plays it, with the same people, same spots and everything.
And I feel like after getting contact on those players, you know there's still
Do
a
they?
chance they're in middle. Yeah, Wu knows it. Reading the game well, understanding what Aspas wanted to achieve here.
They're pinging it. You can see that they know that smoke comes in, Aspas is lurking, Rian's picking up that angle. Ready to take that fight. Spots Aspas, knows that this kind of like lurk play towards A might be in play.
Tex!
Speed.
On the ult as well, they really want to try and make something out of nothing. You got the two rifles, King and Mazzino with them. All players basically on the A side have to scramble over. Woot back to the wall, there's nowhere to go. You can't backpedal now. Aspas puts him to his grave, creates opportune chances. As Benji now can't pick which poison he wanted. King puts him out of his misery. The plan's there. They made the path themselves, carving a way forward. But Miniboo's already drawn blood. Location noted, however, makes this harder. Anyone dead?
เฮ้ยเผลอๆนี่
The timing.
โอ้โหแล้ว
When you need it most, gives
เหลือ1นะเหลือบูคนเดียวแล้ว
them opportunity.
เซฟป่ะ
And Boo needs to bow out of the round.
Speaking of opportunities, Aspas reclaims that op.
อ้าว
Off the map. Oopsie.
ใครเขาโดดอ่ะ
But when we come back to the drawing board, when we talk about what's going on in these rounds, this is how Team Heretics actually starts faltering on their defense side, is these splits on B site. Benji, Boo, whoever is there is so good at defending against the hit coming from in front of them. But once that split comes in from that side, that's when everything falls apart, because the position that they have when they play this passive means that they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They can get shot in the side. They need to be able to push and fight hard commit into either middle or to mid or to B main. You can't be caught in between both places. So frequently, Team Heretics gets caught there. But now, Aspas picks up that operator. Miniboo still gets his out.
ก็ต้องมีแบบคือตอนนี้อันนี้คือแค่ผมคิดนะก็คือเหมือนกับคือยังไงเลวทานน่ะใส่สุดอยู่แล้วแบบนี้ยังไงเขาไม่ยอมอยู่แล้วว่าถ้าคะแนนสูงนี่คือเล่นยากแล้วอ่ะต้องดึง
I'd say they are one of the most diligent teams in my mind of kind of playing this map out how I feel like it should.
ต้องดึงอารมณ์ของทีมกลับมาก่อนนะอย่างน้อยก็ต้องเอาคืนมา1แมปก่อนนะค่อยมานั่งแก้ในแมปที่4ทีนึงแล้วโอ้โหแล้วดู เห็นแล้ว
Whenever we have a moment in the round, don't know who's there, DJ maybe. I need to see this camera on Benji right now over towards B. What is that covering? It's got to be insane information. Lev still 2v5, trying to play out the round. 45 seconds remain, and that ultimate on King as well.
Scary players alive as well. We've seen Tex and King both giving them opportunities, but that door still has to break. So they still have to give away the intention to a degree. You've got two players there ready to meet them. You need Tex to alleviate that pressure. So it's all about layers to this.
30 seconds left.
King's trying to create that opening for Tex to sneak through, but
Rien says the read well. The timing, they're trying to time this to try and split their attention, divide and conquer. Boo's not going to fall for it, and they know where Tex is.
คะแนนไม่ให้คะแนนทิ้งห่างเลยตอนนี้
Not going to work out. So slowly by surely you can try and take fights.
เรียบร้อย
Heretics are back in the game.
The problem there is even if there's the camera, amazing.
A wall, classic Prius.
Maybe get the 180 on that one next time, but oh good. The problem with that around like that in the end is that even if you do end up getting a kill, let's say Boo goes down in heaven, the rest of the
จังหวะไม่ได้บู
there's no way.
พอดีเลยครับ
Like how Team Heretics is realizing how Lev is working the map, spreading them apart, and they just realize, let's fight for 2 of 3 spots. We're gonna pick middle, and we're gonna pick A. B, we play the retake. We're good at it. Who cares? We got the Cosmic Divide. We're chilling.
I mean, they're learning in real time, though, because that was a very high priority area for Lev, and they're somewhat similar approach to it now. This time it's going to be Boo to try and handle it. They're going to prop up Mini Boo on the extremity on one side, and probably allow Benji to then flex back towards middle here.
Great call from Lev. I'll explain why right after this fight happens, because Boo is going to get caught on a time, potentially.
Oh my god, how's he... Oh, he's dead to right, surely! Surely he is! Tex with the punish and the slow approach, looking to get a stranglehold on this A site. The paranoia has gone in, it finds no one. They are on the site itself. A fight towards CT, Benji wins it. Banging shot. Woot's still there, but he falls quickly to Com. The site now open and available, Rien's backs away.
Man, 3v3. What better players to have alive in this situation? Spikes down, and Mini Boo's sitting on it too. Com has no idea.
Oh,
None the way. Wait.
He has a look.
He's
Spike's gone. He's heard the jump. He knows it. Com?
You know,
the audacity to turn around, but they've lost Aspas in the meantime.
For 40
Com,
seconds.
There's nowhere to go. They have to fight forward here. He's got to bank on King to find him safety, find him across here. And King, how good can you be? Not this time. Rienz is on it. The deadly trio.
And now they just wait for Mini Boo to come in. He's going to locate out where Com is and let Benji and Rienz close this round out. Host it. Nowhere to go.
We're seeing that composure hit here for Heretics. But talk to me about the start of the round. There was something you liked.
I loved it because what has been happening throughout this series is whenever Team Heretics shuts down Lev somewhere, let's say they do an A1 round, instantly, next round Team Heretics goes B, and then expects Lev to go B into it. So here what we see is Lev tries going mid, Team Heretics shuts it down, instantly Team Heretics decides that they're going to go shut down a different area, A, B, they just pick a different spot, and so Lev, they go middle again, uncontested, find that opening on Boo, catch him in the back, they have everything, dead to rights. That kill Benji got on Tex, Cypher on Cypher,
ดูอะไรครับ
over towards spawn, that was the difference maker, because that allows Benji and Rienz to move together into that retake, and it's just, how are you going to stop these guys? Yes, you had Aspas alive. Yes, you had King and Com. And these are the guys that you look to in a lot of these situations in these mid-rounds and closing it out just by the nature of the agents that they're on and the roles that they play for the team. But
คือแบบ
it's just too much a tall order.
เขาต้องดึงอารมณ์ทีมกลับมาก่อนเลวทานไม่งั้นอย่างน้อยก็ต้องเอาคืนมาสัก1แมปครับทางเลวทานเนี่ย
Take a moment. It's 5-4. The early start was good for Lev. Stake their claim here. Proved that there's a
แต่ว่า
reason they went
ทางเฮเรติกเขาก็ไอ้นี่นะ
strong here.
คือ2แมปแรกนี่คือเขาเล่นดีเลยแหละ
Pendulum started to swing. Last couple of rounds starting to look better. A better
แมปนี้ยังไงเขาต้องใส่สูตรครับทางเลวทานถ้าไม่ได้ก็คือวัดผลกันไปเลยในแมปที่3อะ
address some of the issues they're having because Heretics are going toe for toe so far, or toe to toe with exactly what they're wanting to be seeing. They know exactly what Leviathan are trying to get up to. So what's the plan now?
And it's in those first 4 rounds of this map so far, I was thinking this is Lev's game. They're going to run with it. Boy, am I wrong. 5-4. Team Heretics has won 4 of the last 5 rounds. And Mini Boo feeling so confident with this operator, taking these deep lines. Team Heretics dealing with this mid-pressure so well, except for that last round. And Lev, not
เขาอยู่โซนเดียวกัน
finding
ใช่
solutions right now. Again, they had that game plan on Icebox. It worked for a bit until it didn't. The same thing's happening here.
ต้องมาดูเลยครับ
You could hear it from the crowd there.
The gasps,
The
the
tension.
tension.
It's palpable in these moments. The
okay.
difference that half can make. Mini
They know
Boo
about Tex though.
respecting this.
He's behind the box. He's waiting for that rotation. He's listening for the noise, and he's waiting for the perfect time to strike. But if he mistimes on his camera and he gets the top of his head spotted by Boo here, if he drops, I don't see a way back for Lev.
Waiting, denial on the plant here.
versus Tex.
เฮ้ยแล้วโอ้นี่ปาดเต็มเลยเทคเก็บมินิบูไปก่อน
Aspas up top, waiting for the push through. You got a player down low in the smoke as well.
เหลือแอสปาร์เจ็ตเจอกับเจ็ตนะรอบนี้
Stop them at the choke points, and here comes the retake. Dizzy in.
Hold on, he's still here. He evaded it. He's trying the best he can. Aspas already gets one. The trade.
เอาอยู่รอบนี้เฮเรติกนำไป 5-4 ครับตอนนี้ 6-4 แล้ว
So well played from both teams as well. That fight at middle happening. Tex going 1-for-1 only, but realizing the rest of his team needs to play up and stop them at the choke point. The problem is, as they're coming through the smoke at the choke point, here comes a Dizzy and a Dart. You can only deal with one at a time, and the scan gets off and finds the opening for Team Heretics to flood out that spawn gate. And Lev, they're just unable.
เล่นยากเลยอุทานครับแต่ว่าเฮเรติกที่เขาทำแผนมาได้ค่อนข้างดีแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวต้องดู6-4 แล้ว
It's not that their approach is bad, it's that Team Heretics is inching their way at the very last, slimmest margins, the last moments. Benji, don't get too greedy now. 6-4. Lev can still climb back. The drone, the Hunter's Fury, and Calm's been so good with these.
The second you stop respecting and fearing this side, the second they can take it away from you. Aspas with a glance, but he finds no connection that he wanted here. Not able to find the impact yet. Being held at the door still. And now there's going to be issues. They get held up. It's a Benji. The 1-2 punch. But Aspas, surgical precision is not good enough today. Mazzino detained. They are left in ruins. As Heretics running them down as Con the
เอาอยู่ครับเฮเรติกรอบนี้
Show me what you're made of now. He's got a spike, he's got 50 seconds, but the back line is watched. Boo. He's not letting you get away from this. He's going to hear those steps, and he knows he's gone middle.
B-site's open, but again, plant, who cares? Your economy's in shambles. We have 4 players for this retake. And Lev, again, they're so close on so many of these rounds when they're doing it slow and methodical that they lose the confidence in their own identity and their game plan. They switch it up. They falter right now. Team Heretics, brick wall.
เดี๋ยวไม่แน่2 คะแนนมีโอกาสที่จะกลับมาอยู่ทางเดวทานแต่ว่าถ้าตอนบุกนี่สิตอนบุกเนี่ยจะต้องสร้างปัญหาแน่ครับเพราะว่าเฮเรติกนี่บุกแบบดู2 แบบที่ผ่านมา
So Lev does have a second timeout to use. They shouldn't use it here. There's only 1 more round. Is it worth 1 round on attack side? Unless they're going to get some value out of it for the defense. I don't think so. They should save that for the second half. So right now, Lev on the fly, in-game leader, needs to make the decision. What are they going to do? Are they going to try to go fast again? Run into a brick wall? Are they going to try to slow the game down? Get into these really interesting situations, the 3v3s, the 2v2s. And try to just get that confidence back to close out these rounds. They have the players that are able to do it, but they're not giving themselves the opportunities because they lost it a couple times. When you're at these stages of the tournament, if you lose that confidence in yourself to be able to close these rounds out, that's when it's truly over. Again, 5-man group, death ball.
It looks so similar, but different players this time. It was Benji and Rienz who were able to punish last time. Here, they've had to rescind, fall away. Leviathan have done what they needed to at least secure the plant. First, big pick as well for Mazzino. Punishing Woot there. Man up to the good as well. This is way better. Miniboo starting to get curious.
There you go.
And killed by King. This is way better stuff. Starting to see real synergy, real teamwork. The crossfire is holding well. Mazzino maybe a little bit too overzealous in this, but they have the numbers on their side. They can take a couple of, I guess, riskier choices. As Rienz, yes, you can take down Com, but it's the rest of the team.
โอ้โหนี่เอายังได้อยู่อะเดี๋ยวดูเฮเรติกบุกครับรอบนี้เดี๋ยวมาดูรอบนี้เฮเรติกบุกดู2 แมปที่ผ่านมาสิเฮเรติกนี่ก็บุกแมปแผนที่แรกนี่ไอซ์บ็อกนี่ค่อนข้างสร้างปัญหากับเดวทานเนี่ยเดี๋ยวมาดูแบบเอเวสเตลว่าจะบุกยังไงฮะทางเฮเรติก
What they want to have happening right now this instant.
แต่แล้วช็อตบุกเลยนะทีม Heretic ค่อนข้างที่จะบุกค่อนข้างดีอะ
Hello everyone and Coach Kaplan and Celsius in the house.
อ้าวเซนติเนลมาเขาด้วย
먼저 감독님 어제는 패배에 아쉬움이 있었지만 오늘은 좀 편안하게 경기를 지켜볼 수 있을 것 같은데요. 선수들 모두 좀 어제 이후 어떻게 지내고 있는지 여쭤보고 싶어요. So Kaplan, yesterday was full of heartbreaks, but today you actually get to lay back and enjoy the game. So how's everybody doing today?
Very, very tired and trying to figure out how to be somebody who cheers in a crowd. Not used to that. Only know how to cheer in a coach booth. So I'm learning today.
좀 많이 피곤하고 사실 경기를 보면서 좀 관중의 입장이 돼본 적이 너무 오래 전이었기 때문에 좀 어떻게 하면 좀 좋은 관중이 될 수 있을지 사람들을 응원하는 사람이 될 수 있을지를 계속해서 연구 중이라고 얘기를 하시는데요. 그러면 또 개인적으로는 어느 팀 응원하러 오셨는지 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. So who are you rooting for today? And may I get your predictions?
Doesn't matter. EDG are winning tomorrow. But I gotta root for Heretics today. I mean. First of all, I want to have only lost in playoffs to grand finalists. And second of all, how can you not root for a team that all go on stage with matching Timbers hats? You can't stop them.
먼저 EDG가 내일 우승을 할 거기 때문에 누가 오늘 이기든지 상관이 없지만 그래도 헤리틱스를 응원하게 되는 게 사실 센티넬스가 헤리틱스한테 져가지고 좀 그나마 더 잘하는 팀이 이기게 되면 더 좋지 않을까, 센티넬스에게도 명분을 만들어주지 않을까라고 얘기를 하고, 그리고 이렇게 좀 티버 모자 맞춰서 쓰고 왔으니까 어떻게 헤리틱스를 싫어할 수 있냐고 얘기를 했습니다. Now I'm gonna turn to you, Celsius. 젤시스 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 오늘 또 누구를 응원하러 오셨나요? Now, who are you rooting for here?
I wanted LEV to win, but they're kind of getting rolled, so I'm going with Heretics. Thank you all for supporting us. Buy the Sandals bundle.
정말 센티넬이 아니지만
เซลซิสเจ้าที่ฝ่ายขาย
Thank you, Celsius and Kaplan, and back to the game we go.
Let's focus back up here. Heretics in the lead.
มาเปลี่ยนฝั่ง
These teams have so much to offer.
Tex gets two. He couldn't quite get the third, but he did so well to do this much damage. And Mazzino's found a gap to work in. He's found two targets. He couldn't take them down though. They stayed alive. And now we're in a 2v2. Boo, Benji up against King and Com. Boo down low, and now vision removed, but King's gonna have to get close.
อ้าวเก็บได้เหมือนกัน
Pistol on the board for Lev. The score is getting closer. Sunset got real close when OT. I'm thinking Lev might have something in store for them, but I like the opening from Team Heretics. They played the round there. He is a player that you want alive to be able to shoot back as, maybe using his teammates as pawns, as cannon fodder, as he can just go in and just wipe up everything. He had to sit back, lounge back in the chair, and watch the round develop.
Yeah. But again, this is the start that Lev needed. You wanted that pendulum swing, you wanted that momentum, you want a close, lower finals. This might be the start of things to come. This round, Heretics, we're looking at the Ghost with Boo and just a Sheriff with Boo. On the other side, of course.
He'll be one off Thrash at the end of this round, at the worst.
Not bad.
Unless he falls off the map. But right now, Lev, they're not moving. They got their space. They got their control. They're happy with this. Team Heretics grouping up. They got that orb, looking for that second one. Woot getting ever closer to the Thrash, clearing out all the close angles just in case. There's no KO flash coming on this map. It's a double controller comp. And that is a second recovered orb. That means Thrash is one away. That is a death, a kill, or an ultimate orb. Oh, yeah, just a death or a kill. He's getting it no matter what. And Team Heretics coming back to that B site is just Tex to defend. Mazzino pretty close by to help him out, but still, it's a tall order here. If he gets flushed out by a Dizzy Dart, smokes the block off his teammates, but Mizzino should be putting up a wall here anytime now. 30 seconds remain in the round.
He's not looking this way.
He's not.
Okay, this is too late. They're already ahead.
Past it.
Oh, this is a mistake on timing, and Tex can get overwhelmed here, but Mizzino desperately trying to help him out, make up for the mistake and hold the line as best he could. Boo's punished him though, and now the plant. Woot's got ult still, if they feel there's a chance.
No way he uses it.
Surely not, but I mean, Boo's got himself a Guardian. Maybe he can make a little chaos happen here.
Bounce shock. There's no shock. Just the dart. Scans him.
Has to remove here a little bit. Woot trying to watch that cross. Just call out the cross. 1 HP. He's down so desperately low. But Lev showing caution, showing respect for the other side. But a bounding Aspas does the job well. With 3 alive, the defuse is there. The threat is crushed. And we have an even affair on our hands.
With that plant, with a couple of those kills, maybe we get to see heavy
มา
shots coming out.
ราวที่3เนี่ยฟูลบายเลยครับ
Ability to one-shot players with this outlaw. As the score gets tied up 7-7 here, Team Heretics, they were using these death balls on their sunset. It was working pretty well.
โอ้โห
Now we look to Lev. They need the reverse sweep basically if they want to be able to move on to that next stage, that grand finals. They need 3 maps in a row. They need to start here. They need to be able to convert this bonus round.
But you talk about caliber of players, you look at the potential to do it. They've got the pedigree. They've got the players who can turn up. We're saying this at the first time it's gone even.
Yeah. Fast hit, and here's the thrash, round 3.
Guide. Oh man, that puts Miniboo right in his place.
2 sheriffs and the outlaw on this retake. Yes, they have the man advantage, but man, again, stopping them at the choke points. Team Heretics in their faces. Thrash goes again.
Oh,
but shot in the back.
Down. Mizzino is timing perfect. Couldn't ask for anything better. Benji now called in, required to go above and beyond, and he's doing just that. That's a second body dropped. He needs to depend on Rienz to control CT here as well. Tex goes for the swing. King on the trade, but hold on. Getting closer now. He knows it. He's seen it. Benji keeping Heretics safe because Leviathan then got dangerously close.
I am loving this side of Team Heretics, though, that are getting in the phases and stopping them from being able to get any space. The disrespect. A lot of teams, they're in a 4v5 like this, they're against Eco. They might give too much respect. Barely caught in the back there as well on that thrash.
Timing,
the reason why it's so important to be able to play with this confidence and locking down the choke points is that it shows that you're confident to not allow them any space into the round. And when you give too much respect, that's when you start playing on the back foot, letting the other team just swarm you. So Team Heretics, they hang on still. They take the lead. Aspas on that operator though, off the back of that save. They kept those sheriffs, the outlaw, so that he could afford this and put a stop to Benji's shenanigans. Right now, Benji, thinking twice about if he wants to move up or not, but finally he puts that cage. He can pop that at any moment in time in the round just to cause a shroud of doubt. But these players getting spotted here. It's only 2 defenders on this A site right now. If Team Heretics chooses right now to hit, to strike, that's it. Lev need to fall off.
King and Com, they're trying to stand their ground, trying to hold the site, and maybe that's why. Oh, King beheads Woot. Tries to dip away in time, but the plant is in. A trade of space and the site. Time on their side. Miniboo, Boo, and Benji.
และโอ้โห
Miniboo, careful. He was completely vulnerable towards CT then, but they're so focused towards that retake through tower.
So far away. Aspas has the operator, and King has 11 HP. They're so split, and the time's running low.
ใส่สุดคู่อะรอบเนี้ยอีกฝั่งหนึ่งใส่เต็มที่เพื่อชนะ อีกฝั่งหนึ่งเพื่อที่จะยื้อเวลาครับแล้วโอ้โหแล้วเก็บเหมือนกันอ้าว เอาไม่ทันกระสุนหมดพอดีเมื่อกี้ กระสุนหมดพอดีเมื่อกี้ครับโอ้โหเอาละต้องมาดูเลยครับ แล้ว แล้วจังหวะสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้กระสุนหมดพอดี
Goes to the grand finals of champs. That is unforgivable. You know he's going to be kicking himself. Does that affect him going forward? No timeout called.
We're about to find out.
I think it's a mistake. That's fine. I don't think that is acceptable. But as it stands, Lev, hey, you saw the smile. You don't often get given those. You thought you were dead to rights. I know. Refocus.
You or them?
Everyone. 8-8. You don't get given those often. You really don't. Not at this caliber.
They're going to use Cosmic Divide. You can see the pings on the map. That's the line that they're going to draw. Boo across the map. He has that gravity well to play that post plant. He's going to be able to come in from the backlines, get that timing flank. He needs to make sure he's not too slow on it this time. He has been in the past. Team Heretics moving up through middle. Getting spotted. Miniboo taking damage, losing some of those daggers in that Blade Storm. But still, they want to commit to this play. They still have that Cosmic Divide to make it work. Lev split across the map. 3 players towards this mid-A defense right now. The decision to peel away from that B position from Boo. Genji. All the way in that smoke. And here comes the mid-split. Here comes the wall. And here comes the hit. This shock is going to destroy Wood.
ไปแล้วโอ้
Still actually managed to get away unscathed, but it's Benji to fall first, trying to make it through from main. Aspas patrolling on the back of the site. Decides he felt that pressure. Didn't want to stick around too long, but with a 10-second plant, they're going for this now. Waiting. Miniboo, knives are there. Counter ult are going to come in, try and make this site almost unlivable on. Leviathan change their approach, looking up towards tower. 2 towards CT, Com being one of them. Trying to take strides and takes down Rians. Oh, what a follow-up! Perfect shot.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยฮะดึงคะแนนกลับได้แล้วรอบนี้เลยประธาน
Leviathan putting up that flawless round here to put an end to Team Heretics. That's 2 rounds in a row for
เห็นขาพอดี
just getting his feet caught as that smoke comes down. You'll see a lot of Omen players choosing to place that smoke a little bit higher up that will fall down. And if it's in the faces of their opponents, that means that the opponent can't see anything, but half their body is exposed. And now here comes the timeout.
เราเบรกเวลาก่อน
for Team Heretics.
สู้สุดจริงๆฮะแมปที่3เนี่ยอีกทีมซื้อเวลาแต่ว่าอีกทีมเนี่ยคือรอใส่ชนะอย่างเดียวครับทางเฮเรติกเดี๋ยวมาดูฮะ
Lev picked up these last 2 rounds was because Boo shot all his bullets into a cove instead of just running in and killing the player. This could be Team Heretics 10-8 up, putting Lev on eco, 11-8, closing out and going to the grand finals.
Reminds me of this situation. Fnatic Sentinels, once upon a time, a flash going astray, and it all suddenly
a mystical flash, perhaps?
Something like that. The difference 1 round can make. The question is, do they have the wherewithal? They have the ability to bound back, and it's hard when it's an IGL. It's incredibly hard to get yourself back up after making a mistake.
เดี๋ยวมี Hunter Fury อยู่คอมแต่ฝั่งนู้นนี่เพียบเลยครับทีมเมท
Ults to be used, a buy in hand. They have everything they could ask for here.
And it looks like B is the target Team Heretics wants to hit. Thrash and play. Cosmic Divide if they want it. They want to go towards Tex, but it's fine. They have that Mosh to flush him out of that back position where he's currently standing.
I don't know, Tex. He's been scaring the life out of me. This man
don't hit your teammate though.
A monster. He's still looking for a victim. He's found a couple of players. I told you, you got to be careful going towards this site. Takes down his opposing number, but it is traded. They've now got their foot in the door. The site is under Heretics' control, but it's been these post plants they've been struggling on. Actually, the parent. Wait, that felt a little out kilter. Well, the timing maybe a little bit off there.
Aspas is still in their spawn where they buy.
This feels disjointed. Mazzino can still make it hurt. It's not like it may not work, but still play together. Play as 3, play as the team, and they're doing that. Com set up for success. Now down to Aspas and Com to try and work this back through. Riens and Wood on the site, an isolated
น่าจะเอาอยู่รอบนี้ซื้อเวลาด้วย
and he does punishes Wood in the back. There's no running away from this. Face your fears, but Riens was a god on this map, and he needs to show him how it's done. Show his composure
โอ้แล้วทัมมิ่งหลบพอดี
keeps Heretics alive now.
Aspas only fakes. He never commits
เป็น
that
ไงล่ะ
first stick. Rienz knows this. He is so good in these clutch moments. He knows the ins and outs of who he's against and how they're going to play. And he's
จังหวะทัมมิ่งหลบพอดีเป๊ะเลยเมื่อกี้ครับพยายามซื้อเวลาให้เยอะที่สุด
He's trying to 1v5. Then it's the next person. Then it's the next person. Again, here, Aspas has that operator coming from A site. And again, one's on the drone, one's running out. They're taking a fight. Another trickles out. Lev, you need to keep it together right now. No more mistakes. Again, oh my god, Hunter's Fury on Rienz. Cosmic Divide. The 5-man death ball. 3 to defend this time. And the wall's up in time to stop this. Stars placed. But not oh, okay.
Okay, here's the divide. Here's the Hunter's Fury. Rienz sending that from far away. Miniboo's already been caught up.
เฮ้ยเอ้าฮันเตอร์ฟิวรี่ไล่โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
It's only Wu to be able to make it through. He's the only
3-3
one on site here. The other two slightly disconnected, but the plant is in. Aspas
แล้ววางเสร็จเลยด้วย
to navigate their way back through, but look how far away Tex was.
One shock, Mosh, and potentially a gravity.
คอสปิกดีวายเปิดไปเลย
The flank is coming in. Calm knows that they're going to play for this retake from back here. Calm needs to pick the perfect time. It needs to be
บุกดีอ่ะเฮเรติกรอบนี้
They need to use a cloud burst.
เขาบุกดีมา2แมปแล้วนะ
Oh, the timing. Corbin, come.
อ้าวงานเข้าสิแบบนี้เอาละได้เห็นแมป4แล้วอย่างเงี้ยถ้าเขายังกันดีๆอย่างเงี้ยนะ
Com, these flanks, his timings have been spot on.
I got nervous for a brief moment when he target prioritized the man with the dart out instead of the second player. If he had target first Woot, then switch to Rienz, would have made his life a little bit easier there. But getting that dart off, getting that scan off. Normally, Com's been caught in these positions. Oh man, Com's been caught in these positions before where he pulls out his utility as soon as he gets one kill and he gets caught in the open with his utility out. This time though, he gets that dart off, and because he gets that dart off, yes, he loses his life, but Aspas closes it out, gets that round, and Lev back in the lead.
And the impact from that round, look at the damage it's done to their money. Just one rifle on Miniboo. That's all. Couple, maybe a sheriff for Benji. This one could hurt.
Hey.
And Aspas trying to prove a point. Tries to get in their face.
He got scared away from that Vandal. He has that outlaw. None of these
รอ
players
ตัดอย่างเดียวอย่างงี้รอตัด1แล้วค่อยโยก
Aspas can deal with them all basically one tap central, but right now the split from Team Heretics. There's
I mean, the tide could be turning.
This is just a ruse, a diversion.
I mean, the spike's still
Benji
in
mid.
spot. Like
Benji versus King.
โอ้โห
Slowly,
เอา
steadily,
นะ
a little bit of a fight here, but the angle far
ถ้า
better.
ยังเป็นแบบนี้อยู่น่าจะแมป4ครับ
Now, Lev. The spike is still in spawn, so this never felt like it had much intention behind it. Miniboo. The only one really with the Vandal to play with for the Heretic side, but we can take a second here to an extent. There's always a bit of a threat, but as it stands, Lev are taking the momentum back in their favor. You can feel this turning around. And these players know what it's like to hold that champion's trophy. You don't want to miss out on it. You saw Com fighting tooth and nail for that there. They've got themselves a plant, but I think Lev know where they're going.
2 versus 5. Miniboo with that Vandal.
He's got the ult.
But Woot, how much he can do.
I ever tell you the story of the Miniboo basically 1v5? We only had a classic. It's a crazy story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened on round 20?
I can't quite remember, but we'll find out soon enough. Miniboo, it was the timing that he went for the swing. It wasn't this round, actually. It was a different
เฮ้ย
But now Woot, I mean...
Another flawless one.
Yeah.
But
เรียบร้อย
like a few of these rounds, the last 5 or 6 rounds or so have been these low econ rounds for Team Heretics. They haven't, it's all off the back of that lost round from Boo. Everything else has been from that moment onwards. And right now, I mean, some of these rounds come all the way down to the wire, right? 3v3, Calm got the flank off. It came down to Boo narrowly, the 1.5 seconds that Aspas got that defuse. There's been a lot of retake rounds towards B, towards A. We haven't seen mid explored all too often here. It makes me question what that last
อีกทีมหนึ่งสู้เพื่อชนะเลยครับแล้วก็อีกทีมหนึ่งเนี่ยซื้อเวลาให้ได้สัก1แมปแล้วก็ตีตื้นขึ้นมา2แมป
in that last round because probably not
เล่นยากนะรอบนี้เรือทาน
maybe getting a feel for what Lev setups are to test the
อืม
waters so that they can make a
Even with
plan
that
here.
said, I mean, King's walking middle on you. They're already doing things that maybe they wouldn't have expected. Boo was just walking off
แล้วฝ่ายบุก
I think
เอ้ย
this is when
ไอ้ไซเฟอร์
getting them back with their head in the game. It feels like it's slipping away from them here, at least in this map.
โอ้อย่างจ้าบเลย
Point, but I mean, it's early days to discuss a reverse sweep. They've just taken the lead, but it's momentum here, and this is a mental game between these two.
Keeping in mind, Sunset had a pretty similar score. It got to round 21 instead of 9 to 11. It was 10 to 10, and then Heretics they were able to bring it back from a 10-12 back into overtime, and then they ended up winning from that moment. So here, I could see definitely this making an impact and them going the distance here. But it comes down to this round. This is really the last real chance Team Heretics has to make this work. They have that thrash. They have that 5-man death ball. They have that read that they want to go against Tex. Tex has only been good for one on these defenses. Team Heretics has been winning the post plants here, except for that round where Calm got that flank 2-man kill.
See the crowd now starting to cheer for Lev. The owners getting the crowd on their side.
Aspas.
Maybe this pulls him into attention, up and over. Another attempt. He's not landing the shots here. Forced away. We can see Tex. Fancies it. Confidence brimming. Oh my god.
โอ้โห
Saves him in that one. Got a little too.
น่าจะเร็วทานแหละถ้ากันอย่างนี้ครับ
Left in Talus here, Heretics. They're down in Boo and Woot. They don't have any safety. They don't have any real security on the side. They've got nowhere to work from. They've been forced away. Leviathan with a stranglehold on this game.
กันอยู่เลยครับรอบนี้เร็วทานเรียบร้อยรอดูแมป4ครับอย่างนี้แมป3น่าจะเป็นของเรวทานครับมาดูแมปที่4กันต่อ
This would be the start of a reverse sweep. Team Heretics still, they have good ultimates. It seems like they're getting some Vandals in the equation. It seems like when they have that thrash, it's been always exec A, exec B with that thrash. Here, they decided to save it. They have it. Again, if they need it here, they have that cosmic
ไม่3-1ก็3ไม่3-1ก็3-0แต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันอาจจะพลิกได้
Yes, they're defending kind of like one at a time, but now they're moving out a little bit better spacing. We saw this wall.
But look at it, look at the pacing. They're already pushing middle.
Spotted.
I love this though. I like that they're just putting Heretics back under the gun time and time again.
But Heretics in these moments have stalled. They paused. Now they decide they're going to move up Rians through the smoke. That is so unlucky for him.
It happens. It's the way it goes. Com does get to
อุ๊ย
Tex.
อ้าว
Maybe there's a chance, but Mazzino can he keep him
โดน
secure?
แทรดเลยทีนี้
Protect his friend, protect his teammate. Right now it's King doing the best he can.
น่าจะเรียบร้อยครับแมป4แมปต่อไปแมป3นี่เรวทานได้ครับ
Mistakes earlier coming back to haunt him as he's watched this game slip away, and the chance truly beginning. The opportunity for the reverse sweep now becomes a reality as it's 13 to 9. The Vikings are not
เรียบร้อย
out.
รอดูกันแบบ4ครับได้มา1คะแนนสำหรับเรวทาน
That you have been pacing yourself for the full 5 maps.
มีชูมือด้วย
Right now, if Team Heretics is out of energy, trying to close that in 3, they're in for a rude awakening.
เดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันในแมปที่4กันต่อแล้วว่าใครที่จะได้ครับเพราะว่าจะตีเสมอหรือเปล่าหรือว่าเฮเรติกจะได้ชนะไปครับในแมปที่4เดี๋ยวมาดูกันแหละ ใช่เพราะว่าเขาแบบต้องใส่สุดอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าที่จะได้คะแนน1 แมปอย่างน้อยดึงโมเมนตัมทีมกลับมาก่อนไม่งั้นโอ้โหเสียเลยครับอืม
Yo, it's Tex, what up? Honestly, when it was 11-12, it was at the very last round, we could definitely feel the pressure hitting. Even the round before that, I think when King and Luzino lost the 2v2, because I think Chichu just walked out heaven randomly on a timing. I think that's when I realized, like, it's getting pretty scary. But yeah, honestly, it's whatever. I think I just gotta make sure the boys aren't too down on themselves individually. And we just gotta fix some fundamentals and we'll be good. I'm honestly chilling. We have another chance. I think my team matches up pretty well against Heretics, so honestly I'm not too worried.
Holding his ground.
Carlin hits the trap. Tex finding one. Smoggy not dead yet. Pops the ultimate to get himself back in, but Tex is just unassailing.
Yeah, Team Heretics, they play really well together. They have really good individual moments. Definitely have a unique playstyle on maps like Icebox where they play like a Neon. On Miniboo, so we had to make some adjustments. So it's really interesting playing them. We beat them before, but it was a close game, and we both kind of learn how to play against each other when you play. So rematches are always different. But yeah, excited to play, and let's see what happens.
Oh, Leviathan, they're on the board in this lower bracket best of 5, which means we will be guaranteed one
กระโดด
more.
เลยอะ
Look at what it means to them, the passion on these players' faces as well. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi, Paperthin and Achilles. I cannot believe they managed to force another map. How crazy was that? Head-to-head?
It was.
I can't speak.
It was damn wild, and that's why we're all struggling to find our words here. But yeah, the Abyss pick, we weren't sure how it was going to look here for the side of Leviathan, and it was off to a bit of a shaky start. Get those first couple rounds, but then that Thrifty comes through from the side of Heretics, and it just felt like they were going to be building up all this momentum and just end up, mowing down Leviathan, but they stuck in there and they got the win.
What I think part of what makes them so hard to play against is like just how good they are at taking mid control on this map compared to other teams. I feel like they're so oppressive with that harbor utility at pressuring that space, threatening these walk-ups. Team Heretics are having to invest so many players on their defense to deal with that. And on top of that, Clint, they're winning rounds like this one.
How?
I mean, this is just absolutely insanity. I mean, so this could have been done a little bit differently here by Boo.
Goodness.
He didn't need to spam this cove like this. He should have just saved those bullets and just ran right in off the rip, but then he's out of bullets in both guns.
Both whiz right past it.
I mean, it happened a second with the Blade Storm.
เหี่ยวหัวนิดเดียวเมื่อกี้จะยิงหัวแล้วเมื่อกี้
Something about this
It reminds me of the like Psalm Cove round.
จะยิงเข้าหัวเต็มๆแล้วเมื่อกี้เฉียวหัวนิดเดียวเอง
Those moments are the ones that players remember that are so heartbreaking when you're that close.
And this too. What the hell happened here?
I mean, this was just calm on Ascent versus Paper X getting the 1-2 transfer. I cast that moment and I was reliving it right there watching.
If he wants to win another trophy, he's got to play like he did in Champions 2023. And I thought that would just be like, you know, in performance, in being good, in having his moments. No, it's play exactly the same way and win rounds on the flank.
ไม่ 3-1
Just ridiculous.
น่าจะ 3-1 เลยครับ
That's all he does.
I mean, we talk about
ต้องดู
on the winning side of these rounds, but on the losing side, if you're Team Heretics, you have to be boomed by situations like that. They were crazy situations.
And you could kind of see it in some of their gameplay too. Like they started making mistakes where they were stepping a little bit ahead of a smoke blooming and things like that, where they were giving opportunities for Leviathan to get free kills. And it seemed like some of those moments, like Tex hitting that shot on a mini boo as he's dashing up above the box on A, like things like that were really starting to set them off kilter, off pace. And then even in Com's moment where he got that sick double spray we were just talking about, Rienz is watching that angle for the longest time, turns around, and that's when Com strikes. Like just little timings, little mental things started to fall apart for them. Yeah, this is that right there.
That shot.
Freaking disgusting.
Absolutely outstanding. And Tex has been so consistent all year at providing this value for his team. Out of all the Sentinel players at this tournament, he is taking more forced duels on the defensive side than anyone else. He is so willing to take those risks when he's anchoring a site. And sometimes you see it get punished. I think earlier in this series, on Lotus in particular, he had a lot of those first deaths when he was taking those risks. But in this map, he was really finding the value. And I think being willing to go for those plays, to trust his aim in those moments is so huge. Because when we talk about rookies, we're thinking about Los Niños on the other side. But Tex won Ascension last year in Americas. He was with what was then the Guard, what became G2. This is his rookie year as well, and he has been performing out of this world.
Yeah, he really has been. It's incredible. And it's also just weird. Like, why is he so good with the Sheriff?
It's crazy.
You got a guy named Tex, you give him a 6-shooter, and somehow he's just absolutely cracked with it. It goes hand in hand. But I am so very impressed with how much value he's able to find round over round. And I think that if it's not for him having the performance that he did, this is a 3-0. Completely and utterly. Not to say that nobody else on LEV did, their own efforts here, but Tex did so much work on Abyss to keep them in this series.
Yeah, and you got to give it to their coach as well. Itapata coming in here. I would love to be backstage and hear what he's been saying to these guys when they were 2-0 down to go out there on Abyss, paper thin, and turn things around and perhaps kick off the start of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, I mean, my guess is it's coach speak where he's like, just stick to the plan, all these, kind of typical platitudes. But it's what they did in between yesterday and today. The little changes that they made, like Aspas being the tip of the spear a lot more often on their attacker side, able to break things open for them, showing different looks. One time they used the harbor wall to push up with Aspas after they picked up the operator for him towards mid. It got shut down. The next round, pushed all the way through, and then caught Heretics completely off guard. So a lot of things like that were round around. They're showing you a lot of different looks, and there were some very little minor changes in some of their formations that gave them a lot more success.
And I mean, look at the change once Etapata took control as the head coach of this team. They were struggling early this year, and then the organization decided to elevate him to head coach from assistant coach before, and they've had that 12
คือแผนชนแผนเลยตอนนี้
since then.
วัดกันที่รูปเกมเดียว
In fixing some of the more micro stuff about their gameplay, in adjusting compositions, things like that. He's been a huge boom for this team to have the end of the year that they've now found.
And I think that it goes along with the trend that we've kind of been seeing across all of the different regions, which is teams taking risks, making changes, big overarching changes to the staff as well as the rosters, and then finding success off the back of it. Think about Mako going to IGL, this guy here, Itapata coming in, becoming that head coach, same for Muggle with the transition there on EDG. These teams are taking these risks and they're now being rewarded for it.
And speaking of risks, we are going to go to Lotus. The Heretics, they had the choice of going Lotus here or Haven, and they picked the map. They have already lost against Leviathan.
And honestly, for me going into this one, I'm not even looking at the maps. I'm looking at the mental for this Team Heretic squad. This is a rookie
เอาล่ะมาดูกันแล้วครับสำหรับใครที่ดูอยู่เดี๋ยวทานตีตื้นคะแนนขึ้นมาได้แมปที่ 4 หรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะเป็นเฮริติกชนะไปครับในแมตช์ที่ 4 รอบนี้
Champions before, but if there was a team to do it, it would be the only squad left with former champion winning players on it.
No doubt about it. And I think it's tough for Heretics because you've been in these situations against Gen G, for example, right? You lose the first map, you win the next two, you're in the driver's seat. Gen G on this very map, on Lotus, comes out, slaps you on map 4, like 13-4, I think it was, and it just fell apart for them. 13-3 on Split, and Gen G wins Shanghai. So they need to find a different mentality for this Lotus.
No, they really gotta be feeling that, right? You would think that they've been there before.
Yeah, they have been. And what I was hopeful when we're teeing up this matchup is that they learn from that experience. Much, again, like Gen G did versus Sentinels over at Madrid. Utilize what you learned there. Build that motivation and that endurance to be able to persevere through a long series. But that one player, again, that was not there, was mini boosted. This is his first time being in this situation, so it is very much on the rest of the team to pick him up, to keep him focused and get him back into the driver's seat, because that Abyss was a bit of a rough showing for him.
The player with more experience on the roster, though, is his older brother, Boo. It's so special that they get to play together on a stage this big with their family watching here. The team has talked so much about the relationship they've built throughout this year. They've been together playing in so many tournaments from the start and have been through so much hardship. If you think back to that lower bracket run at Shanghai, they have the tools to come back into this one and close this series out, but it is still going to be difficult against a squad like LEV.
It just has to be Lotus, doesn't it? It's almost poetic that it has to be Lotus. But for Leviathan, though, they've done the hard part already to just stay alive. Pressure almost feels like it's on the side of Heretics. All LEV have to do is just to do what they already did against Heretics the last time.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure now, as soon as you switch sides on Abyss, all of a sudden, all the pressure felt like it was on Heretics. Leviathan comes out, wins that
จะ
pistol.
2 แมปหรือเปล่ามาดูกันเลยครับ
Scrappy, but Leviathan are the ones time and time again coming out ahead of it. Heretics mental starting to crumble a little bit. So absolutely, you know, you can see these veterans calm. The ever-present, just jubilant nature that he has keeps this squad in check, keeps them in line. And we'll see if Heretics can do it, but
yeah, we will see indeed. And let's take a look at agent select. There will be no changes at this point. Why would you?
I wouldn't.
We don't expect any of that, and don't get it. I think the biggest thing is that this is another map where Team Heretics felt like their neon ideas were getting too predictable. They moved away from it. Now they're playing this default Fnatic comp, and I think they have looked quite good here, even taking down Fnatic on this map. But for me, all the questions go to their defensive side. They led in the series against Leviathan, and then they could only win 2 defensive rounds. Ended up losing that map and dropping to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that's something that you cannot have happen. You need to be able to rack up at least a couple on the defensive side. You know, 8-4, something like that, 7-5 more preferable. But if you're going to be going in, only 2 rounds accrued on the defending side, you're going to have a rough time.
Well, this is it. Another opportunity for Heretics to close this one out. But Leviathan, can they send us to a map fight? Let's find out now and send it back to your cast. This is Pansy and Steel.
This is the map where it all might change, where it goes from a glimmer to a reality of a reverse sweep. However, we're not there yet. They've met here before like they met on Icebox. This time it was a 13-10 towards LEV. They looked great, they looked strong. He had a great performance from Aspas too, absolutely melting. But we saw the Icebox.
ดูแผนที่ต่อไปครับ
All new result, no OT, not even
โลตัสซะด้วยฮะ
really was 13-7 in the end. But has Abyss shaken them, Josh, or are they here to play?
Team Heretics had that Abyss. It came down to slim margins. It came down to that big, crucial moment, the Cove moment for Boo. Here, though, I worry for Team Heretics. They've been shying away from this map ever since they made this change. Benji to Killjoy. Boo's on Fade instead of Smokes. Woot's on Omen instead of Gecko. What? They need to do something different.
Nice little trap play towards middle, but Boo unaffected so far, actually. Managing to evade all the util and gets to retake that area. They get to re-clear it as well. Benji, his patience paying off. They're sitting deep. So the early foray, the early attempt from LEV, not really getting its reward.
That actually pulled out a lot of really useful utility from the defense side. They don't have these pieces of util right now to use in the retake. The paint shells is gone. They've used Seize, they've used Stun, Aftershock. Yes, the stun will come back, but if Team Heretics picks the right site, if they're going here to A site, looks like that's where they're committed. That's where LEV's setting up that retake. It all comes down to the fact that Team Heretics is actually going to have better utility to stop this retake from coming in the first place. All they need to do is figure out that the site's open and walk in instead of using all of their abilities to get into the site. It is free for the taking.
Flanks on the way though. That turret will alert them pretty quickly that they should be surrounded on all fronts. One's going to come in, try and get the time on their side. Slow progress from King, so gonna take a moment.
Paranoia.
Belting shot though from Benji. Backline still remains his. Mini Boo as well, finding success over towards CT with a follow-up too. And now sadly for King, he's a little too far away to be able to set anything to motion with that power.
Heretic บุกก่อนด้วยรอบนี้
was meant to be on that flank before, but Benji, just about heard that then. He's still on the hunt. Beautiful. It's King, last one alive. Feels like a formality. And it absolutely is. Heretics 5 alive here.
A flawless opening. There's a few things I look to in this round that makes me think Team Heretics might actually get a big runaway with a lot of rounds in a row here. One, the way they dealt with that trap at B early round. Two, the way that Benji was able to smack that first shot down. He's looking like he's on point. Three, off of Benji finding out that that flank was coming in, instantly there was a reaction to push into spawn up that rope from the rest of the team. So Team Heretics looking like they're firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, let's see how it goes on though, because we do still have this round where you can never write them out. You're going to look for stacks, little maybe pocket plays. They're very good. You can see them almost attempting that first round too. Trying to make something happen for themselves there towards middle. Didn't really work out in the end.
Another trap.
And again,
dealt with.
It feels like Heretics are quite aware. Maybe just heads up adjustments, you know, maybe just not falling for it. But as it stands, sadly for LEV, even with all these attempts, unable to really get any rewards for them.
Another good approach from Team Heretics here to avoid this trap. And on this timing that these pieces of util are on cooldown.
They weren't able to clear King.
They weren't, but it doesn't matter. It's the better guns are all together. Yeah. This is where they want to go. Until that stun comes back online, there's nothing that LEV can really do in the defense here.
But I do still like the trying to be instigators though. I like the trying to make little plays here. You're not going to win a fair fight when you only have a Sheriff or a Classic. So why not try and go for something?
It's going to be back-to-back flawless rounds here to open up the map for Team Heretics. And keeping in mind, they could have closed this series out 3-0, gone straight to the grand finals tomorrow. But instead, they have to come back and revisit a map that they've not wanted to play in the more recent matchups. They haven't had success once they switched to that double controller style.
Yeah.
And the reason why they were so good before is because they had that kind of all-in
2 แมปอะ
fade, breach,
ไม่แต่แมปนี้ไม่แน่เหมือนกันนะ จะได้เห็น5แมปหรือว่า4แมปเนี่ยเดี๋ยวก็ดูอะรอบนี้นี่4แมปแล้ว คุ้มคนดูอะคนดูในมานี่นั่งคุ้มเลยทีนี้คุ้มเลยดูมันเลย
Time to move here. Com going to be able to go down towards the spike, but otherwise, I mean, near on perfect.
And Team Heretics, I mean, they're in control. They have the double controller. It's whether or not they know how to play this composition on a map like Lotus, where there's so many possibilities for you to use the revolving door, that blue room, that breakable door, and pivot back and forth, deposit players, and have these proper audibles. It's something that hasn't been working for Team Heretics, and when you run a double controller comp on this map, and you're starting attack side, it's something that you need to rely on. So let's see, has Team Heretics developed that? Fast opening again into their smoke. They're going to take this space for free. LEV on that heavy A defense. Tex, both trips and a camera on B, expecting that bonus round was going to be a fast B play, but instead it's a C play. It's not going to be stopped, and Boo still holding that A lobby control.
Yeah, so many rifles out as well for Heretics. This is going to be a heavy hitting bonus. You're looking at King to keep control towards C, but already they're going to start testing the rest of the map here too.
Not committing the spike onto the site yet. Stun, paranoias, everything's still in play right now. Once the spike gets planted, that's when this flood's going to come.
Woot might be ahead of this by a touch. I want to see if he tries to just go for this one, and he absolutely does. He didn't need to go that far, maybe. The paranoia, he'd have been able to see him. And now denial on the plant. Potentially an overheat, maybe a misstep here by Woot. And for LEV, they get to keep 5 alive. 4 of them now, standing tall on the site. Heretics forced down towards that lower side. Smoke goes in towards main, they're ahead of it, but Tex with 2, and a third for Tex. His impact has been off the charts during this series, and King to close. Lev, strike back.
A flawless response from Lev, and I have to sit there and wonder what is Team
เอาละในวันทานครับ
We have the site for free.
จะดึงโมเมนตัมทีมกลับมาได้เปล่าแมป4เนี่ยโอกาสตีเสมอได้อยู่นะดึงอารมณ์กลับมาได้อยู่
You're near sight distance. That is again, we talk about the agent composition change. We talk about the role swaps. Woot doesn't really play Omen on any of these other maps. It's been Boo on every map who's been playing that Omen Astra role. Riens has been on Sova, and that's where he plays his best. Right now he's on Viper, and right now the fact that they had the site and they didn't do anything with it, that's not good enough. Lev trying to pick up the pieces right now. They have that A space. They get that off the back of basically just the haunt, but that Viper wall means that it's very difficult to get that information. That jump spot needs to come in, and it's so easy to punish that if you have the right weapon or the right pre-aim. Calm, playing with fire a little bit, but here already 3 players on the attack towards that C site, ready to just go in.
But it's the switch up of having Tex here that I like. Seems like such a steady player for Lev.
Okay, that was the plan from Heretics. They wanted to push back the A players, cause the players to sit there, passive, weakens up that C site rotation. And now the hit's gonna come in. Team Heretics, they'll get the site. Miniboo has the paint shells to clear out. Elbow, he has a showstopper to get in their faces as well. It all comes down to how, do they get the spike planted? How do they deal with the post plant?
Tex deciding, yeah, time to back away. Doesn't want to go too far here. Thought maybe Mazzino might have been on that corner, but probably luckily he wasn't. That paint shell to follow. But he does go down. Maybe a gap in the smoke there. Gives Miniboo just a pixel to play with. They've kept control of CT, and I'm curious if there's an overstep this time. I can imagine that's not the case.
King, he's got paranoia. There's seized and paint shells. That could be a good combo towards Elbow, and they're in the position to do it. Here it comes, Boo!
It's huge.
He's gonna go down.
Surely,
he got away.
Boo's still alive. With a second chance of life, he goes back towards the site. Woot's still up top. Miniboo down below. Aspas trying to find one of these players. Isolate someone. He's done it. Riens falls. Now it falls towards Boo. Gets overwhelmed. Tex clearing house. Put it on the top of the box. The numbers stay with Heretics. They answer back in round 4.
I don't know if that was by design or if it's just one of these things that happen with that roll swap. Woot, there's a gap in that Omen smoke to the right side of it, and I like how Team Heretics has planned this out. As soon as they go in with that showstopper, the way that they have to plant the spike, it's open to that spam from Waterfall. So instantly, Miniboo comes over here, sends that paint shell out to kind of zone out any players from being able to get that spam onto that spike planter, and they deal with that so well. Lev, they try their best, but their combo does not connect.
Incredibly tense now between these two. First time we're seeing a dedicated effort towards this A site once these rifles have come into play. Mazzino catching a glimpse and deciding to fall away towards site. It's going to be Tex. Feeling like he's everywhere this round. From last time towards C, now going for a bit of a gamble stack here on A, and it's not the wrong read.
He wants to be more involved in the fights and the action. Rightly so.
Oh, look at them already backing towards B.
Oh my.
Riens, what is that? Well, a third was on the cards, but not to be. But a quick read. Com knows what's up. He can hear them already bounding towards that B site. Needs to call in the cavalry as they are trailing the man here. Aren't going to go through.
Paranoia in.
Paranoia. Anyone going to work with this? Now they go, but it's too late in the day. Miniboo recovers
3-1 แน่ๆครับแบบนี้
no good trade. But a 3v2.
น่าจะเป็น 3-1 ครับ
2v3, spike's not planted. 30 seconds. Aftershock from
แล้วบุกก่อนด้วยนะแล้วอย่างที่บอกไปเฮเรติกนี่บุกดีครับ
It's all about these first kills.
Carving up at least a 2v2 on the site itself. But you can see how close Benji is sitting.
Oh, I
thought there was a chance for the spray on this one. Mazzino now. He may know where one of them is, but to find Benji would be hard. He knows where he is now, but time is the biggest factor. Boo!
Okay.
Boo's having, I want to say a nightmare, but Mazzino now given an opportunity. The time is going to be very, very low here, but he might be able to get this towards half. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's got himself an opportunity. And he's definitely got time, but he doesn't have the capability.
Timing พอดีครับ
I love the timing on that swing from Benji. As soon as that tap on that spike comes in again, the swing's coming in before any
สวัสดีครับคุณจูจูเคสครับสวัสดีครับ
reacting to it. But Riens with those those first
นี่ไงจังหวะโอ้โหเรียนเก็บไป2เลยหน้าดับเบิล
That was the difference maker in this round, and we don't get to see this guy on that Viper, on that lurk roll. He's usually with the pack as Gecko, as Sova. He doesn't get to, you know, play these rounds out. So being able to see him change that up and get value is really nice.
Be careful with this scoreline now as well, Lev. That's going to be 5-1 likely here, considering it's only Sheriffs. A couple of odds are really nearby, actually. So maybe with Mazzino on this rifle, I don't know. Maybe there's something to be said about it. One off the showstopper. On away from Rolling Thunder, but as it stands, it's the plant for Heretics.
Some counter util available for the defenders, but that first pick going into the...
And now we got the Rolling Thunder, but look at the counterplay coming in already towards Waterfall. They want to try and take space away that should be secure, and it looks like they've got at least that. We're going to play back in, isolate Aspas. This is the problem. Now they're down to the Sheriffs. Oh, Texas
จอเทร3 ต่อ 3แล้ว
Maybe it is time to shine here. Door now open. Woot on a platter. Can't be taken down.
ยากครับ
Stands tall.
อย่างนี้ถ้าเฮเรติกยังบุกอย่างนี้เนี่ยเรวทาเล่นยากครับ5 ต่อ 1แล้ว
This map is a map where, because you have those 3 sites, because you have this access to the revolving doors, it spreads the defense so thin. If you try to defend A, you have to leave C open. If you try to defend C, you leave A open. If you try to defend both A and C at the same time, you leave B open. There's always a gap. Team Heretics, because they deathball as 5 so frequently, they're going to be able to outnumber you anywhere they choose to go. And if they keep enough utility into those late rounds, the post plants, as soon as you try to get back into the round with your stuns, your flashes, anything like that, here comes a Viper Molly, here comes a Paint Shell, here comes some piece of utility. And now that Heretics is building on their economy, building on their ultimate economy, Lockdown almost in play, Viper's Pit almost in play, Showstopper almost back in play, and Lev, they're down trailing by 4, but they haven't had a real grip on the game yet. They've been defending towards A early and then pivoting back, but right now, Team Heretics they're not really fighting for that space right now. They're happy to go for that C space first and then come back into A when they know that usually it's 1 or 2 people jump spotting, maybe trying to hold in case you do come back for that retake. But because of that, Team Heretics just gets that site for free constantly, and they get to close out. Now Lev, they call that timeout. They have that showstopper on Aspas. They have the chance to be able to do something with it if they choose to do it.
And remember, last time around these two met, it was Aspas who had an absolute flyer of a series. Tip top of the board now, only 1 to 5. Uncharacteristically quiet for him. Gonna need him to show a little bit of that spark. But we know he has. Everyone knows his potential, his capability.
Hey,
Looking to maybe do a little bit of something he did before. Finding those 2 kills was paramount to Heretics' good conversion in the previous. Now, back to a different setup here.
Lev starting with that heavy A defense. It's all on Tex to defend against the C site, and the rotation can't get here in time.
And he's so committed. I don't know how he gets away from this. Or maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he wanted to try and stand and fight, but a 1-for-1 trade. I don't know.
เอาละโอ้โหมิดิบูนี่ทุกรอบครับแน่นอนอย่างน้อย1 คิว
But look at Benji. He's already placing that turret for the flank. Here comes the plant. He's gonna get it. He's got the Viper's Pit if he locks that down in spawn or waterfall. This is another round for Team Heretics.
See if they want to go for it. Look, yeah, opting towards CT. Covering that off. This then encourages Aspas. Can he find a man? Drop the body. He can, but he takes himself down. And now down to the 3v3. Benji on the back lines being pressured. Is booted to deliver towards Mazzino. And now back and forth we go. But the Viper's Pit on the site is the problem. They still have to clear past this. Com and King both wanting to close in now.
3-1 ไปครับอย่างนี้ลักษณะการบุกแบบนี้
Com in a 1v2 and he's trying, but they're going to surely check on him. Boo! Keeping Heretics moving forward. The scoreline starting to become a problem.
Keep in mind, Lev just called a timeout. They had that gun round, they lost. Team Heretics takes the lead, puts Lev on another eco round. Lots of ultimates invested in that. Osboss uses Showstopper, goes 1-for-1, dies to it because he's in that Viper's Pit. He's taking that early damage. And now, the lead building for Team Heretics. It's insurmountable right now. Lev, they need to find a way to stop the bleeding, but their economy, everything is reflecting it. And look, the overreaction, the C defense, they're leaving A exposed, and Team Heretics a step ahead again. They're going towards A this time. Benji, though, in spawn, holding that mid push, has that turret to watch that C push, and this A site again. Lev, you cannot defend it with only 2. Even if Breach gets here in time, it might not be enough.
No, and you look at the buy as well, it's Sheriffs, it's Stingers, he ends on the punish. Miniboo tethered, but it doesn't really matter. He's still standing, and he is still fighting. Miniboo!
เอ้ยนี่เรียบร้อยเลยครับ
Oh, for Lev, this is horrific. Held on one after what was a brilliant resurgence on Abyss. 13-9, we started to see all the stars aligning. Thinking maybe this was enough to bring them back into this series. And then we get here. The worries return, the issues return, and Heretics picking up where they left off. Looking cool, composed, and now very much in control.
Collecting another round. Miniboo has that showstopper now. Boo has that Nightfall. And again, Team Heretics staying a step ahead. Hitting C until Lev overreact, plays C. Hitting A exactly when they leave it exposed. Now with these ultimates, I want to see something fun. I want to see something with pressure towards one spot and slipping the gap. I've seen it before where they try to go towards A, make that pressure, and before you know it, in a blink of an eye, Miniboo through middle, through B, in the back with that showstopper.
มียกมือไหว้ด้วยมียกมือไหว้ด้วย
Looks like it.
มีพนมมือด้วย
Trying to figure out if this A defense is here to confirm it, to let them know that this is possible.
Yeah, Pacey already straight on in. Miniboo gonna pop the ult here and just secure space. You can see how far back they have to sit here. It gives them time for the plant, but an opportunity for the retake. You're looking at Com here. You're looking at Tex potentially. Big opportunity.
นี่วูดเก็บไป 3-1 เลยครับอย่างนี้ยังไงก็ 3-1 ถ้าเล่นอย่างนี้นะถ้ายังวูกอย่างนี้อยู่นะฝั่งเฮเรติกอะ
Miniboo, Boo, waiting, you see them both. That should be both tethered. Miniboo can now turn for a second. Now the paranoia goes in towards CT. Miniboo draws
3-1 นะ 3-1
Heretics line him up and knock him down.
Team
โอ้
Heretics
โหอะไรจะขนาดนั้นบุกกระจายอะก็บอกแล้วว่าเฮเรติกบุกดีบุกดีมาตั้งแต่แมปแรกแมป2แล้วดูแมปแรกเดี๋ยวโหเน้นไม่ได้โอ้ยก็ตามภาพนะครับ
right now with these crossfires and Lev, they don't have an answer. They need to figure out a way to defend against Team Heretics, but part of that might be just having to have better retake protocols. They are guessing the wrong spots, but here they might guess the right spot.
Ooh. Seized up, here we go.
Okay, that's a start.
Finding re-ends, now gonna apply the pressure, and Heretics withstand. 3 back-to-back, and Lev are trying to throw everything they have at them. They don't want to go out like this. So close to that grand final. And watch it slip.
เห็นแล้วโอ้โหนี่ไงเฟรย์คือไม่ได้เหลือ1ด้วยรอบนี้เหลือคนเดียวด้วยครับเล่นยากเร็วทานรอบนี้เจอด่านโลตัสเข้าไปบุกกระจายเลยดีฝ่าไว้ที่บูไว้เล่นไม่เล่นนีออนครับ
toy with their expectations on the TP, but they know what's going on. The Haunt gonna ensure it. Nice shot from King, a better trade from Boo. At this point, it's 9-1. This game may be nearly over.
It's probably nearly over at this point, the way that Team Heretics has been fighting back. Again, you look at that last map of Abyss, you look at how it fell apart for Team Heretics at the end there. It wasn't to a lack of planning or prep or strats or player performance. It's that Cove incident. It comes back to that round. It just unraveled. The rest of Team Heretics gave Lev that little bump to get to that finish line to take us to this map. But now Team Heretics is showing why this map was in their wheelhouse for so long, and they look revitalized on it right now. I did not expect this coming into this. I was nervous for Team Heretics.
เล่นยากรอบนี้เลยประธานครับ
icebox against Sentinels.
นำไป9-1แต่ว่า
banned Lotus even in fact. So the fact that they're able to come out here on Lotus and look like this.
I mean, and rightly so. Heretics picked this map before. They only got 10 rounds. Lev got 13. They played here. We already knew how this went. But the difference is how close Heretics now are. They can see it. They can nearly touch it. That trophy, so close to them. A chance to fight for it. A chance to right their wrongs in previous finals. And no bigger stage than champions. But they still have to get past Lev. They've done the hard work initially. Couple of maps behind them now. And they've done so much heavy lifting here. 9 rounds. Look at the run of them. For Lev. Trying to prove how bad you want it. Do you have it in you? Do you still have gas in the tank? Another gear to shift to. It's now or it's never. 1 round is not enough of a buffer. I don't care who you are. You got to give us a little more, Lev.
You got to get at least 3. That sets it all up. Team Heretics off the back of that timeout called from Lev. Holding, waiting. Seeing if Lev goes for another aggressive play. They just tried it, didn't work. But Lev is still 1 defending C, 2 defending front of B, and 2 to defend A. So split. Anywhere Team Heretics chooses to go, they have a 5v2 at worst. Alarm bot set for that flank. Now here comes the orb collected, the tree room open, haunt through.
Aspas, first time we're seeing him test this in what feels like this entire game, apart from 1 flank we saw earlier on.
And alarm bot, man.
Yeah, they doubled down. They're taking no chances here. And their feelings surrounded, but look at Tex.
Is that the go?
It's so precarious. This positioning from Tex, it feels like feast or famine, and he's played it. Corians with a ghost clears him. How is this happening? They're being brought down to the ground here. 5 still up for Heretics. They got the plant. NG backfilling the space on CT. Aspas, every step is so arduous.
เรียบร้อย
We need the magic man to pull a trick out of that. Pull something out. Show us something here, Lev.
ดึงโมเมนตัมกลับมาไม่ได้เลยครับทางเฮเรติกน่าจะชนะแหละถ้ายังบุกแบบนี้อยู่นะเป็นเฮเรติกครับที่น่าจะได้เปรียบสุดๆแล้วตอนนี้โอ้โห10-1แล้วพยายามยื้อสุดๆแล้วครับทางเรวทานครับแต่ว่าน่าจะเป็นทางฝั่งเฮเรติกแหละที่น่าจะได้เข้ารอบแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวดูกันก่อนก็อาจจะได้โอกาสคืนกลับมาหรือเปล่าต้องดูก่อนนะเรวทานครับไม่แต่ถ้าจะเป็นรูปแบบนี้อยู่เนี่ยยังไงเฮเรติกก็ได้เต็มๆครับ
They look insane on this attack side. Lev, a slow opening, a more passive approach to that A. Yes, they use a one-way. Yes, they use an orb, but they keep that stun on Mazzino. He's got that over towards C. If this hit comes back towards C, they break that trip. Mazzino gets that stun off, gets that swing, asks for the cage, and lays them up.
Pressure on his shoulders here. Trying to hold the site, calling the cavalry. Aspas now. Right place, but we're still above a minute. They can pivot.
Open the revolving door. Create that pressure. Make them question whether or not it's B. Look how it's dealing with the rotations. Tech's already picking up that waterfall B area. King has to watch it from the blue room. It's just calm on that A defense. Right now, Spike looks like they want to QB sneak it back into that C site after some sort of pressure elsewhere on the map. Remember, this revolving door, they can always connect back here after they pressure A or B.
Tex, bit of a headliner.
อ้าว3-4ครับยังไงต้องดูกันก่อนเฮเรติกกับเรวทานสปาร์ตเก็บเรียบร้อยโอ้เอายังไงเหลือ1-1แล้วเอา มินิบูเลือดเหลือน้อยมากเลยเล่นยากครับเร็วทันอ้าวแล้วเก็บได้1โอ้โหโดนสวนเรียบร้อยบูเก็บไป
Josh, this has been a masterclass here. A night and day difference from the last time they met. This is Heretics with one goal in mind. To 1. It's a condemning scoreline. One round for Lev. The third was all they could gather. And Heretics so close now. Becoming tangible. Becoming reality. And now they just have to close. A comeback would be a miracle for Lev. It's not impossible, but they better be praying.
It needs to be flawless. Perfection. Lev, they burned both their timeouts. 1 to 5 they were down, 1 to 9 they were down. That's when they burned them and they got no value from it. Team Heretics has been a step ahead every single time. The players have been on point, winning their duels, and they've been crushing with sheer numbers everywhere they go. And now Lev need to respond in kind if they want to have a chance to take it to a final map.
But right now, it looks like they don't have that teamwork. Can they show us, prove to us that they do have it in them? Slow opening. Lev don't want to make any missteps. Can't make a mistake. Don't want to make a misstep right here.
So dangerous.
The same approach that they had on Abyss, right? They went towards B after a little bit of A pressure. Tex and Ospas leading the charge, but here, Benji playing that retake, waiting for the rest of his team to come back. This is what was working so well in some of these retakes in the previous maps. Team Heretics, as they group, reach critical mass. They have the paint shells. Haunt, no C's though. That paranoia coming in, Woot in the back. Here it comes, and here comes the retake.
Yeah, smokes in, haunts up, paranoia too deep, Miniboo on the way, first man falls, Aspas King
โอ้
desperately claw into this.
3-3ไหนดูดิโอ้โหเรียบร้อย 2-1 2-1 โอ้โหเร็วทานเก็บไปได้ครับคอม
Stepped in the right direction, and again, no missteps allowed. Lev, they pick up that first one. It gets a little close at the end there. Came down to the wire in that post plant, that 5 versus 5 utility coming out from both sides. Lev a little bit on top of those trades, and taking out that flank as well was huge. It was massive. But Lev, if they want to be able to do this comeback, remember, Team Heretics started with a couple of flawless rounds to open up the game, build that economy, build the ulti economy as well. And also, same time, deny Lev the ability to get their ultimates on.
ไหนดูดิ
Here, another fight, Miniboo. Does he catch one?
จะบุกยังไงโอ้โหบุกได้เหมือนกัน
A really big opportunity for him to warm into this game too. These are the moments where you become
เฮ้ยมี
truly
ตัด
legends.
มีตัด A-Link ด้วย
Him as the goat of the game. I don't blame you, but you need him right now.
A2 B3
It's not been a career performance for him at all. But if there's a time to turn up, it's the next couple of rounds if they get the grace to have them. Aspas forced away.
It's not pretty at all.
It's not, but luckily you don't fight alone with Lev. He's got support
เอ้ย
there.
ทำเล่นไป
Have his back.
แต่ฝั่งเฮเรติกนี่เหลืออีก2คะแนนนะแล้วก็ฝั่งเลวทานพยายามตีตื้นขึ้นมาอยู่
To keep this together. To keep the round looking likely. Maybe a third could come in. As Rien's the last one alive. And this should be stability for Lev.
I don't think the macro decisions here are bad for Lev. They're good. They have that map control. They control the rotation so well. But it's where they come in and the execution of everything, making sure that they're together, they're hitting their shots.
โดนสอยได้เลย15พอดี
Are getting really close. Remember, this was just pistols for Team Heretics. They took out Auspas. Calm and Tex came really low as well. Had their big guns, been shields on the other side. Different story. So, Lev, again, this is the first big test. If you can't get past this hurdle, there's no shot.
I will see you again.
Show us what you've got.
Deep breaths now. 3-11. As you said, first big challenge. Big test. No bigger stage for it to be on. And Heretics, well, they can take chances, they can take risks. And right now, they're trying to just escape. Aspas, perfect. Takes away Benji, trying to clear the box, make sure. Does his due diligence. He knows that someone's going to try to sneak around there, but no. We know that already Woot's backed away. But a perfect start to things. Quell some of that confidence. Slow down Heretics.
Heretics, such a big lead that they can choose to do some riskier plays to see if they can shut down Lev before they're able to get anything. A great clear on that C-Mound area by Lev. But here they come back to A. Already Team Heretics bolstering the
เฮ้ย
position.
นี่โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
Rien's.
โอ้แล้วยิงทะลุ2เลย
Like this,
หืม
man.
Lev are being decimated. King, Com, Aspas. Where do you go? Do you look towards B? Eye up C. You're not going A anymore.
โอ้เรียนนี่อากาศเก็บ3เลยใช่ไหมเนี่ย ยังไงก็เฮเรติกแหละครับถ้าเล่นอย่างเงี้ยเพราะว่าแต่ก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันอาจจะมีคัมแบ็กมาหรือเปล่าทางเลวทานครับ
The end of the tournament life is quickly, rapidly approaching.
20 seconds. Boo. On the other side of this smoke, the spike is hit.
Dodges it.
เอาละ
Losses. Boo with an opportunity to
อ้าวจะแพลนซะหน่อยโดนบูดักไว้2คนเรียบร้อยพร้อมกับแอดปาร์ต
pieces. And King, too little.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับยังไงก็เฮเรติกแหละรอบนี้ฮะ
There's no timeouts. That's it. Lev, they had that first opening at C. The risky play from Team Heretics
ยังไงก็เป็นเฮเรติกครับ
pay off. But the response Rien's the Odin spam. Blind through the door. Just catches one randomly, catches a second randomly, and it's all unraveling for Lev. Slipping the gap here as well. It's just unreal the way that Lev is losing right now. They have to be heartbroken. They have to be.
ไปเข้ารอบรอไปเลยฮะเฮเรติกฮะ
Heretics one away. Lev had to watch this go from bad to worse. Seeing their chances slip away. There's an ult to work with. There's still a buy in hand, and they are gonna give it everything they have.
โอ้โหโรลลิงทันเดอร์มาเต็มๆข้างหลังแบ็กไซด์เลย
In this tournament to stay in champs for a
โอ้โห
chance at the finals.
บุกกระจายเหมือนกันเอาดักไว้2มิลลิบู
And Boo back to back.
น่าจะ
Doing so much damage towards Lev.
น่าจะ
In a 2v3.
เฮเรติกครับ
And Mazzino is so isolated.
เรียบร้อย
Takes away Tex.
1-3 เล่นยากนะแฟนเอหรือเปล่า
Mini Boo, Benji, Woot. They show patience as they slowly close in. They look to finish with a flourish. The paranoia going through Mazzino. Can you step up?
โยกมาจังหวะวิโอ้โหเรียบร้อย
Pressure. The answer is no.
เฮเรติกแล้วครับชนะไปเข้ารอบเข้าสู่แกรนด์ไฟนอลฮะ
Defying belief and lock in the grand finals.
เดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันพรุ่งนี้แล้วกัน
They came so close. They showed so much tenacity. If there's any takeaway from this series, it's not about how maybe bad Lev might have played. It's about how good LEV played, but Team Heretics are a cut above right now. They're playing flawlessly.
Spot on. Give it a moment. See what it means to him. Sheer elation.
เรียบร้อยเลยเฮเดติก
To face a team that they lost to here recently.
ดีใจจัดเลย
And on the other side, LEV, a team who've been made for greatness, and they got this close, so damn close. But today, it wasn't their day.
Close isn't good enough when you're in the champs deep run. Team Heretics, they're on that stage right now, and oh man, the progression, you can see, you talked about it, they lost that first matchup, that head-to-head, but here, in that rematch, it looked like a completely revamped team, different, and you have to look at what contributes to that. It's got to be the coaching staff. You have Niels, you have Weber, a lot of it probably on the shoulders of Boo, the in-game leader, but also the players, the stars. You have Rienz, you have Benji, you have Woot, you have Mini Boo. Like, you talk about this team, you're highlighting all these other players. Mini Boo, he slips the discussion somehow.
Even though he's top of the board in the last map?
He's top of the board. He's been frying the last couple days. Neon, Rays, it doesn't matter. He's in there. These guys are good.
Yeah, they are damn good. And I'm glad you mentioned Rienz. In my mind, he's out there as potentially one of the MVPs. I'm glad the desk was talking about it earlier too. He's had a belting performance. And you're right, you could pick so many of the players. And God, it's hard to look towards LEV at times. I mean, gave it a go. But what are you meant to do against a side that looks to be getting stronger and stronger? Heartbreak for Com there. It's hard in these moments. See the absolute stark contrast between the winners and losers, but you can see what it means to make it to those finals, to get a shot again and again.
แต่ก็
Felt that high
ก็
before.
เต็มที่แล้วเทวทานครับเขาก็อยากเป็นไอ้นี่แหละครับ
Champions this time around.
แต่ก็มองแล้วคือเกมบุกของเฮเดติกค่อนข้างดุดันนะ
They've suffered. They've been quoted saying they're
ใช่ครับ
would rather like lose early than
คือดูจาก2แมปแรกก็คือแผนที่ Icebox กับแผนที่ที่2 Sunset อะแมปบุกคือตั้งรับนี่คือทางฝั่งของเฮเดติกนี่ไม่ค่อยกันไม่ค่อยตั้งรับไม่ค่อยได้ดีเท่ากับทางเรวทานแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นฝั่งบุกนี่คือเฮเดติกนี่ทำได้ดีมากเลยดูแมปจากแมปแรกแผนที่แรกแผนที่ Icebox อะ Icebox กับแผนที่ Sunset ต้องให้เขาแล้วครับทางเฮเดติกฮะ
throughout at least the last map here, in case you missed it. And it was, well, quite quick, really.
It was just the reel of, I mean, a lot of these fights came down to these big team fights. Team Heretics coming out on top, positioning, the crossfires that they have, the understanding of where they need to push, keep the pressure on next.
เนี่ยจังหวะเนี่ยยิงทะลุทรีไป2คนเลยแล้วโดน2ด้วยเห็นไหมหัวเฮดช็อตมาซิโน่ไปด้วยเก็บมาซิโน่ไปก่อนเลยครับ
It's one thing to have the luck, sometimes they let it slip away, you don't utilize it, but here, gosh, it almost felt like a
โอ้โหลุกเลยฮะ
LEV just didn't have it in him anymore, but someone who does have it in him, who has been
เดี๋ยวไปเจอกันรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วครับวันพรุ่งนี้สำหรับเฮเดติก
숨을 가쁘게 몰아쉬기도 하고 미니보 선수도 굉장히 신나 보였는데 리엔즈 선수 담담하거든요. 지금 어떤 기분인지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Rienz. 3-1 to advance to the grand finals. We saw the sigh of relief from Benji and also Sue from Miniboo as well. But you seem pretty calm. Like, what's going on? How do you feel right now?
I mean, I'm so happy, but I'm kind of like Boo, you know, I'm kind of chill. Of course, I'm so happy, like I'm also excited, you know. We're gonna play grand final, especially in our like first year, you know, like everybody is joining champions for first time in our team. So I think it's like great achievement, you know, and I'm really confident that we're gonna win.
Oh, win the whole thing? Okay. 먼저 부 선수랑 리엔즈 선수가 성향이 비슷해서 좀 이렇게 많이 기쁠 때도 그 감정을 많이 드러내지 않는 편이지만 너무 행복하고 기쁘다고 얘기를 하고요. 특히 이렇게 결승전에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 팀에 있는 모든 선수들이 챔피언스 결승전은 처음이기 때문에 또 너무너무 신나고 열심히 해서 내일 우승할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그럼 먼저 가볍게 게임 얘기 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 뭐 선셋에서도 그렇고 어비스에서도 그렇고 이 부 선수가 사이트를 혼자 보는 일이 많았거든요. 좀 부 선수의 콜이 그렇게 나온 건지 부 선수를 선수들이 믿고 있는 건지 아니면 이게 전략의 일부인지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Boo, we see him holding a side by himself a lot, especially on Sunset A, also on Abyss, on his Astra as well. Is this part of your game plan, or is this more of him giving you the calls and the teammates having that full faith in him that he can definitely hold the side on his own?
I mean, I would say like we trust Boo so much, so whatever he says, we listen. And if he says that he can hold the side solo, we will of course just believe him and just show.
And he does, right? He does.
Exactly.
부 선수에 대한 믿음이라고 얘기합니다. 부 선수가 이제 뭐라고 콜을 내리기만 하면은 선수들은 그걸 따를 준비가 돼 있고 부 선수가 만약에 선수들이 다가오는데 내가 사이트 혼자 다 막을 수 있다라고 하면은 충분히 막을 수 있다고 믿기 때문에 이런 믿음이 빛나는 답변을 줬는데요. 리엔즈 선수 그리고 올해 데뷔해서 국제대회는 두 번째 결승전에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 1년 내내 정말 꾸준한 폼을 보여주고 있습니다. 이렇게 큰 무대에서도 용기와 폼을 잃지 않는 비결은 무엇인지도 물어보도록 할게요. Speaking of, first time in the grand finals for champions, this year, it's your debut year, and yet you've been consistent throughout all international tournaments and throughout all regional tournaments as well. Heading into that second grand finals of this year, I want to ask you, how do you keep so consistent and strong? Does nothing scare you?
I mean, I think everybody in the team loves each other, so there's no like mental issues in the team, like everybody trusts each other and everybody's like have stamina to work hard because we are young people, I would say, and we are just working hard. Our coaches are working hard and our team, like, I don't know, just supporting us a lot, and we had some like good performance coaches that I want to thank. Yeah.
아무래도 이 선수들이 어리기 때문에 충분히 이런 힘든 여정을 견딜 끈기도 있고 그리고 팀 분위기가 너무너무 좋기 때문에 사실 멘탈 관리가 팀적으로 그렇게 힘들지 않다고 얘기를 해서 그런 부분이 리엔즈 선수 개인적으로도 많이 도움이 되는 것 같고 그리고 퍼포먼스 코치님을 포함해서 이제 코칭 스태프도 굉장히 많이 도와주고 있기 때문에 또 본인의 폼이 이렇게 꾸준할 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 마지막으로 EDG에게 내일 경기 앞두고 하고 싶은 말 한마디 듣고 끝내도록 하겠습니다. Tomorrow, EDG. Miniboo said, now's not the time to trash talk, but I feel like you could be up for it. So anything you'd like to say to EDG?
No trash talk.
Okay.
I agree, my brother.
With the shot.
So we keep being humble, but I'm really confident that we're gonna play like good game, So we also beat them before in Shanghai, and I think we have like some positive part against Chinese teams. So
Okay.
yeah, let's.
You learned some positive parts?
I mean, I think we are good against them,
Okay, yeah.
So we'll just see tomorrow.
Okay.
Good luck.
상하이에서 EDG 한번 꺾어봤고 또 상성상 중국 팀 상대로 헤리틱스가 굉장히 잘하는 것 같기 때문에 내일도 열심히 해서 좋은 경기 겸손하게 펼치면서 우승을 할 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 리엔즈 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Rienz.
Thank you.
Good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you, 감사합니다.
And that's all we have for the post-match interview today. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a day we have had. I've got Kilios back here with me, joined by two very special guests. It's the coaching staff of Team Heretics, Neil Zenio and Weber. Guys, congratulations. Huge congratulations today. But we have been here before. How many finals is it this year?
3, I believe, right?
อันนี้โค้ชโค้ชเฮริติกฮะ
Kind of used to it now at this point.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Nice.
You were chilling throughout that game as well?
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty zen.
It was alright, yeah. Not too bad, not too bad.
What about Abyss after Abyss? Was it still I?
Yeah, like I think on Abyss we kind of just, I mean they played well first of all, but I think we kind of just let the control of the game go ourselves. Like our communication dropped a little bit. We lost a few, really stupid post plants, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. So when we got to Lotus, we just told the guys to reset and focus purely on our.
มินิบูมก็จ่ายเลย ใช่
One of the things that I've been talking about up here that I was just kind of grasping at straws, but hoping that this was going to be the case. Do you think that after the final at Shanghai losing to Gen G, that helped build up the endurance and mentality for the players to be able to go through a longer series?
I would say basically all of the experience we've had this year is kind of came into one and got to the point where we can deal with a best of 5 series, because we had a small struggle against Carmine in the kickoff, and then we had the same in season 1 against Fnatic. Hopefully now we've kind of like managed to get to that point where we can deal with a best of 5 and kind of, even if we go 2-0 up and we lost the map today like we did, we can come through and get the 3rd map that we need.
Yeah, you had tons of experience this year. I mean, if we look back on it. I just really quickly want to talk about some mini-boo slander. I've seen it on the interweb. I'm sure you guys have seen it as well, but he's just at I feel like the lower bracket, when it really matters the most, he's proving everybody wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think for us, we've never, I don't know, like one thing we tell the boys to focus on is just stay away from social media, stay away from what people are saying. Obviously it makes that a little bit harder when he goes out and trash talks, but he's not a toxic person, right? Like he just does it purely for fun.
He's passionate.
Yeah, he just does it for fun. It's just like a kid enjoying the game and joking. Like he's playing against the best players in the world, So for us, like, I don't know, it's weird seeing it, because it's like everything he does for us is so huge. Like even if he's not on top of the scoreboard, he makes so much space, he buys so much time, his communication is insane. He's like our second hype man alongside Benji, so he just brings so much more to the team that it's easier for people to criticize him from the outside, but you don't really understand it until you kind of jump into our comms and watch him play.
I mean, getting ready to jump into this series, was there anything that you had said particularly to Miniboo? Was that necessary to kind of take him aside, given that this is his first time in a best of 5 on a global stage? Was there any kind of parting words of advice that you'd given to him, or was he pretty much set to go?
Not really. Like I think we just tried to normalize it, right? Like it's just like a culture we have in our team. We came here for experience this year, and that's all it is. It's experience for him, So just embrace it. Like we always tell the boys, like take every moment and live in it. Don't think about the future. Don't think about the past too much. You spend too much time worrying about that, you don't focus on the present. So.
I think people forget that he's literally was at school. He just graduated from school. But I mean, your journeys, even the two of you, has been crazy. I feel like since you've been in Valorant, you've gone up against so many incredible opponents. I mean, Leviathan, I feel like playing against them twice in this tournament, you don't get that shot at players like Aspas and Com that often, right? So what's that experience been like?
No, it's been nice. I mean, I don't think myself personally, I've not done anything against Leviathan before, so just being able to kind of experience that and their playstyle, it's been enjoyable, especially to try and prepare for them. It's a very tough team to prepare for, so yeah, I think we managed to handle ourselves quite well. So
is Aspas as good as everyone else says? Because I feel like he is everyone's idol's idol.
Is it kind of that thing where like you're watching and you see like you have 3 players alive, and then you realize, oh, it's Aspas that's on the other side? Like we might not be out of the woods yet,
I mean, he's obviously extremely talented, right? But that's another thing that me and Weber have kind of told the boys a lot. Like, don't focus on the names, just focus on Raze, Jet. Like, we don't want to
focus on the agents. Yeah,
focus on the agents, and it's like he's just a different type of duelist. I think Safe for us is extremely hard to play against. I'd say like someone like Safe is so explosive. Like he'll send himself in first. He'll just rip the bomb site apart, and there's nothing you can do against it. Whereas if you watch a couple of games of Aspas, it's manageable, He
takes a more measured approach when he plays. So
he's a very smart duelist. So
I agree. I feel now I remember Safe on Sunset. He's just everywhere.
Don't remind us, please.
Oh, but he is literally everywhere. But let's take a look at the bracket, because we are down to just 2 teams. I would love to know if you guys are home.
นี่ไง
No one did.
Is it
สุดท้ายครับ
how you guys expected it to go as well?
ไปเจอ EDG ครับกับ Heretic
I mean, for me, like we always back ourselves, right? Like we know if we play our game, we can get to the.
เอาละ
I didn't expect DGD to get it, but they've played like
รู้เรื่องครับ
this whole tournament. So
kind of on that note, as you get ready to go up against EDG, I mean, Rian said, I'm going to stay humble, no trash talk. wondering if you guys have a little bit of a different taste and flavor about you, because we did hear from Kaplan in one of the half times, and he said EDG win tomorrow no matter what. Do you have any reply to that?
No, like, dude, it's the grand final of champions. Like, you are good if you've got to the final of champions.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly,
like there's no slander from me. Like, they work extremely hard, same as every other team here, and you need to be on your A game.
I think on the other side of this is obviously you guys were in China, you experienced the fandom, the Chinese fans. They love you guys, you know, whether it's you knocking out all of their teams or, you know, the Wood streams on Bilibili and so on and so forth. What's it like for you two as well? I mean, I feel like this is the last thing you would expect, right? Coming into this team, picking up these boys, going to a different region, and they just instantaneously fall in love with you.
I think it's just testament to how likable they are as characters as well. Like, I think they just put the best version of themselves out there.
Not them, you as well.
Oh, us.
All of you.
หมวกเป็นโอเมน
Yeah, I mean,
หมวกสวยเว้ยหมวกเป็นไอเอเจนต์โอเมนนะ
people were swarming you. I don't know, man, it's madness.
Yeah.
Crazy, like, crazy fan base. It was so nice.
Anything you want to say to the VCTCN fans? Because as much as they love EDG, they love you guys as well. They're going to be looking forward to this.
I mean, for me, like, I just want us to put on a good show, and I want everyone to have a fun time. Like, whatever happens, happens. Yeah, a good time. Like,
fun time.
A fun time.
What about you,
a fun
Eva?
time. Like,
we'll just see tomorrow, to be honest. I'm a more like, we'll have a good game. We'll have fun out there. That's what I'm going to say.
ถ้าว่ากันจริงก็น่าจะเป็นคังๆกับมินิบูเลยครับพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวดูกัน
But thank you very much. Massive congratulations today once again. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you very much to you, Seth. You guys, we are down to just 2 teams. One more day. We also have an hour and a half gold carpet pre-show with a ton of guests. All of your favorite streamers and pro players, they're all going to be there. It will be the biggest day of this entire year. Thank you so much for you guys at home for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at the grand finals. I can't believe I'm saying that. Grand finals.
รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลรอบต่อไปครับ
The grand finals is on the line here. Just one best of 5 stands in the way of either Team Heretics or Leviathan, making it.
Takes a look to the left, looks to the right, and he waits. That's patience, that's discipline, and that's a good goddamn reward. King!
Thank you, crowd. You saved me.
Wall, and he finds a player, and the follow-up for ends. Heretics finding the perfect balance. Aggression, discipline, message sent. Heretics are here today, and they mean business. Punished King, and now, no way! Mini Boo, double back, God, so evasive! A little adrift, but he finds his way forward, fighting through market, looking for a follow-up towards ends. He didn't catch the timing, and Tex catches his man. Tex in that round was instrumental. Mini Boo flies in, but it's Boo to find Tex, and suddenly they're falling like flies. King can only do so much. Heretics extinguish the fire that was lit underneath Lev. Map 2's theirs, and they go 2-0 up. Made himself a little corner.
เนี่ยช็อตไปจี้ฟิชชี่ฮะหัว2เลยเก็บไป2ครับ
Takes strides and takes down Rians. Oh, what a follow-up! Perfect shots. They are clearing house. Leviathan are here to play. Right now, it's King doing the best he can. Oh, King decimating Heretics 13-9. Leviathan are knocked down. They're not out. They're still in this. This falls. Now it falls towards Boo. Gets overwhelmed. Tex clearing house. Put it on the top of the box. The numbers stay with Heretics. Mini Boo draws blood. Rians. Heretics line him up and knock him down. Heretics in name and in nature, defying belief and lock in the grand finals.
If we kill, we will win. If they kill, they will win. That's all.
โอเคไงก็เดี๋ยวเจอกันพรุ่งนี้ครับวันถัดไปครับเพราะว่าเจอกัน2ทีมครับทีม EDG กับทีม Heretic ครับ Edward Gaming กับ Heretic รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลรอบสุดท้ายนะครับวันที่25ครับ
This time we're gonna shake that.
Here we go again.
Better win the tournament now, you hear me?
แอดเวิร์ดเกมมิ่งกับ Heretic 25 สิงหาคม 2024